Chapter 751. Mr. Chen, Ren Jiejia's director Xian wants to see you. I wonder if Mr. Chen has time. At this time, Sun Simiao walked up to David and asked in a low voice. Where is he? David also wanted to see what gift this Ren family would give him. Mr. Chen, you come with me. Sun Simiao said, and walked behind with David. After passing through a corridor and entering a private room, Sun Simiao pushed open the door, and David saw an old man of the same age as Sun Simiao, with white temples sitting inside. Palace Master Sun, when the old man saw Sun Simiao, he hurriedly got up to greet him. Patriarch Ren, this is Mr. Chen. Sun Simiao pointed to David behind him and said. Ren Xian walked up to David hurriedly and enthusiastically. I have always heard of Mr. Chen's name, but unfortunately I have never had the chance to meet each other. It's really a blessing for 3 lives to meet Mr. Chen today. Ren Xian's attitude is very respectful. After all, David's reputation is there, and he can't help but respect it. Patriarch Ren is polite. David smiled lightly, but he could see that the Ren family must have something to ask him. After several people entered the room, Ren Xian poured a cup of tea for David himself. Patriarch Ren, you asked me to invite Mr. Chen over, there must be something wrong? Sun Simiao threw bricks to lead the Jade Road. Yes, I have a treasure here. It's a waste of money in our Ren family, so I want to give it to Mr. Chen. Having said that, Ren Xian opened a leather bag beside him, and then took out a tightly wrapped thing from the leather bag. When Ren Xian opened the packaging layer by layer, a very delicate copper tripod was revealed. The bronze tripod is only the size of a palm. Although it looks rusty, the runes carved on it are very clear. Mr. Chen, this is a copper tripod that our ancestors bought. I heard that it has a history of thousands of years. It has been kept at home. I gave it to Mr. Chen, hoping it will be useful to Mr. Chen. Ren Xian pushed the bronze tripod in front of David. The ancestor of the Ren family was a tomb robber. Although he knew that he got it from tomb robbery, David did not dismantle Ren Xian. David didn't know much about cultural relics, but he was a little disappointed when he saw that this copper tripod was so small. What can such a small copper tripod be used for? David felt it for a while, but he didn't feel the presence of spiritual energy in the bronze cauldron, so this bronze cauldron was useless to David. However, David still took the copper tripod in his hand and tried to cover the tripod with his probing power, but soon, David had a strong sense of familiarity. After thinking about it for a while, David frowned slightly, and simply mobilized the spiritual power of his whole body, forming waves of fluctuations, and gradually leaned towards the bronze tripod. Buzzing. A trembling sound came, and the green rust on the tripod actually peeled off layer by layer. The volume of the copper tripod became larger and larger, and finally became the size of a plate. Then a green light flashed, and a brand new copper tripod stood out. Appeared in front of David and the others. This made Ren Xian and Sun Simiao drop their jaws in shock. They didn't know that this bronze tripod could even grow bigger, which was simply amazing. When David saw this, he was also surprised after a slight glimpse. It seems that there must be something special about this copper tripod. Looking at the bronze cauldron in front of him, I saw green inscriptions appearing all over the body, and the whole bronze cauldron gave a very heavy feeling. This tripod is well made, and it cannot be made by modern technology at all, so it is certain that this tripod is not an imitation. David looked at it carefully, and almost got close to the copper tripod, and he saw the word Shenong inside the copper tripod. Shenongding? David gasped, unable to believe his eyes. Chapter 752. This is one of the top 10 artifacts in ancient times, and Shenong Ding is on the list. It is the Dan Ding handed down from the ancient Shenong clan. He heard Irvin talk about the legendary artifacts in the past, but he didn't expect to encounter one of them today. You must know that this Shenong Ding is an existence that all medical practitioners look up to. He didn't expect to come to Jiangnan once and let him encounter such a treasure. Under the excitement, David's eyes suddenly brightened. Picking up the Shenong Ding, David carefully looked at the inscription on the ding. His shocked expression was evident. It can be seen from this heyday of branding techniques and forms that this is absolutely true. Shenong Ding. David's hands trembled with excitement. This is really a surprise. If you use this Shenongding to concoct pills, then David will be able to concoct more advanced pills, and maybe he can also concoct the pills. If he can really practice the Shisui Dan, he will not hesitate to give Lin Tianhu and Qifeng Tu to eat. By washing the marrow, it would be great if Lin Tianhu and Qifeng could also step into the world of immortal cultivation. David needs strength now, and he also needs help. If you are surrounded by masters of immortality, you have nothing to be afraid of. Seeing David's excited look, Ren Xian and Sun Simiao looked at each other, while Ren Xian's heart was dripping blood. This copper tripod has been kept in their house for decades, and it has always been considered as a funeral object in the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Although it is valuable, it is nothing to the Ren family. There are many larger copper tripods in their family. Many bronze tripods. Originally thought this small copper cauldron was the most rubbish, so Ren Xian brought it over, but he didn't want this kind of thing to happen. I didn't expect the copper cauldron to get bigger. Seeing David's excited look, Ren Xian knew that this copper cauldron was. It must be a treasure. But now that it has been given to David, it is impossible for Ren Xian to come back. Patriarch Ren, I really like this copper tripod, so I will accept it. If Patriarch Ren needs my help with anything, please feel free to say. David gently stroked the copper tripod, and the copper tripod became the size of a palm again, and was directly carried into his arms by David. Seeing David say this, Ren Xian was instantly overjoyed. The annoyance in his heart just disappeared instantly, and he said excitedly, "Don't hide, Mr. Chen, I do have something to ask for. Please tell me, as long as I can help, I am absolutely bound to." When David got the Shenongding, he was very excited, so he waved his hand. Ren Xian glanced at Sun Simiao, then followed David and said, "Mr. Chen, I heard that in addition to your martial arts skills, your medical skills are also unfathomable. It just so happened that my wife was ill and recovered. I hope Mr. Chen can help you take a look. See a doctor." David was stunned. He didn't expect Ren Xian to be so generous, and he was actually invited to see a doctor, and it seemed that Ren Xian and Sun Simiao were familiar with each other. Could it be that Palace Master Sun can't see the illness of Master Ren's wife? David asked with some doubts. When Sun Simiao heard this, his face suddenly turned red and he said, "To tell the truth from Mr. Chen, I have seen it many times, and I really can't do anything. Even Palace Master Sun can't see it. It can be seen that it is indeed a difficult and miscellaneous disease. I will go to the palace tomorrow to be quiet." David nodded in agreement, but it is not suitable to go to other people's homes to see a doctor at night. "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen, thank you so much." Seeing that David agreed, Ren Xian thanked him again and again. Patriarch Ren can rest assured now, as long as Mr. Chen takes action, there is no incurable disease, and Mr. Chen is a master of alchemy. After eating the medicinal pills made by Mr. Chen, you can strengthen your body and prevent poisons. Sun Simiao touted David, and Ren Xian nodded again and again. David glanced at Sun Simiao helplessly. This flattery, maybe Ren Xian also asked for 2 medicinal pills. Chapter 753. Early the next morning, Ren Xian personally brought someone to pick up David, and Sun Simiao also followed. Obviously, he also wanted to see how David treated his illness, so that he could learn something from it. The Ren family lives in the western suburbs of Lingzhou, covering more than 10 acres. "Mr. Chen, it's just ahead. This place is newly moved. The place where I used to live was too small." Ren Xian led David to speak. "Patriarch Ren, you are too modest. Your previous place was thousands of square meters, and it was still small. You really have a lot of money," Sun Simiao said jokingly. "Ha ha ha, what is rich and powerful, in front of such martial arts masters as Mr. Chen and Palace Master Sun, money is a common thing." Ren Xian laughed. As soon as David stepped into the Ren family, he felt that something was wrong, as if the entire Ren family was enveloped by something. Although the spiritual energy of the current society is thin, it does not mean that there is nothing at all. But as soon as David stepped into Ren's house, he found that the thin aura he could still feel disappeared in an instant, as if he had entered a vacuum. And there was something wrong with Xiaolan. As a naturally charming body, Xiaolan was also very sensitive to the atmosphere around her. After entering the door, Xiaolan's brows were also slightly wrinkled. "Do you feel something is wrong?" David asked Xiaolan. Xiaolan nodded. "As soon as I entered this yard, I always felt a sense of suffocation. The energy in my body seemed to be blocked by something, and there was no way to get the energy out of my dantian." David listened, smiled slightly, and said nothing. He knew that the Ren family must have been put into formation, but David didn't know why the Ren family was put into formation, so he should see the patient first. If the patient has nothing to do with the formation, David doesn't want to ask about the formation. Now, it is better for him to do more than one less. "Mr. Chen, I'll make you a cup of good Longjing tea, you sit first." After entering the room, Ren Xian greeted David to sit down, and then went to make tea. "Master, let me come," a servant hurriedly said to Ren Xian. After all, things like making tea and pouring water are all done by their servants. "Don't worry about it, go upstairs and push the lady down, and say that there are guests." Ren Xian waved his hand. The servant nodded and left. Ren Xian brewed a pot of tea Longjing tea, then sat on the sofa and said, "Mr. Chen, try this Longjing tea, it's all good new tea. Palace Master's son, you should try it too, this kind of new tea is not common." Ren Xian also greeted Sun Simiao. David smiled slightly. In fact, he doesn't know how to taste tea, and almost all tea tastes the same when it comes to his mouth. Several people were chatting while drinking tea. "Patriarch Ren, when your villa was being built, did you ask the master to see it?" David couldn't help but ask Ren Xian. "I've seen it. The site selection, construction, including the size and orientation, were all directed by the master. It cost more than 5 million. I heard that this master is from Tianluo Pavilion. It's very famous." Ren Xian didn't hide anything from David, he nodded and said, "Tianluo Pavilion?" David frowned slightly, as if he had never heard of it. However, when Xiaolan, who was beside David, heard this, she suddenly exclaimed, "The people in Tianluo Pavilion showed this feng shui. So your family really has a lot of face, not to mention 5 million, if it doesn't matter, I'm afraid that people who can't invite Tianluo Pavilion at all." "Xiaolan, do you know Tianluo Pavilion?" David asked. "Of course I know, Tianluo Pavilion was founded by Nai Sadeo, a famous Taoist master in our southwest, and he used various feng shui secret techniques, Zhugong Feishing and 5 elements Bagua to create a set of sleepy dragon formations, even if it is a strong martial artist. Trapped in the formation is also difficult to escape, so today Luo Pavilion is very famous among us." Xiaolan followed David to explain. Chapter 754. Oh, David nodded. He didn't expect Luoga to be so powerful today, so he asked Ren Xian, "I don't know how Patriarch Ren got in touch with Master Luoga today. After all, this place is thousands of kilometers away from the southwest. Even if Tianluo Pavilion has influence, it will not affect thousands of miles away. My youngest son knew him. He brought the house to show him." "What's the matter, Mr. Chen, is there something wrong with this house?" Ren Xian looked at David strangely. "Oh, it's fine." David smiled slightly. Since it was Ren Xian's youngest son who led the family, David couldn't say anything. As soon as he entered the Ren family compound, he felt that something was wrong. When he entered the villa, David could already be sure that the house was under the formation, and it was very likely that Ren Xian's wife was ill. Array related. Just as a few people were chatting, a servant pushed a middle-aged woman downstairs. The middle-aged woman was sitting on a wheelchair, her face was very haggard, and the inside of her trousers was empty. Leg. "Mr. Chen, this is my wife." After Ren Xian finished speaking, he turned to look at the middle-aged woman and said, "Suzhen, this is the Mr. Chen I told you last night. He will definitely be optimistic about your headache." "Hello Mrs. Ren." David got up and smiled at Ren Xian's wife. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Ren Xian's wife looked at David, and the expression on her face was a bit strange. It might be because David was too young, and she didn't believe it. "Take care of your illness. Suzhen, tell Mr. Chen about your situation and let Mr. Chen show you. Ren Xian waved his hand and let the servants leave. He pushed his wife personally, and it could be seen that the two were very loving. His wife lost her legs and was disabled. A rich man like Ren Xian didn't abandon his wife, and he was so loving. It's true that there are not many men who attach great importance to friendship. Seeing this scene, David also greatly changed his views on Ren Xian. No need, Patriarch Ren, I already understand the situation of Mrs. Zun. David waved his hand. Understood. Ren Xian was stunned for a moment, his face full of suspicion. He didn't see anything, he didn't even have a pulse, so he knew what was wrong. Mr. Chen, what's the situation with me? Ren Xian's wife just glanced at David, and even said that she knew her situation, most of which was a money swindler. She knew her own situation best, so she asked David to see if what David said was right. Mrs. Ren, do you often have headaches, and when the pain starts, your whole body will collapse? David looked at Ren Xian's wife and said lightly. Yes, I often have headaches, and every time I feel pain, I want to commit suicide. No painkillers will help. Ren Xian's wife nodded. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Ren's condition is very strange. As long as the headache starts, there is no way to control it. I used to use tranquilizers to relieve Mrs. Ren's headache, but it is of no use at all, but as long as you leave it alone, it will take a while. The headache disappeared on its own. I checked Mrs. Ren's body and head, and there was no problem at all. Sun Simiao followed David with a puzzled face. David smiled lightly. Mrs. Ren's body is not sick, how could you be so bad? Her sickness is in your heart. In your heart? This time, Ren Xian and Sun Simiao looked at David in unison, wanting to hear how David explained. Yes, Mrs. Su's illness is in her heart. The reason why she often has headaches and can't control it is because she can't sleep at night, and she often has nightmares. With a little bit of tricks, it has become the current situation. David nodded slightly. Chapter 755. Suzhen, is that really the case? Didn't I hear you say that you have nightmares at night? Seeing this, Ren Xian hurriedly asked his wife. I don't know why. Ren Xian's wife's eyes became dodgy, her face was ugly, and she was hesitant and unwilling to answer directly. Ordinarily, it's just a nightmare at night, so why say it reluctantly? What are you talking about? Is what Mr. Chen said right? What's wrong with you? Is there something you're hiding from me? Seeing his wife dodging and not answering him directly, Ren Xian felt very strange. Woo-woo, suddenly, Ren Xian's wife cried, and she cried very sadly. Seeing his wife crying, Ren Xian panicked. Suzhen, you, don't cry, what the H3LL is going on? Ren Xian asked anxiously. But just as Ren Xian's wife was about to open her mouth, she saw a very energetic young man in a suit and leather shoes walked in, and beside the young man was a young man of the same age. Dad, I invited Ningyu to see my mother. The young man in the suit spoke to Ren Xian. This guy is Ren Xian's son Ren Sikong. The young man beside Ren Sikong glanced at the crowd, and finally his eyes fell on Xiaolan. After frowning slightly, he quickly turned his eyes away. Seeing Sun Simiao's presence, Ren Sikong immediately nodded towards Sun Simiao and said, Hello, Palace Master Sun. Sun Simiao also smiled at Ren Sikong. Sikong is still so energetic and his mouth is sweet. When Ren Sikong saw David, he just glanced at him and didn't speak, because he didn't know David. But when Ren Sitsong's eyes swept across Xiaolan, he was instantly hooked by Xiaolan's beauty. Xiaolan's angelic appearance, as well as the face of a knife and axe, the devil's body is bumpy, and the body is exuding bursts of body fragrance. Ren Sikong was instantly fascinated, looking at Xiaolan with a pair of eyes, even don't blink. Cough cough. Seeing that his son looked at Xiaolan unreasonably, Ren Xianzhong coughed twice. Although Ren Xian didn't know what the relationship between Xiaolan and David was, but his son was so unreasonable, if he annoyed David, it would not be worth the loss. Hearing Ren Xian's cough, Ren Sikong came back to his senses and hurriedly asked Ren Xian, Dad, who is this beauty? Sikong, this is Mr. Chen who I brought to see your mother. Ren Xian did not introduce Xiaolan first, but pointed to David's introduction, and then continued, "This girl is Mr. Chen's friend and came here together." Ren Xian introduced like this in order to make Ren Sikong restrain himself a little bit. Ren Xian knew that his son was a lecher, but he also had to separate occasions. Ren Sikong just glanced at David coldly, still did not speak, but walked directly to his mother, squatted down and said, "Mom, are you feeling better?" Ren Sitsong's mother nodded vigorously, "It's much better, and the headache is not so serious anymore." "Mom, don't worry, I brought Ningyu, he will definitely cure your headache." Ren Sikong pointed to the young man beside him and said, "Master Ning, it's really troublesome for you to run." Ren Sitsong's mother smiled at Ningyu. "Auntie, don't say that, I and Sikong are classmates, you can just call my name." Ningyu said very politely. Looking at this Ningyu, David's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he asked Ren Xian, "This is your son's classmate?" "Yes, my villa was also chosen by Ningyu to help you see it. Now he is studying in Tianluo Pavilion." Ren Xian nodded and said. Chapter 756. It's no wonder that 5 million people who can invite Tianluo Pavilion are your son's classmates. Xiaolan, who was on the side, heard this, and then suddenly realized. The people in Tianluo Pavilion have eyes above the top, and 5 million people want to ask them to move, which is simply a fantasy. Ningyu heard what Xiaolan said, and immediately turned to look at Xiaolan. "Miss, it seems that you also know our Tianluo Pavilion." Although Tianluo Pavilion is very famous in the southwest, it is Jiangnan after all, separated by thousands of kilometers. I heard that there are not many people in Tianluo Pavilion. You Tianluo Pavilion is so famous in the southwest, of course I know it, but you, Master Ning, I have never heard of. Xiaolan smiled lightly. Ningyu was not angry either, but looked at Xiaolan carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Are you from Miao Village?" "Yes, I'm from Miao Village." Xiaolan didn't hide it, and nodded generously. Seeing Xiaolan admit it, Ningyu smiled slightly. "No wonder you know our Tianluo Pavilion, so you are from Miao Village, but there is only one beautiful woman in Miao Village, and that is Miss Xiaolan, the righteous daughter of King Miao. You are Miss Xiaolan, right?" Ningyu said this, Xiaolan's heart blossomed. Which girl doesn't like being praised by others for being beautiful? "Yes, I am Xiaolan," Xiaolan nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, then this is David." Ningyu looked at David and said. "How do you know him?" Xiaolan was taken aback. "I am afraid that there is no one in the whole southwest who does not know him. There are very few people who dare to kill the eldest young master of Taiyan women." Now that day, the master of women, Xia Hodun, was furious and was looking for you everywhere. Yesterday, the people of Taiyan women killed him. Miao Village suffered heavy casualties. If it hadn't been for the martial arts leader to come forward, it is estimated that Miao Village would have been wiped out. Ningyu sneered. Hearing that Miao Village was about to be destroyed, Xiaolan's heart twitched instantly. Although she had already left Miao Village and would never return to Miao Village in her life, she still felt sad when she heard the news. "Ningyu, do you know each other? Help me introduce." Seeing that Ningyu knew Xiaolan, Ren Sikong came over immediately and said expectantly. It seemed that he was tempted by Xiaolan. Ningyu glanced at Ren Sikong. "If you don't want to die, it's better not to know each other." Ningyu's words instantly cooled Ren Sitsong's enthusiasm and walked back to his mother obediently. "Mom, sit down, I'll let Ningyu treat you." Ren Sikong squatted down and followed his mother very filially. Ren Xian listened to Ren Sitsong's words, his face suddenly embarrassed, and he looked at David. After all, he invited David to come, and now his son has invited someone again, and it was Ningyu who invited Ren Xian. If it was an ordinary doctor, Ren Xian would have driven him away long ago, but now his wife's illness, should he let Ningyu see or David? Ren Xian couldn't make up his mind either, which was a bit embarrassing. Sun Simiao also felt a little embarrassed. After all, he introduced David to come here, and now it has become like this, so Sun Simiao leaned over to David and said softly, "Mr. Chen, Sikong didn't know he invited you here, so don't take offense." David smiled slightly and shook his head. "It's okay." Seeing that David didn't take offense, Ren Xian's hanging heart was relieved. "Ningyu, please take a look." Ren Xian made a gesture of invitation and asked Ning Yu to show his wife. After all, David didn't see anything just now, and Ren Xian didn't know anything about it. Uncle Ren, you're too polite, I'll show Auntie a look right away. After Ning Yu finished speaking, he walked up to Ren Xian's wife. Ning Yu and Ren Xikong exchanged glances. Although the two were very careful, they were discovered by the careful David. Chapter 757. Through the eyes of the two people, David also seemed to be able to guess what, plus the house was under the formation, there must be something strange. Auntie, stretch out your hand, I'll show you first. Ning Yu put his hand on Ren Xizong's mother's wrist lightly, and closed his eyes slightly, as if that was the case. Looking at David's appearance just now, he didn't diagnose the pulse, and he didn't look carefully. Just one glance and he knew everything. This is a bit too fake. If it wasn't for Sun Simiao's recommendation, Ren Xian wouldn't trust David so much, and if he gave him a gift, he would definitely be driven out as a liar. After a while, Ning Yu got up and Ren Xikong hurriedly asked, Ning Yu, is my mother alright? Xikong, there's nothing serious about my aunt. It's just that her body is invaded by yin qi, which causes migraine headaches. Just take me to force that yin qi out of my aunt's body. After Ning Yu finished speaking, he took out a talisman from nowhere, muttered something in his mouth, and then suddenly stuck it on Ren Xizong's mother's forehead. Seeing that Ren Xizong's mother was immobilized, she did not move, not even blinking. For a moment, a black gas began to emerge from the top of Ren Xizong's mother's head. The black gas seemed to have life. After coming out of the body, it instantly turned into a human shape and quickly floated towards the window. Hey, I still want to run. That Ning Yu snorted coldly, took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket, threw it towards the black gas, and the black gas was instantly sucked into the porcelain bottle. After this operation, Ren Xian looked stupid. He was just an ordinary person, how could he have seen such a scene before? Even Sun Simiao was shocked. Although Sun Simiao was a martial artist himself, he had not seen much of this method of chasing ghosts and exorcising evil spirits. After the black air was sucked into the porcelain vase, the vase flew back into Ning Yu's hands instantly, and the spell on Ren Xizong's mother's head instantly turned into a puff of white smoke. Look, have you seen it? This Ning Yu is too powerful. It's not a shame that it came from Tianluo Pavilion. Ren Xian was stunned, and his words were a little awkward. Sun Simiao nodded vigorously, also full of shock. Now Sun Simiao and Ren Xian seem to have been convinced by Ning Yu's hand. Ren Xian, in particular, seems to have forgotten the existence of David. It is not that Ren Xian is snobbish, but that he, as an ordinary person, has never seen such a scene at all. Now he suddenly sees that he has already been completely conquered. In his eyes, Ning Yu was like a fairy. I have taken away the yin qi from my aunt's body, and there will be no more problems in the future. After putting away the porcelain bottle, Ning Yu said lightly. Ning Yu, you are so talented, thank you so much, tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Ren Xikong said to Ning Yu happily. Xikong, we are classmates. What do you want in return for helping your aunt see a doctor? It's very unusual. Ning Yu smiled slightly and declined. Ning Yu, although you and Xikong are classmates, you can't let you help in vain. I also know the rules of your business. You can't go away for nothing. This will ruin your life. Tell me, what do you want? What? Ren Xian asked in a good mood. Ren Xian was happy that his wife's illness was cured. Seeing Ren Xian say this, Ning Yu said a little embarrassedly, I didn't expect Uncle Ren to know the rules of our business. Since Uncle Ren has asked this, then I have the cheek to ask Uncle Ren for something. Tell me, what do you want? As long as my family has it, I will give it to you. Ren Xian patted his chest and said. I heard that Uncle Ren has a gilt pot. I like this kind of thing. I don't know. Ning Yu said, looking at Ren Xian's face, and seeing Ren Xian's face change, Ning Yu didn't finish his words. Chapter 758. Ren Xianwei frowned in embarrassment. This gilt pot is his favorite. It is said that this gilt pot was dug out from the mausoleum of a generation of queens. It is very beautiful. But Ningyu spoke up, people were optimistic about his wife's illness, and Ren Xian also said big things. If he didn't give it now, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Well, since you like it, I'll give it to you. Ren Xian sighed helplessly and said. Then he winked at a servant, who hurriedly left. After a while, the servant came out with a gilded kettle. Ningyu, this gilt pot is invaluable, you have to keep it well. Ren Xian took the gilded water bottle and sent it to Ningyu very reluctantly. Ningyu nodded slightly and didn't say a word, but the expression on his face had long since become excited. After taking over the gilt pot, Ningyu directly put the ghost in the porcelain vase into the gilt pot, and then followed Ren Xian to say goodbye, thinking of leaving. However, just as Ningyu was about to leave, David stopped him. Actually, you know how to control the soul, and it has nothing to do with me, but you use this magic to harm people, so I have to take care of it. David said lightly. When David uttered the 3 words, spirit control, Ningyu's originally arrogant face was obviously startled, and even the corners of Ren Xizong's eyes twitched. What are you, dare to stop Ningyu? Ren Xizong stepped forward and questioned David angrily. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Sun Simiao saw that David actually stopped Ningyu, and opened his mouth to say something he couldn't understand, so he asked carefully. Mr. Chen, where did Ningyu offend you? I can make amends on his behalf. What do you mean by blocking it? Ren Xian also spoke, although he still called Mr. Chen, but there was obviously some unhappiness in his tone. After all, Ningyu just took care of his wife's illness. David stopped Ningyu in front of him, which was too much. What do I mean, you don't understand, but he must understand. David smiled at Ningyu, and suddenly grabbed the gilt pot in Ningyu's hand. Ningyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated. At the same time, when Ren Xizong saw that David actually did something to Ningyu, his face became angry, and he punched David fiercely. Xizong, don't do it. Seeing Ren Xizong attacking David, Sun Simiao hurriedly shouted and stood in front of David. Palace Master Sun, did you bring this person? Do you feel like you have lost face and deliberately followed Ningyu to find fault? Ren Xizong withdrew his hands and questioned Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao didn't know what David meant at this time, so he could only look back at David and asked, Mr. Chen, why are you doing this? Sun Simiao felt that David was not the kind of person with a small stomach, and he would definitely not do anything to Ningyu for this. Since you all want to know, then I will let you understand. After David finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hands and typed a magic formula at a very fast speed, only to see a flash of white light in the room, and then everyone was shocked. Ren Xizong's mother was even more frightened and screamed, because they saw that there were countless black mists floating in the room, and the black mist was constantly changing its shape, like a ghost, showing its teeth and claws. These black mists were exactly the same as those that Ningyu had put into the porcelain vase just now, but now there were too many, filling the entire room. Now, except for David and Na Ningyu, everyone's frightened faces have changed color. Although Sun Simiao has a lot of experience and cultivation, he was also frightened by the scene in front of him, and his whole body trembled. Chapter 759. Xiaolan was also very frightened, and hid tightly behind David. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng had followed David and had seen these things, but when so many appeared all at once, their faces became pale. Just when a few people were frightened, they saw David's hand gently waved, the black mist disappeared, and the room returned to its original state again. Chen, Mr. Chen, what is this? Is it a ghost? Sun Simiao took a long breath and asked David. At this time, Ren Xian was so frightened that he curled up on the sofa, trembling constantly, very gaff. That Ren Xizong's face changed, and he approached Ningyu unconsciously. What you see is just one soul in people's 3 souls and 7 souls. After a person dies, the 3 souls and 7 souls are separated from the body, and the 7 souls dissipate. After that, the heavenly soul ascends to the sky, the earth's soul enters the earth, and the life soul enters the reincarnation. Now, these black mists are the souls of the earth, also known as ghosts, which are commonly known as ghosts. David followed Sun Simiao to explain. Although Sun Simiao was confused, he seemed to understand a little bit, so he continued to ask, can the soul-controlling technique just mentioned by Mr. Chen be able to control these ghosts? Not bad. David nodded slightly. These ghosts are just some energy bodies. Originally, they are extremely weak, and it is even more impossible to hurt people, but if someone deliberately controls these ghosts and absorbs Yin, then these weak ghosts will become a monster. After listening to David's introduction, Sun Simiao immediately reacted. He also understood why David had shot at Ningyu just now. It should be that Ningyu used this soul-controlling technique to harm the Ren Xian family. But it was clear that Ningyu was here to treat Ren Xizong's mother, and they saw with their own eyes a black fog came out of Ren Xizong's mother's body. Now Sun Simiao is getting more and more confused, and he doesn't know what is going on. After all, he doesn't know anything about Taoism. How can you say that you are also a member of the Ren family, but you harm your family so much? Do you know that there is divine condemnation in the dark? David looked at Ren Xikong and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Ren Xizong's complexion changed greatly, and he shouted at David. "Mr. Chen, what's going on here?" Ren Xian had recovered from his shock and walked to David to ask. He himself was confused. David looked at Ren Xian, smiled slightly and said, "Your house has been put into formation, and there are ghosts in this house. Your family is afraid that it will die soon." Hearing what David said, Ren Xian's face instantly became extremely ugly. "Mr. Chen, please be more detailed. What's going on here?" Ren Xian didn't understand. Who would harm his family? "Patriarch Ren, you said that Ningyu chose the place where you are building your house now?" David asked. "Yes, the entire land, including the building layout, was chosen by Ningyu painstakingly." Ren Xian nodded. "The place you choose to live in now is the land of 7 evil spirits, and it's still a Yin place with extremely heavy Yin, which is just right for raising the soul. Your house is also a white tiger raising its head. Look up, the white tiger will hurt people." I said this. I believe that the owner of the family should know what happened, right? David said to Ren Xian. As soon as he entered the yard, David felt that something was wrong. After entering the villa, he knew that the house had been cast a spell, but when he saw that Ningyu used the soul-controlling technique to attract a lot of ghosts, David realized that the original this is still a land of 7 evil spirits. Ren Xian is stupid. He can also hear that this place was chosen by Ningyu, this house was designed and built by Ningyu, and Ningyu can also control the soul. There are so many ghosts in his house. The most important point is that this Ningyu is his son's classmate. Ren Xian immediately understood what David had just said. Chapter 760. Ren Xian stared at his son Ren Xikong, his eyes full of doubts and questions. "Xikong, what the H3LL is going on?" Ren Xian asked with a cold face. "Dad, don't listen to the nonsense of this guy named David. You don't think I want to hurt you, do you?" "How can I? Ningyu won't, he's my best friend." Although Ren Xikong seemed a little flustered, he was still trying to deny it. Ren Xian is also undecided now. After all, Ren Xizong's son is his own son. How could he harm his relatives? What good would it do to him? "Ningyu, is what Mr. Chen said true? Did you deliberately choose a fierce place and set up a formation?" Ren Xian looked at Ningyu and asked. Since his son doesn't know anything, it is possible that Ningyu lied to his son and arranged it secretly. However, Ningyu ignored Ren Xian's question, but looked at David. His pupils shrank slightly and said, "I didn't expect that you can kill Xia Chao because of the Taoism you know. Knowing Taoism at your age, you are considered a genius. You are a genius, and you can learn such a method at a young age. It's a pity that you took the wrong path." David smiled coldly. "Ha ha ha, went the wrong way." Ningyu laughed, his face full of disdain. "The way I go, there is no right or wrong, and no one is qualified to comment on me. I studied with my master for 4 years, and God I have inherited most of the master's inheritance, and even my brother who has been studying for decades is not as good as me. I am the real genius. In the future, I will be the master of Tianluo Pavilion. Although you are very strong, you can be considered a genius. But what does it count in my eyes?" Ningyu's tone was arrogant, completely different from the humble look just now. since you consider yourself a genius, do you dare to admit what I said just now? David looked at the arrogant Ning Yu and asked calmly. Yes, why not? I just chose the land of the 7 evil spirits, I set up the formation and attracted the ghosts. Within a month, everyone in the Ren family will die violently. These are all done by me. Ning Yu admitted without hesitation. After Ren Xian listened, his whole body trembled, his eyes were wide open, and he wanted to eat Ning Yu's heart. Ning Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Ren Xikong was so frightened that he hurriedly reprimanded Ning Yu, then looked at Ren Xian and said, Dad, Ning Yu is talking nonsense, how could he do this, it's not good for him either. Ren Xikong tried his best to explain, but was interrupted by Ning Yu. Xikong, it's all here now, you don't have to pretend or be afraid of them, so what if they know? Ren Xikong looked at Ning Yu and began to be silent, and he could be regarded as acquiescing to Ning Yu's words. Seeing this, Ren Xian trembled with anger, waiting for Ren Xikong with anger on his face. Beast, beast, I want to kill you, you beast, why do you do this? From now on, you are no longer me. Ren Xian's son. Ren Xian shivered and stepped forward to slap Ren Xikong, but was pushed away by Ren Xikong. Ren Xian was stunned, because since childhood, Ren Xikong had never dared to do this with him. Enough, I'm not your son, nor the flesh and blood of the Ren family, you don't need to kick me out of the Ren family. Ren Xikong growled vigorously. You! What did you say? You dare to say it again. Ren Xian did not expect that Ren Xikong would dare to say outrageous words. I tell you, I'm not your son at all. From childhood to adulthood, you have always been partial to the elder brother, and you have always wanted to give the elder brother the position of the head of the house. I thought you didn't like me, so you gave the position of the head of the house to the elder brother. Later, after reading my mother's diary, I realized that I am not the flesh and blood of the Ren family at all. No wonder you are partial to the big brother. I hate you, so I will kill you all. By then, the property of the Ren family will be mine. Ren Xizong's face became hideous, like a mad tiger, roaring continuously. Chapter 761. Ren Xian was dumbfounded, but at this moment, Ren Xizong's mother was pale, and there was no trace of blood. Turning his head slowly, Ren Xian looked at his wife and said, Suzhen, tell me, what's going on? What's going on? Ren Xian couldn't believe it, and couldn't believe it, how could Ren Xikong not be his son? He followed his wife and fell in love with each other, and never quarreled. Even if his wife lost her legs in a car accident, he never thought of abandoning her. He couldn't imagine that his sincerity in giving would be exchanged for his wife's betrayal. Woo, Ren Xian's wife cried bitterly. Tell me what's going on. Ren Xian's eyes were scarlet at the moment, like a beast, shaking his wife's shoulders desperately. Normally, he would never treat his wife like this, but at this moment, he couldn't control himself. Ren Xian's wife cried bitterly and said slowly, He is right, he is indeed not your biological son, I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry for the Ren family. Hearing the confirmation from his wife's mouth, Ren Xian couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. The whole person became dumb, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Why? 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 I'm so good to you, why? Ren Xian couldn't understand why he gave his wife the best love and why his wife betrayed him. Seeing her husband's appearance, Ren Xian's wife cried even more sadly, I'm sorry, I didn't betray you, it's your good friend Sun Kai, you drank too much at home that day, he took the opportunity to defile me, I resisted, I shouted, but you were drunk and unconscious, and he succeeded in the end. I was afraid of losing you, so I didn't dare to tell you. Later, I found out that I was pregnant. I wanted to abort the child, but you found out that I was pregnant, the meticulous care of the whole family, so that I have no chance to destroy this evil species. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I should have told you then, so many things won't happen now, I was really wrong. Ren Xian's wife desperately apologized and admitted her mistake. Ren Xian was stupid, like a wooden man, sitting on the ground motionless. Now he finally understands why his wife keeps preventing him from handing over the Ren family property to Ren Xikong. It turns out that she knows that Ren Xikong is not Ren Xikong at all. The flesh of the home. Suddenly, Ren Xian's eyes widened, and he fainted. Husband, seeing this, Ren Xian's wife shouted mournfully, and finally fainted. Seeing this, Sun Simiao hurriedly stepped forward to check, and found that both of them were just in a hurry, and there was no serious problem, so he was relieved. And David listened to the family affairs of the Ren family and felt a lot of sigh. A happy and loving family may have been destroyed from this moment. When Ren Xikong saw his parents fainted, not only was he not worried, but he laughed and said, "Die, you all die, only in this way, everything in the Ren family will be mine." Ren Xikong fell into a madness and said to Ningyu, "Ningyu, kill all the people here, as long as I get the Ren family's property, I will fulfill everything I promised you," and many of the Ren family have been dug up from the ancient tomb. "Baby, whatever you like, take whatever you want." Ren Xizong's eyes were full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill everyone here, so that no one would know his true identity and no one would stop him from inheriting the Ren family's property. "No problem." A cruel smile appeared on Ningyu's face, and then with a wave of his hand, the door of the villa closed tightly. Seeing Ningyu like that, David smiled lightly. "Are you sure you can kill us?" Chapter 762. Killing you people is like crushing ants. Don't think you can kill Xia Chao, you know some Taoism, you are a genius, and you have the ability to fight with me. In my eyes, you and others are the same. Ants. Ningyu laughed loudly, and then moved his hands constantly, only to see a series of magic seals bursting in the air. The whole hall was filled with invisible mana, and the sinister ghosts also showed their faces. Soon, a magic formation was visible to the naked eye in the hall, and chains of shackles crisscrossed, blocking all the way out. This is the trapped dragon formation of my Tianluo pavilion. Those who are trapped in the formation will never be able to escape. You should die. Ningyu let out a loud shout, and saw that the shackles were burning with raging fire, and the whole hall was extremely hot in an instant. An invisible force enveloped everyone, and countless evil spirits gathered together, and these evil spirits continued to strengthen those ghosts. The land of the 7 evil spirits is really powerful. David looked at those hideous ghosts and sighed. "Mr. Chen, let's hold him back, you can find a way to go." Lin Tianhu and Qifeng drew their weapons and stood in front of David with a resolute expression. Xiaolan hid behind David and looked at the rampant Ningyu. Suddenly, with a wave of her hand, a poisonous insect the size of her pinky headed towards Ningyu. These poisonous insects are extremely poisonous. As long as they touch them, they will poison and die. Xiaolan has been in Miao village for 20 years, and she is very familiar with these poisonous insects. Buzzing. Dozens of poisonous insects headed towards Ningyu. As long as one of them could land on Ningyu, it would be considered a success. The mere poisonous insects want to hurt me too? Ningyu snorted coldly and waved it casually. Suddenly, a large net appeared in front of Ningyu, and all the poisonous insects were blocked by the big net. Immediately afterwards, flames ignited on the big net, and after those poisonous insects touched the flames, they were burned to death and fell to the ground. After killing those poisonous insects, the big net in front of Ningyu also disappeared. In the trapped dragon formation, I am the master, you don't have to waste your efforts. Ningyu looked at the corpses of poisonous insects all over the floor with a proud expression. Xiaolan looked at the dead poisonous insects, and she felt a lot of pain in her heart. These were carefully raised by her, and now they are all dead, and Xiaolan also left the Miao village. I am afraid that these poisonous insects will never be found in the future. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng looked at each other, and they suddenly attacked Ningyu. Lin Tianhu held a tiger-headed saber in his hand, while Qifeng held a short sword in his hand. Both of them were great masters, and they were extremely fast. They wanted to subdue Ningyu unexpectedly. The mere master dared to be presumptuous in front of me. Ningyu snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the countless evil spirits instantly condensed into a rope, and then walked towards Lin Tianhu and Qifeng. Dragon bound. I saw that the rope was like a big snake, and I saw that Lin Tianhu and Qifeng were entangled, and the two were instantly controlled, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. As the rope got closer and closer, Lin Tianhu and Qifeng only felt that they were in difficulty with each other, and their faces became extremely pale. Seeing this, David turned his fingers into knives, and a ray of light shot out from David's fingers, and then cut off the ropes on Lin Tianhu and Qifeng, and the two broke free. Back up. After saving Lin Tianhu and Qifeng, David said something lightly. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng knew that the two of them were not Ningyu's opponents at all, and they couldn't even touch others, so they could only listen to David's words and retreated behind David. You really have two strokes, you can actually cut off my dragon-bound rope. Ningyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he moved the magic art again, communicating the power of heaven and earth so that countless evil spirits continued to gather. This is the land of 7 evil spirits, and the evil spirits are endless. Chapter 763. Countless murderous auras finally condensed into magic chains. These chains were as hard as steel, invisible and colorless, and there was no way to destroy them. This time, Ningyu attracted more than a dozen dragon-binding ropes, tightly binding David's limbs and body, making David unable to move. And those ghosts, under the command of Ningyu, went towards David one after another. Dozens of ghosts flew towards David with their fangs and claws, and their sharp fangs were exposed, which was very scary. David was bound by the tying dragon rope. Looking at the flying ghost, he only twisted twice, but there was no way to break free from the rope. Seeing those ghosts getting closer and closer, Ningyu's face was full of pride. However, he did not find that these ghosts were heading towards David, and David was restrained and unable to move, but he did not show panic, but a slight arc was raised at the corner of his mouth. Those ghosts uttered harsh and terrifying screams, and then directly penetrated David's body. As soon as these ghosts touched David's body would flash a golden light, and then those ghosts would disappear. Soon, dozens of ghosts disappeared, and David, who was trapped by the long rope, was still standing there, not suffering from typhoid fever at all. At this moment, those ghosts all entered David's body, and the concentrated heart technique was running fast, constantly sucking those ghosts into the dantian. Those ghosts screamed and wanted to break free from David's body, but there was no way to break free. The heart concentration art refines all those ghosts into spiritual power, which is stored in the dantian. How is this going? Ningyu's heart trembled slightly. He found that the golden light that just emerged from David's body actually contained a lot of mana, as if there was a huge magic circle running in David's body. Isn't this kid also a Taoist master? Ningyu couldn't believe it. If David was also a Taoist master, it would be terrible. After all, David was about the same age as himself. You must know that Taoist cultivation is much more difficult than martial Dao cultivation, and in addition to hard work, the most important thing in Taoist cultivation is to have talent, to be able to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the essence of Taoism. Obviously, David's current strength is a great master of martial arts. It is not easy to reach the strength of a great master of martial arts at this age, but if David is also a master of martial arts at the same time, it will be terrible. Dao and Wu dual cultivation, this is 1 in 10,000, a genius among geniuses. At this moment, Ningyu's face became more and more ugly, but he did not flinch. Instead, he said something in his mouth, and the dozen or so dragon-binding ropes began to shrink rapidly. More than a dozen dragon-binding ropes condensed by murderous aura were tightly entangled in David. Ningyu kept urging Faju, and the evil spirits continued to emerge from the ground. These evil spirits continued to condense, making the dragon-binding ropes thicker and thicker. Seeing that David was unable to move at the moment, Ningyu began to show a confident smile on his face. But soon, Ningyu's confident smile condensed on his face, and then he looked at David with wide eyes. I saw that David's body began to flash golden light again, and then the dragon-binding rope, which was condensed by the evil spirit, turned into smoke and dust in an instant under the irradiation of this golden light, and was directly sucked into the body by David. For David, these evil spirits are a good resource for cultivation. Although now, in terms of David's strength, absorbing these evil spirits is a drop in the bucket, and it is not very helpful for cultivation, but mosquitoes are small and meat, and David will not miss this opportunity. Xia Xiu, you are evil Xiu. Ningyu instantly understood at this moment that those ghosts couldn't hurt David, and David actually sucked the dragon-bound rope that was condensed with evil spirits into his body. Only evil cultivators could practice by absorbing yin and evil spirits. Chapter 764. Are you from the Blood Witch sect, or from the Yin Yang sect? Ningyu looked at David cautiously and asked. If David really belonged to these two sects, Ningyu would not dare to kill at will. After all, these two sects are ruthless. If they really follow these two sects, they will die, and then his master will find out. To scold yourself to death. Ningyu is now a celebrity in Tianluo Pavilion, so he has to act cautiously, and he can't delay his great future because of this. I'm not a Blood Witch sect, nor a Yin and Yang sect. If you are afraid, then kneel down obediently, maybe I can let you go. David smiled lightly. Hey, arrogant, so what if you are a real evil cultivator? Our Tianluo Pavilion is a well-known and upright, specializing in dealing with you evil cultivators. Ningyu snorted coldly, then dispersed the trapped dragon formation, and took out a sword directly from his body. He saw that the sword's body was simple and dark, and he didn't know what material it was made of, but on the sword body, it was made of red. Some spells are drawn with cinnabar pen. This is the sword of punishing evils, which is specially designed to deal with you evil cultivators. Ningyu said, raised the sword to his chest, condensed mana, and swiped in the air. Thorn. The air seemed to be split into a gap in an instant, and the sound of breaking wind sounded in the void, and a fierce sword chi shot out. Among them, he went towards David. Where the sword energy passed, everything was divided into two, and even the hard marble floor had a deep imprint at this moment. Click. The sword chi slashed directly on David's body. After only hearing a crisp sound, David's body was intact, but a gap was drawn in his clothes. Although the sword chi did not hurt David, the spells mixed with the sword chi were spinning around David, and the spells kept flashing red light. The Xuanzong of heaven and earth is the root of all energy. Cultivating hundreds of millions of kulpas to prove my supernatural powers. Inside and outside the three realms, the Tao is the only one. The body has golden light, reflecting my body. Don't see, don't hear. Encompassing the world, nurturing the masses. Ningyu kept chanting the incantation, the blue veins burst out on his forehead, and the sweat began to drip down. The sword energy just couldn't hurt David, and now he can only rely on those spells. As Ningyu recited faster and faster, the spells revolved around David faster and faster, and the red light flickered brighter and brighter. Excuse the evil. Ningyu shouted, and the spells suddenly stuck on David's body. David was personally wrapped in red light, and those spells were all branded on David like a brand. Ningyu looked at David and found that although these spells were stuck on David's body, it didn't seem to have any effect. David didn't react at all. Ningyu frowned slightly and quickly began to chant the incantation again. Seeing Ningyu sweating profusely, David snorted coldly. Silly X. David's body trembled slightly, the spells on his body scattered in an instant, countless strong winds scattered, and cracks appeared in the surrounding ground. Ningyu's pupils shrank, and with a wave of the sword of punishment in his hand, the scattered spells returned to the sword of punishment in an instant, but those spells were obviously much darker. Ningyu looked at David in disbelief. David just resisted his sword chi, but now he has easily broken away from these spells. This is too powerful, right? This Xuxia sword is the treasure of Tianluo Pavilion. Ningyu is very talented, so the master Ni Sadeo passed the Xuxia sword to him, and also passed it on to Ningyu, although Ningyu has not yet mastered it. But the general evil cultivator encounters him, and only escapes for his life. He has not found the evil cultivator who is not afraid of the evil sword in his hand. Chapter 765. Who the H3LL are you? Why aren't you afraid of my sword of punishing evil? Ningyu really couldn't understand whether David was an evil cultivator. Why wasn't he afraid of his own sword of killing evil? Why should I be afraid? David asked indifferently. Ningyu stared at David, his teeth rattling, as if he was making up his mind. Suddenly, Ningyu quickly slashed out several lines of sword energy, and immediately held the blade in my hand. After a light drink with a sudden force, the sharp blade directly cut through Ningyu's palm. In the name of blood, slay evil and avoid disaster, burn it. Ningyu said something in his mouth, and then there was a flame on the Xuxia sword. The flame was very strange, it turned out to be a green color, like a phosphorus fire. The flame was burning very vigorously with the help of Ningyu's blood, and there was still a little difficulty. the smell of blood continued to emanate from the evil sword. Cut! Ningyu once again swung the Xia sword in his hand towards David, and instantly three sword chi burning with green flames slashed towards David in a surrounded situation. David, be careful, these are phosphorus fires. As long as a little bit of it gets on the body, it will burn people alive, and it can't be saved at all. Seeing this, Xiaolan hurriedly reminded David. David had long seen the strangeness of this flame, but he never thought that this Ningyu would actually use phosphorus fire. You must know that this kind of flame is very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will be counterattacked. Unexpectedly, this Ningyu, seeing that David was not easy to deal with, would use such a cruel method. You all stand back. David exhorted, and then his eyes turned cold, he raised his hand and grabbed it in the air, and a sword with a cold air appeared in his hand. When the sword in David's hand appeared, everyone seemed to be frozen, especially Ningyu, who was shocked when he saw the sword that appeared out of thin air in David's hand. Look at how powerful my dragon-slaying sword is, or whether your sword of punishing evil is powerful. After David finished speaking, flames rose from the dragon-slaying sword, but the flames were crimson. The flame on the dragon-slaying sword exudes a temperature comparable to the sun, and instantly compares those phosphorus fires. True fire of Samadhi. Ningyu's eyes widened, and he kept shouting, you can actually draw true fire of Samadhi, are you a master of Taoism? Only a master of Taoism can draw out the true fire of Samadhi, and like an alchemist, only those who are familiar with the Taoist method and can draw out the true fire of Samadhi can refine high-level medicinal pills. Now David has actually drawn out the true fire of Samadhi, which is countless times stronger than that fire of phosphorus. Cut! David waved lightly, and the flames on the dragon-slaying sword instantly turned into fire dragons, which shot out violently, and instantly collided with the three sword chi swung by Ningyu. Rumbling. After a few explosion-like noises, Ningyu's three sword chi were instantly dissipated, and the burning phosphorus fire turned back and shrouded Ningyu. Ningyu's pupils suddenly enlarged, and with a desperate wave of his hands, a barrier appeared in front of him, covering Ningyu in order to avoid being attacked by the phosphorus fire. As soon as the barrier appeared, several groups of phosphorus fires hit it, but they failed to penetrate the barrier. But when David's crimson Samadhi true fire touched the barrier, a crackling sound sounded, and then looking at the barrier, there were even cracks. Ningyu's heart raised in his throat, and his heart was extremely frightened, and the cold sweat on his forehead never imagined that David's strength was so powerful, beyond his imagination. Wow! Finally, the barrier could not resist the impact, and finally shattered directly. Ningyu hurriedly waved the Xia sword in his hand, trying to block the splashing phosphorus fire. Chapter 766. Although most of the phosphorus fire was resisted, a small amount of phosphorus fire still fell on Ningyu's body. The smell of burning came out, followed by the screams of Ningyu. After the phosphorus fire touched Ningyu's arm, it instantly burned into the body. Seeing this, Ningyu gritted his teeth and directly picked it up with the tip of the Zhuxia sword, cutting off a large piece of meat on his arm, along with the phosphorus fire. If you don't do this, Ningyu's arm will soon be penetrated by the phosphorus fire, forming a terrifying big hole. Seeing Ningyu like that, I have to say that this guy is also a ruthless man, and he doesn't hesitate to attack him. What else do you have? Just use it, or you won't have a chance for a while. David held the dragon-slaying sword and said coldly. Ningyu frowned slightly, you want to kill me? Of course, can only you kill me, can't I kill you? David felt that what Ningyu said was a little funny. You can't kill me, I'm from Tianluo Pavilion, my master is Ni Sadeo, if you kill me, my master will definitely avenge me, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, it's useless. There was some panic on Ningyu's face. As a genius, he didn't want to die like this. His Taoism has not yet been completed, and he still has a bright future. Who your master is, it's none of my business, even if your master seeks revenge on me, you won't be able to see it. After David finished speaking, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand stabbed directly towards Ningyu's chest. Seeing that David was determined to kill himself, Ningyu was so frightened that his legs softened, and he actually knelt to the ground. No, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Ningyu was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy. The genius of Tianluo Pavilion actually knelt down and begged for mercy at this moment. If this spread out, the entire Tianluo Pavilion would be ridiculed. But at this time, Ningyu couldn't care about this, he just wanted to live. Even if Ningyu knelt down and begged for mercy, David didn't show any pity, because he knew that if it was him who failed at the moment, no one would give him a chance to live. David is not a good man and a woman, and he has only one way to deal with the enemy, and that is to kill. But just when David's dragon-slaying sword was about to pierce Ningyu's chest, Xiaolan suddenly stopped David from the side. "David, you can't kill him, you don't know the horror of Tianluo Pavilion, let alone how powerful his master is. If you really kill him, Tianluo Pavilion will hunt you down at all costs. Your current enemy is it still less?" Xiaolan persuaded David. Xia Chao was just killed. At this time, Xia Hodun, the sect master of Taiyan women, was looking for David everywhere. If David was killing Ningyu at this moment, with David's current strength, how could he survive Taiyan women and Tianluo Pavilion? What about the pursuit of the two major organizations? I have many enemies, so I don't care about one more Tianluo Pavilion. David's face was cold. Whether it is Taiyan women or Tianluo Pavilion, David doesn't care. As the saying goes, soldiers will block the water and cover the soil. David knows that there are many people watching him. He killed Qin Xiaolin, although it was a fair fight in the arena, but he knew that the Qin family would not stop there. There is also the Long family, who has never met, who has already issued an order to kill. David is also in danger at this moment, but the Long family only knows that the former eldest master of the Long family is still alive, but they do not know the specific who, so David will have this short-lived peace. If the Long family knew that David was the eldest young master of the Long family, then it would be time for the storm to strike. You're not afraid, but what about the people around you? Do you have the ability to protect them forever? You always have to think about them. Xiaolan didn't want David to offend the entire Tianluo Pavilion in order to kill a Ningyu, which was unwise. Chapter 767. At this time, Sonia's sweet smile flashed in David's mind, and the kind smile of his parents flashed. Their relatives have always been David's weakness. David slowly put away the dragon-slaying sword, but when Ningyu saw this, he got up in a hurry, turned his head and ran out. "Ningyu, take me away, you take me away." Seeing that Ningyu was about to escape, Ren Sikong hurried forward and hugged Ningyu's thigh. "Roll!" Ningyu kicked Ren Sikong away. He was unable to protect himself, and finally had a chance to survive. Where would he manage Ren Sikong? Ren Sikong was so frightened that his face was extremely pale at this moment, his whole body was trembling, and he wanted to slip out. It was just that Lin Tianhu and Qi Feng stopped him just as he reached the door. At this moment, both Ren Xian and his wife were awakened by Sun Simiao's treatment, but their expressions were obviously much older. "Dad, Mom, I was wrong, please forgive me, I will honor you in the future." Seeing that his parents were awake, Ren Sikong hurried over and knelt on the ground. Ren Xian looked at the former son in front of him, his face flushed with anger, and he kicked out fiercely. Ren Xian's wife also had a complicated face, her eyes were slightly closed, and she didn't say a word. She didn't know what to say. Although Ren Sikong was not Ren Xian's son, she was really her flesh and blood. "Mr. Chen, thank you, if it weren't for you, our family would be doomed." Ren Xian walked up to David and said gratefully. "Patriarch Ren is being polite. I will use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Since I want your things, of course I will help you. If Patriarch Ren is still living here, I can help you remove the formation, but it's just that it will take some time for this land of 7 evil spirits to be restrained." David said to Ren Xian. "Don't bother Mr. Chen anymore, don't live anymore, don't live here anymore." Ren Xian shook his head and sighed slightly. "I will never be here again, I will never come." Seeing Ren Xian like that, David was helpless. After all, it was hard for a happy family to suffer such a change suddenly. It's just that it's hard for an honest official to cut off housework. David knew that it would be useless to stay, so he followed Ren Xian to leave and left with Sun Simiao. As for how Ren Xian will deal with Ren Sikong and his wife, those are beyond David's control. After leaving the Ren family, David followed Sun Simiao directly to Wu Ming's office. At this time, dozens of martial arts masters from Jiangnan and Jiangbei have gathered here. These people are waiting for David and respect David as the leader of the Wu Ming alliance. With David's strength and influence, after David sits as the leader of the Wu Ming League, he will definitely be able to make the Wu Ming alliance in Jiangnan and Jiangbei to a higher level. Mr. Chen. Seeing David coming, everyone got up one after another. Mr. Chen. At this time, an old man with a gray beard came, followed by a young man. Old Bai, why are you here? David was surprised when he saw the old man. The person who came was Bai Shoshan, the head of the Bai family in Kyoto, and the young man was Bai Zhantong. David did not expect that the people from the Bai family would come over. Mr. Chen has been appointed as the leader of the Wu Ming League of Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces. Of course, I will come to congratulate. Bai Shoshan smiled slightly. David smiled helplessly. Sit down first. After David asked Bai Shoshan to sit down, he continued, I'm not yet qualified to be the leader of this alliance, and I don't have the time. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Mr. Chen, in the entire Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces, where is there anyone who is stronger than you? Although your qualifications are low, the martial arts world respects strength. Mr. Chen is the leader of the alliance, and our Bai family will also support it. Bai Shoshan came here this time to support David. After all, with the influence of the Bai family, he can still speak in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. Chapter 768. I do have a lot of things to deal with, and I don't plan to be the leader of any Wu Ming alliance. I hope to devote more energy to cultivation. David said lightly. Seeing this, Bai Shoshan didn't try to persuade him. After all, David is the leader of the alliance, only he has the final say, who can force him to fail. Mr. Chen, in addition to congratulating you this time, there is one more thing I need to remind you of. Qin Xiaotian is looking for his second brother and wants to avenge Qin Xiaolin. Then Qin Xiaotian's second brother went to Qin many years ago. The clan's sect, I heard that it has entered the ancestral hall, and its strength is definitely not low. Bai Shoshan reminded David in a low voice. It's okay, what should come will always come. David smiled lightly, but did not take it to heart. It's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided. Since there is a dead end with the Qin family, let them go. Seeing that David didn't care, Bai Shoshan couldn't say anything, so he could only say, Mr. Chen's direction, if the Qin family is doing anything, I will send someone to notify Mr. Chen as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Bai. David followed Bai Shoshan and clasped his fists. Mr. Chen, it's almost time now, look. Sun Simiao looked at the time, and reminded from the side. David glanced at his watch, stood up and said to the people in the martial arts of the two provinces who were sitting, everyone, thank you for your love for me, but I think that my qualifications are too low, and I can't afford the position of the leader of the martial arts alliance, you'd better find someone else. Seeing that David refused without hesitation, everyone was slightly taken aback. In their opinion, this Wu Ming alliance leader is a position that everyone in the martial arts world is very envious of, but not everyone has the opportunity. I didn't expect David to have this opportunity, but he didn't want it, so he just refused. Mr. Chen, if you are not qualified to be the leader of the entire Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces, then no one is qualified. Yes, we only recognize Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is young, but he can kill Wu Zong, that is a genius. Mr. Chen, don't hesitate, we hope that under the leadership of Mr. Chen, the martial arts world in Jiangnan and Jiangbei can be carried forward. Many martial arts masters persuaded David. The reason why they chose David was because of their own interests. After all, Jiangnan Jiangbei set up a martial arts alliance in the name of David and made David the leader of the alliance. Then the resources behind David would definitely tend to be in the two provinces of Jiangnan and Jiangbei. Just like the Bai family in Kyoto, if David is the leader of the alliance, the Bai family will definitely support the Wu Ming alliance in these two provinces. Everyone, I really don't have the time to be the leader of this alliance, so I would like to ask you to hire Gao Ming, but as a native of Horrendal, if there is anything wrong with the martial arts alliance between Jiangnan and Jiangbei, I will do my best to help. David declined. No matter what, he would not sit on the leader of the Wuming Alliance, wasting energy and time too much. Moreover, David is a cultivator, and the people who follow these martial arts circles are also different, and the direction of cultivation is different. Just as David's words fell, a sudden angry shout came in from outside. "Who is David? Come out and die for me." An angry shout was like a thunderbolt on the ground, and the whole house was buzzing, and everyone's eardrums were almost shattered. David's brows were slightly wrinkled. From this angry shout, he could tell that he was very strong in dealing with them, at least the strength of Wu Zong. "Damn, who is yelling at Mr. Chen outside?" Someone stood up and walked out. Others also followed them out. After all, some people were disrespectful to David in this place, but they did not see the martial alliance that the two provinces had just established. The crowd rushed out and saw a few people standing outside. The leader was a middle-aged man with a murderous look in his eyes, and beside the middle-aged man, there was a young man covered in blood. Chapter 769. Behind these two people, followed by a few people holding a machete, one by one looked alert. "Who the fuck are you? Dare to disrespect Mr. Chen?" Someone yelled at the group of people cursingly. The middle-aged man took a stern look, and suddenly a black shadow flashed past, and the martial arts expert who spoke immediately fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, and there was a thin wound on his neck. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. You must know that those who can participate in the martial arts alliance can also be ranked in the Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces. The person who just opened his mouth, although he has just broken through the realm of the master, he was a great master, but he was also a great master, and he was killed without a response. "If you don't want to die, get out of here and let David come out to see me." The middle-aged man's eyes swept across the crowd, and the terrifying murderous aura instantly made everyone stunned on the spot. One by one seemed to have knives on their necks, and no one dared to move, not moving. "Good man, I'm Sun Simiao, the master of Yaowang's mansion. Can I ask, who are you? Why are you looking for Mr. Chen?" Sun Simiao relied on the Bai family behind the Yaowang mansion, so he tried his best to calm down and took a step forward to ask. "Go away," the middle-aged man spit out a word, and Sun Simiao's whole body seemed to be hit hard, and was thrown out by a force, and fell heavily to the ground. "I repeat, let David come out, or you will all die." The murderous aura on the middle-aged man instantly increased a bit. Feeling this terrifying murderous aura, some of the many people in the Wuming League couldn't bear it and sat down on the ground. "Don't you feel ashamed, the dignified Tian women's sect master, in the realm of Wuzong, showing off his power in front of a group of great masters?" At this time, David slowly walked out from the inside. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng followed closely on both sides, Xiaolan and Bai Shushan's grandfather and grandson also followed, but everyone's faces were very solemn. After hearing David's words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. It turned out that the other party was Wu Zong. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. However, David was the one who killed Wu Zong, so Qin Xiaolan was not Wu Zong, nor was he killed by David, so after David came out, everyone was not so afraid. "Sect Master Xia, this guy is David, who killed your son Xia Chao, and the girl behind him is Xiao Lan from Miao Village." The young man beside Xiahou Dun saw David come out, and his eyes were full of anger. This person is none other than Ningyu, who was just defeated by David. David was stopped by Xiaolan and let him go. This guy did not escape, but secretly informed Xiahou Dun and came together to seek revenge for David. "Ningyu, you shameless, ungrateful thing, just now David let you go, you dare to come back to take revenge." Xiaolan glared at Ningyu and cursed loudly. "Stop talking nonsense, it's all thanks to him that I've become like this, and today I'm going to let you all die." Ningyu's face was hideous, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "If you fight for a while, you will find an opportunity to escape, these two will join forces, I'm not sure." David remained calm and whispered to a few people around him. "If it is just a Xiahou Dun, David has the blessing of the dragon-slaying sword, but he is not afraid, but now with that Ningyu, the outcome is unpredictable. Although there are a lot of people here, the strongest one is no more than the 5th grade grandmaster, and if he starts his hand for a while, he won't be able to help at all. So David can only let them escape first, and then he will find a chance, otherwise none of them will be able to escape. Mr. Chen, we block these people, you run away first, it doesn't matter if we die, you can't have an accident. Lin Tianhu said firmly. Chapter 770. As David's subordinate, although Lin Tianhu's strength is not strong, he will not leave David to escape. Even if you know it's death, you have to fight. Mr. Chen, I am very satisfied to have worked with you for so long. If there is an afterlife, I am willing to continue to follow Mr. Chen around. Qifeng also said with a resolute expression. After finishing speaking, Qifeng and Lin Tianhu looked at each other. Both of them were determined to die. Even if they could only delay for a few seconds, they had to buy time for David to escape. Nonsense, David frowned slightly. I let you go first, I naturally have a way to escape, if you stay, it's just to add a burden to me. David rarely gets angry with Lin Tianhu and Qifeng, but this time, his tone was extremely severe. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng looked at David like that, they were silent, they didn't know what to do. I'm not leaving. At this time, Xiaolan, who was behind David, said with a guilty face, if I hadn't stopped you from killing that Ningyu, this kind of thing would not have happened, since the matter was caused by me. Get up, I will never leave. Xiaolan regretted it very much at this time. If she didn't stop her at that time, Ningyu would not be able to survive, and there would be no chance to find Xiahou Dun. Now that things have become like this, Xiaolan is very guilty. If David has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, she is afraid that she will not forgive herself. Mr. Chen, we won't leave either, it's a big deal to spare my old bones. Bai Shoshan also said firmly. David saw that it was impossible for a few people to escape first, so he could only smile helplessly, but he was still a little moved. Don't think about escaping, none of you can escape. Xiahou Dun seemed to see David's intention and sneered. Master of Shaman, I am Bai Shoshan, the head of the Bai family in Kyoto, I don't know if I can. Before Bai Shoshan finished speaking, he saw Xiahou Dun raise his hand. For the sake of your Bai family, you can leave. If you want to plead for this kid, it's impossible, even if I come here, I can't save him. When Bai Shoshan heard this, his face turned red and white, and the other party didn't sell his face at all. Old Bai, life and death are uncertain, you don't have to ask him. After David finished speaking, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand appeared instantly. Good boy, today I will use your blood to pay homage to my son. After finishing speaking, Xiahou Dun's body filled with a terrifying aura, and then he stepped out, a huge coercion swept in like a gust of wind. Many people couldn't bear the pressure and retreated one after another. On the other hand, David gritted his teeth, and the crimson flame rose from the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and slashed at Xiahou Dun with one sword. This sword contains all the power of David. Xiahou Dun is Wu Zong. Even if David has the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, he does not dare to be careless. After all, he had just fought with Ningyu, and David's strength had not fully recovered. At this moment, following Xiahou Dundu, he could only go all out. Xiahou Dun frowned slightly. He didn't expect David to be so strong at such an age. Xiahou Dun, who was originally confident, now threw a punch. This punch instantly caused a ripple in the air, followed by a loud noise. I saw David's sword slashed above the ripples, and the whole person was directly shocked and flew out. The huge anti-shock force made David's mouth go numb, and the hand holding the dragon-slaying sword was constantly shaking. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, everyone could see that David was the opponent of Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun also took 2 steps back, rubbed his fist, and said with a bit of fiery in his eyes, "It really is a precious sword, when I kill you, this sword is mine." Chapter 771. While speaking, Xiahou Dun's figure disappeared in a flash, and the terrifying breath came towards David again. I'm coming too. Seeing this, Ningyu jumped up high and walked towards David. Ningyu didn't want to make a move, since Xiahou Dun could kill David, he just happened to be relieved, but when Xiahou Dun said that the sword in David's hand was a precious sword, Ningyu was tempted. If he kills David, he can take the sword into his own hands. He believes that Xiahou Dun will not go against him for a sword. After all, not everyone is like David and is not afraid of Tianluo Pavilion at all. Mr. Chen. Seeing the two attacking David together, Lin Tianhu and Qifeng rushed up first, even knowing they were dead. Then Xiaolan rushed up without the slightest hesitation, followed by Bai Xiushan and Bai Zhan's grandfather and grandson. Among them, the most powerful is Bai Xiushan, the strength of the 5th grade grandmaster. But even with this strength, it is incomparable with Wu Zong. It is a world of difference. If you don't want to die, get out, everyone who stays here will die. Xiahou Dun roared when he saw that someone was actually helping David. Wu Zong's anger was not a joke. The martial arts masters of the Martial Arts Alliance looked at each other, and in the end they all turned around and left quickly. At this moment, David's defeated image appears, and they will surely die if they stay. In the face of death, these people all ran away. Originally, they had nothing to do with David. The reason why they respected David as the leader of the Wuming Alliance was that these people could profit from it. There is no need to praise David. Dozens of people dispersed in a hurry. In the end, only Wu Liuyi and Wu Shi were left, and Bajiquan Gao Yusheng stood on the spot with his 2 disciples. They didn't run, but they didn't have the courage to shoot. In front of such a battle, their strength is simply not enough. At this time, Lin Tianhu, Qifeng, and Xiaolan faced Ningyu. Although they were 3-on-1, the 3 of them were not Ningyu's opponents at all. It was just a face-to-face meeting, and the 3 of them were knocked out by Ningyu. Blocking Ningyu's figure. Bai Xiushan and Bai Zhantang's grandfather and grandson directly stopped Xiahou Dun. Facing Wu Zong's strength, Bai's grandfather and grandson were like a man's arm, but even so, they still stood in front of him without hesitation. Xiahou Dun swung out his palm, and Bai Xiushan and Bai Zhantang all flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Xiahou Dun didn't kill him. After all, the other party was from the Bai family in Kyoto, so Xiahou Dun was somewhat afraid. Dare to stop me, kill Wuxia. Xiahou Dun roared angrily. David looked at the few people who were knocked to the ground in front of him, his eyes slowly turned red, and the flame of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand became more violent. You all step back, you are not allowed to come forward to help. David said expressionlessly. Mr. Chen. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng looked ugly, obviously injured, but they didn't want to retreat. Go back. David raised the volume, with an unmistakable voice in his voice. Lin Tianhu and Qifeng could only support each other and retreat. Xiaolan and Bai's grandfather and grandson all looked at David, and finally sighed helplessly and retreated. Even if they fought for their lives, they wouldn't be able to help David. After all, the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, Ningyu saw David walking forward again with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a suffocating aura hit him in an instant, and then the suffocating aura instantly turned into a shackle, wrapping around David's feet. And Ningyu's figure also moved along with it, and with lightning speed, he directly flashed in front of David, stretched out his hand and grabbed towards David's dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 772. But just when David was about to fight back, he found that Ningyu's figure suddenly flew backwards. After Ningyu landed, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Master Shaman, what do you mean? After Ningyu landed, he frowned and asked Xiahou Dun. This kid's life can only be taken by me. You can just watch it from the side. The revenge of killing the son is unbearable. Are you afraid that I can't kill him alone? Xiahou Dun actually saw Ningyu's careful thinking long ago, so he stopped Ningyu. Although Ningyu was angry, he didn't dare to say anything, and could only take a few steps back angrily. Boy, I'm going to tear you to pieces. After Xiahou Dun finished speaking, a burst of breath rose from his body, and the terrifying breath pressed on David's body, making David a little breathless. Whether it can kill me is still unknown. David raised the dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, the dragon-slaying sword was in David's hand, making a constant buzzing sound, which seemed to cheer for David. Xiahou Dun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he focused his attention on the dragon-slaying sword. It could be seen that he showed considerable interest in this sword. David saw that Xiahou Dun liked this dragon-slaying sword very much, and suddenly he had a plan, and the momentum of his body was withdrawn, and the whole person was almost crushed by Xiahou Dun's breath. David was very decadent at the moment, as if he couldn't gather his energy, he was fighting with Xiahou. Seeing that David's breath was instantly sluggish, Xiahou raised the corner of his mouth. Martial arts is about fighting steadily and laying a solid foundation. I don't know what exercises you used to make you reach the strength of a great master at a young age, but in the end it's just a fake. Now I kill you, is it still unknown? David's face was ugly, he wore rough clothes, and looked at Xiahou with a pleading look in his eyes. I will give you the dragon-slaying sword in my hand, you will kill me, if you don't agree, it's a big deal, I will follow. The dragon-slaying sword will be destroyed together, this is an ancient sword. David planned to use the dragon-slaying sword in his hand to save his life. Xiahou did not expect that David would make such a request, and was slightly taken aback. And Lin Tianhu and the others were also stunned. What's wrong with Mr. Chen? Is it stupid? This is the revenge of murdering his son. Even if he gave the sword to that Xiahou, how could he let Mr. Chen go? Lin Tianhu said with a puzzled face. Mr. Chen behaved very strangely today, it's not like his style. Qi Feng also looked at him with a dazed expression, not understanding what David was doing. Bai Shushan did not speak, but his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at everything in front of him. Although he has not been in contact with David for a long time, he can be sure that David is definitely not a person who is greedy for life and fears death. The reason why David does this must be there is a reason. At this moment, Xiahou was stunned for a moment, and looked at David. He originally thought that David was a man, but he didn't expect that in the face of life and death, he was also a coward. However, in order to kill his son, how could Xiahou let David go? But in order to get the dragon-slaying sword first, Xiahou nodded and said, if you can give me this sword, I can spare your life, but the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot escape, you must go up the mountain to guard my son's tomb for 3 years. Xiahou didn't dare to agree too happily, he was afraid that David would become suspicious. Okay, as long as you don't kill me, let alone guard the tomb for 3 years, even 10 years. After David finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the dragon-slaying sword to Xiahou. Xiahou was enveloped in energy before reaching out to take the dragon-slaying sword. He was afraid that David would cheat. When the dragon-slaying sword was in his hand, Xiahou could feel the slightest breath on the sword, and when his mind moved, the dragon-slaying sword hummed along with it. Chapter 773. Ha ha ha, good sword, really good sword. Looking at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, Xiahou burst out laughing. He did not expect that the dragon-slaying sword would resonate with the user. Ningyu on the side saw this, with envy in his eyes. In this way, this dragon-slaying sword is much better than his evil punishing sword. Now that I give you the sword, can you stop killing me? David asked Xiahou who was laughing. Don't kill you. Xiahou smiled coldly, if you don't kill you, how can you be worthy of my son's spirit in the sky? Go underground and guard my son's tomb. After Xiahou finished speaking, he waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and a large amount of energy was applied to the dragon-slaying sword, and a dark brown flame began to rise from the dragon-slaying sword. It turns out that you are also an evil cultivator, no wonder you don't believe your words. David watched Xiahou raise the dragon-slaying sword, not only did not hide, but his face was calm. Xiahou did not speak, but swung the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The terrifying sword energy seemed to engulf David. But when Xiahou swung the dragon-slaying sword towards David, he suddenly discovered that the dragon-slaying sword was out of his control, and the energy in his body was constantly draining, all of which was sucked by the dragon-slaying sword. Xiahou face changed greatly, and he wanted to throw the dragon-slaying sword out, but found that the dragon-slaying sword seemed to stick to his hand. The energy in his dantian was continuously sucked away by the dragon-slaying sword. Xiahou squinted his eyes and suddenly burst out with energy in his palm, and finally knocked the dragon-slaying sword into the air. The dragon-slaying sword flew into the air, followed by a roundabout, ruthlessly making a wound on Xiahou left arm, and then flew back to David's hand. David held the dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, all the energy on the dragon-slaying sword entered David's body and added to David's dantian. This dragon-slaying sword has long been a part of David's body, just like David's hands and feet. Just saw that Xiahou Dun likes this dragon-slaying sword, and David has a plan. As long as Xiahou Dun holds the dragon-slaying sword, David can use the condensing heart technique to absorb the energy in Xiahou Dun's body. Although he was shocked by Xiahou Dun in the end, David's strength recovered a lot, but Xiahou Dun not only lost a lot of energy, but even injured his left arm. "Little beast, if I don't kill you today, I won't be named Xia." Xiahou Dun looked at the wound on his arm, his whole body was furious, he saw a dark brown breath rising from his body, and the wound on his arm healed at the speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, around David and Xiahou Dun, a large black net with a radius of over 100 meters enveloped them. This was Xiahou Dun to prevent David from escaping. Seeing that Xiahou Dun's body was able to recover quickly, David's complexion couldn't help changing. It seemed that this guy's body was stronger than his own. Afterwards, a layer of black mist appeared on Xiahou Dun's body, as if he was wearing a layer of armor, and then he slapped David with his palm. David raised his hand and waved the dragon-slaying sword. The powerful sword energy of the dragon-slaying sword slashed at Xiahou Dun's body, making a burst of noises. This sword could not break through Xiahou Dun's defense. However, Xiahou Dun did not slow down, and slapped David's body with a fierce palm, and David's body flew out and fell to the ground. David only felt his internal organs tumbling for a while, but in the end he held back and slowly stood up. Although this palm shook David's internal organs constantly rolling, but his body did not suffer any damage. After all, David's powerful body was comparable to a copper wall. Seeing that David actually stood up, and there was no scar on his body, not even a palm print, Xiahou Dun was slightly taken aback. Chapter 774. I didn't expect your body to be so strong. After Xiahou Dun finished speaking, he grabbed it casually, and a giant sword condensed with black energy appeared in his hand. Cut! Xiahou Dun didn't move, but the giant sword condensed in his hand began to grow bigger and slash towards David. David's expression changed, and he also held the dragon-slaying sword, and suddenly picked it up. The two swords collided fiercely. Rumbling. There were bursts of violent explosions, and Xiahou Dun's sword slammed into David's shoulder. David's body was like the top of Mount Tai, and half of his body fell into the ground in an instant. Looking at David's shoulders, at this moment, he had eaten the body-quenching pill, and his body was comparable to a copper wall, but there was still a deep wound. The flesh at the wound turned out, and bright red blood flowed out. The scene was terrible. Seeing that David was injured, Xiaolon let out a burst of exclamation, and the others watched nervously. Although they were very anxious, they couldn't do anything. They wanted to help, but they were afraid that even the big net that Xiahou Dun had set up would not be able to break. David looked at his wound, blood was dripping continuously. Tick-tock, tick-tock. David could not feel the pain, but the red blood seemed to arouse David's fighting spirit. And before that drop of blood fell to the ground, it was all sucked up by the dragon-slaying sword. David's blood touched the dragon-slaying sword, and the flames that had been extinguished on the dragon-slaying sword rose up instantly as if it had been splashed with gasoline. The scorching flames reflected David's resolute face. Although he was injured, there was no trace of panic in David's eyes. Fire tornado! David shouted angrily, his body suddenly rose from the ground, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was drawn in the air. Roar! In mid-air, a red fire dragon appeared, and the fire dragon let out a long roar, heading towards Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun snorted coldly, the black giant sword in his hand dissipated instantly, turned into a shield, and blocked it in the air. The fire dragon hit the shield and disappeared in an instant, and Xiahou Dun jumped up and slammed down on David. Boom! David's body was knocked flying, and then he hit the ground heavily, smashing a big hole on the ground. David only felt that his whole body was sore, and the spiritual power in his dantian was almost empty. David lay on the ground and looked at the blue sky. Did he just die like this? David unconsciously saw the figures of his parents and Sonia. No, I can't die, I haven't found my biological parents, I still don't know my background, I have to go to Wuming Island. David gritted his teeth and got up from the ground with difficulty. Seeing that David was getting scared, Xiahou Dun couldn't help but show some admiration in his eyes. It was already like this. David was not dead yet, and he still had the will to get up. You kill yourself, in front of me, you have no chance of winning. Xiahou Dun said coldly. After several fights, Xiahou Dun knew that David's energy had been empty for a long time, and he had no ability to fight against him at all. David gritted his teeth, propped up the ground with the dragon-slaying sword, and stared at Xiahou Dun. He would not commit suicide. Buzzing. There was a humming sound, and the spiritual power in the dragon-slaying sword was continuously transported into David's body. David was stunned for a moment, and he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the dragon-slaying sword would send spiritual power to him. When he was cultivating in Pine Bay, almost all the spiritual energy of a truckload of spiritual stones was sucked away by the dragon-slaying sword. David still complained at the time, but he did not want to use his spiritual energy at this critical moment. Sent to David. You still want to fight with me? Xiahou Dun said gloomily when he saw that David did not commit suicide. David did not speak, but greedily absorbed the spiritual power in the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 775. Cut. Suddenly, David roared, and then the breath in his body rose, the flames on the dragon-slaying sword disappeared, replaced by golden rays of light. Illuminated by the golden light, the large black-brown net that originally shrouded the top of the head disappeared in an instant, as if avoiding the golden light. David slashed out with one sword, the sword energy surged, and countless sword lights enveloped Xiahou Dun. Boom! Afterwards, the swordsmen gathered together and fell towards Xiahou Dun. Xiahou Dun frowned slightly. The golden light just now caused a lingering fear in his heart, and the black energy wrapped around his body seemed to be afraid of the golden light, and it dissipated a lot. Armor of darkness. Xiahou Dun let out an angry roar, and a dark brown energy rose up behind him again, and then quickly wrapped his body. Click. At this moment, David's sword beam had arrived, and it slashed hard on Xiahou Dun's body. But at the moment of the touch, the sword light instantly disintegrated and disappeared, and Xiahou Dun's figure just swayed, and he was not hurt. David supported the ground with his sword. The sword just now used up almost all his spiritual power. Although the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was buzzing all the time, it seemed to be full of fighting intent, but David was unable to fight anymore. David's face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Boy, this time I see if you still have the ability to block my blow. After Xiahou Dun finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand, an invisible breath condensed in Xiahou Dun's hand, and then suddenly waved, pressing towards David. David was no longer able to resist Xiahou Dun's blow, even if he had a strong body, but this time David knew that even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this time, David even felt the smell of death, a feeling of suffocation that made him breathless. David. Suddenly, there was a coquettish shout from behind, and then Xiaolan's figure stood in front of David. Bang! Xiaolan was hit hard, and the whole person flew out in an instant. When David saw this, he directly caught Xiaolan, who was knocked into the air. Seeing Xiaolan's face ashen, bleeding from her nose and mouth, David's eyes were full of anger. You all blame me, I shouldn't let you let go of Ning Yu's. Xiaolan was so angry that she looked at David with a guilty face. Stop talking, stop talking. David hurriedly pressed Xiaolan's wrist and began to check Xiaolan's injury. Xiaolan was seriously injured, and almost all her internal organs were severely injured. However, David's spiritual power is now exhausted, and there is no way to treat Xiaolan at all. Xiaolan, don't sleep, don't sleep. Seeing Xiaolan's eyes slowly closing, David hurriedly shouted. But no matter how David shouted, Xiaolan's eyes finally closed slowly. Looking at Xiaolan, who had lost her breath, David's body was trembling slightly. This was the first person to die for him, and the anger in David's heart burned. What? David raised his head and roared, his eyes turning red. And David's roar, in the ears of others, is not a human shout, but a dragon's roar, like a dragon's roar. This sound can be heard clearly and clearly in the entire 10-li radius. Lin Tianhu and the others at the scene hurriedly covered their ears with their hands, showing great pain. Even that Xiahou Dun was startled by this sound, and his body retreated again and again. David slowly put Xiaolan on the ground, got up and looked at Xiahou Dun in front of him. In front of David's chest, a red light seemed to shine from David's body. David's body was slowly changing, becoming transparent, and the beating of his bright red heart could be clearly seen. This. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? Seeing the change in David, Lin Tianhu and the others were all stunned. Chapter 776. Xiahou Dun's eyes widened when he saw the change in David's body. He had never seen such a vision before. Buzzing. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound, and the Shenong Ding in David's arms actually flew out by itself, and then it began to grow, turning into a bronze tripod that was as tall as a person. And there seems to be something burning in the copper cauldron, and white mist is constantly emerging. David's body is quickly absorbing these white mists. These are not fog, but spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is emitting from the copper cauldron. At that time, when David got the Shenong Ding, he didn't detect a trace of spiritual energy on it, but at this moment, a large amount of spiritual energy was bursting out of the Shenong Ding, and these auras were quickly absorbed by David. This Shenong cauldron is an ancient artifact. I didn't know how many elixir and magic medicines came from this Shenong cauldron. Now it has aura, which is not surprising. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiahou Dun frowned tightly. He didn't expect David to have a lot of treasures in his hands. Young Master Ning, you and I cooperated to kill David together. When the time comes, you can choose one of the two treasures. Xiahou Dun looked at Ning Yu and said. After the fight just now, Xiahou Dun's energy was also consumed a lot. He originally thought that David would die, but he didn't want such a change. He really couldn't figure out what treasures David still had. Don't run out of energy for a while, and David was still standing in front of him alive. So Xiahou Dun plans to join forces with Ningyu to kill David together, so as not to have too many night dreams. No problem. After Ningyu finished speaking, with a wave of the Xia sword in his hand, the evil spirits turned into shackles, directly locking David. Xiahou Dun also took the opportunity to wave his hands and recast a large black-brown net, covering several people. He wanted to prevent David from escaping. David was bound, but he did not struggle or break free, but greedily absorbed the spiritual energy that emerged from the Shenong Ding. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was also greedily absorbing spiritual energy, and the sword body kept buzzing. Take your life. Ningyu saw that David was restrained by himself and did not struggle, so he took the sword of killing evil, jumped up and stabbed David with a sword. David didn't seem to see Ningyu's attack. The condensation art was running fast, and the aura in his dantian was recovering quickly. David's body began to recover slowly, and a faint golden light could still be seen on his bare skin. Ding! Ningyu stabbed David's chest with a sword, but he made a crisp sound, as if he was stabbed on an iron plate. Ningyu was stunned for a moment, and then the strength in his hand increased a bit. Puff! I saw the Zhuxia sword pierce David's skin, and drops of blood flowed out along the Zhuxia sword. Ha ha ha! No matter how powerful the body is, it will not be pierced by me the same way. Seeing that David was injured, Ningyu began to laugh. At this moment, David was restrained, and there was no chance to fight back, so Ningyu also relaxed his vigilance and planned to increase his strength. Shoo! Just when Ningyu was about to increase his strength and pierce David's sword, a cold light flashed in front of him. Ningyu was stunned for a moment, looked down, and found that his hand holding the sword of punishment had been cut off from the wrist. Blood was pouring out. What? A few seconds later, the intense pain reached Ningyu's brain, and Ningyu screamed in pain. David was bound, but the dragon-slaying sword had long since merged with David, making the man and the sword one. David could completely control the dragon-slaying sword with his mind and cut off Ningyu's wrist. Chapter 777. Xiahou Dun, who was on the side, saw Ningyu's hand cut off. His face changed. He knew that if he dragged it down, maybe David really couldn't be killed. Thinking of this, Xiahou Dun's body disappeared from the place in an instant, and then a figure came to David. David was startled. He wanted to break free from the shackles, but was slapped on the chest by Xiahou Dun. David's body flew out, and in midair, David broke the shackles and fell to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, but David couldn't suppress it this time. Looking at his chest again, there are 5 clearly visible fingerprints, and the chest is also sunken. He's so tenacious. Xiahou Dun saw that David was not dead, so he raised his palm again, and jumped up, this time slapped David's head. But at this moment, the big net that was shrouded all around suddenly disappeared, and Xiahou Dun's body seemed to have hit something and was bounced back by a huge force. Who? Xiahou Dun was shocked. To know that someone who can force himself back without seeing them is definitely a master. Sect Master Xia, give the old man a face, take your people away. At this time, an old man walked slowly with a young man. The old man looked like a fairy, it was the elder Su Chongqing of Medicine God Valley, and the young man following him was Yudong. Xiahou Dun's eyes narrowed, who are you? Why should I sell your face? Xiahou Dun did not know the old man in front of him. This old man is the great elder of Yaoshan Valley, Su Chongqing, and I hope that the Xia clan master can sell his face. Su Chongqing said slowly. When Xiahou Dun heard the 3 words Yao Shengu, his expression suddenly changed. Elder Su, this guy killed my son, and the revenge for killing my son is undeniable. Why do you want to help him? Xiahou Dun asked, but obviously his tone softened a lot. Little brother Chen is a distinguished guest of my Medicine God Valley, of course I want to help. The master of shaman is the master of Taiyan women, but his son practices sorcery, which has harmed many girls. As a father, you will not know. Brother Chen killed your son, and it is considered to be killing the people. Su Chongqing said lightly, it seemed that he also knew about Xia Chao's practice of sorcery. You? Xiahou Dun's face turned red and white, looking at David in front of him, his eyes were full of anger. Today I must kill him to avenge my son, when I kill him, I will give medicine to Xingu. Send a generous gift to make amends. After Xiahou Dun finished speaking, he suddenly waved a force towards David, and the energy roared. Seeing that David was about to die, how could Xiahou Dun give up so easily? When Su Chongqing saw that Xiahou Dun dared to do something in front of him, his face instantly turned cold. You are planning to be my enemy in Yao Shengu. After Su Chongqing finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an invisible breath wrapped David, and Xiahou Dun's energy instantly dissipated without a trace after touching Su Chongqing's breath. Xiahou Dun gritted his teeth, arrangement. With an order, the men who came behind Xiahou Dun with machetes in their hands suddenly formed a battle. Elder Su, I will kill this David today. If you insist on blocking it, then fight to the death. Xiahou Dun seemed determined to kill David. Tianmong, Su Chongqing snorted coldly, don't say that your energy is almost exhausted in a battle now, even if you were in your prime, killing you would be like crushing an ant. After he finished speaking, Su Chongqing waved his sleeve robe, and suddenly there was a gust of wind, and a turbulent momentum swept towards Xiahou Dun and the others. Xiahou Dun suddenly put his foot on the ground and held it firmly, and his subordinates had long been knocked out. The momentum dissipated, Xiahou Dun's face was extremely ugly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 778. Let's go, if you're persistent, I won't show mercy. Su Chongqing looked at Xiahou Dun and said lightly. Xiahou Dun glared at David, and finally gritted his teeth, David, you are lucky today, I will kill you sooner or later. After Xiahou Dun finished speaking, he turned his head and led people away. Seeing this, Ningyu, who had broken his hand, was so frightened that he hurriedly followed Xiahou Dun and prepared to leave. You don't want to leave. Seeing that Ningyu wanted to leave, David jumped up, blocking Ningyu's way. David, what are you going to do? Ningyu was trembling with fright. Now that he has broken one hand, he is no longer David's opponent. Kill you, David's eyes were cold. If this guy hadn't recruited Xiahou Dun, Xiaolan wouldn't have died, it was all caused by this guy. Seeing David's murderous look, Ningyu hurriedly said to Xiahou Dun, Sect Master Xia, please take me with you. At this moment, Ningyu could only pray that Xiahou Dun could take him with him. It's a pity that Xiahou Dun didn't even look back and left. Seeing Xiahou Dun gone, Ningyu was in despair and could only beg David, "Please let me go, I can give you anything you want, but our Tianluo pavilion has a lot of treasures." David stared at Ningyu with murderous expression, but did not speak, but waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Ningyu's head was instantly thrown high, and finally fell to the ground, and Gu Lulu rolled out a long way. David put away the dragon-slaying sword and walked to Su Chongqing. "Thank you, Elder Su, for helping me." "You're welcome, it's just an effort." Su Chongqing smiled lightly, and then his eyes fell on the Shenong cauldron not far away. "Brother Chen, is this copper cauldron yours?" "Oh, it was given by a friend," David said. A spiritual force penetrated into the Shenong Ding, and the Shenong Ding returned to the size of a palm and returned to David's arms. David didn't want Su Chongqing to know that this was the Shenong Ding. After all, the Shenong Ding was an ancient artifact, or an alchemy weapon. If Su Chongqing found out, what would he do if he had bad thoughts? Although Su Chongqing saved David, under the huge temptation, people's hearts would always change, and David had to be careful. Putting away the Shenong Ding, David looked at Xiaolan lying on the ground, his eyes moistened instantly. Whether he likes Xiaolan or not, whether the two have feelings for each other, but Xiaolan died because of saving him after all, and David's heart hurts. Walking slowly to Xiaolan's side, David squatted down and hugged Xiaolan. He planned to bury Xiaolan. "Brother Chen, wait a minute," Su Chongqing shouted, and then walked to David. After looking at Xiaolan's situation, she took out a pill from her arms and stuffed it into Xiaolan's mouth. "Brother Chen, your friend is not dead, but it's not far from death. I gave her a life-sustaining pill, hoping to arrive at Yaoshan Valley in time, and when she arrives at Yaoshan Valley, she will be saved." Su Chongqing said to David. "What? Xiaolan isn't dead?" David was stunned for a moment, and then a burst of spiritual power was injected into Xiaolan's body. Soon, David found that Xiaolan was indeed not dead, and her heart was still beating weakly. David broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for Su Chongqing, he would have buried Xiaolan himself. When he checked Xiaolan just now, the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, and he did not check carefully, which almost made a big mistake. "Elder Su, it is your duty to lead the way." After David finished speaking, he immediately said to Lin Tianhu, "Lin Tianhu, you drive, we will go to Yaoshan Valley immediately." "Brother Chen, Yao Shengge doesn't allow outsiders to come and go at will, you should explain a few words, take my car and go." Su Chongqing explained. David nodded and told Lin Tianhu and the others to go back to Horendal. After seeing Sonia and the others, he would tell Sonia his whereabouts to avoid her worrying. After explaining, David got into Su Chongqing's car with Xiaolan in his arms, and Yudong drove quickly towards Yaoshan Valley. Chapter 779. Southwest Tianluo Pavilion. After Xiahou Dun left Jiangnan, he went directly to Tianluo Pavilion. Since David was protected by Yao Shenggu, it was difficult for him to compete with Yao Shenggu by relying on his strength in Taiyan women. In this way, he would have no way to kill David. His son got revenge, so he came to Tianluo Pavilion and wanted to join forces with Tianluo Pavilion to kill David. Ni Sadeo, the pavilion master of Tianluo Pavilion, heard the news that his most proud disciple was killed by David. His anger continued to rise. This was his most proud disciple. Ni Sadeo had no children and no daughters. He taught it to Ningyu, and even gave Ningyu the sword of punishment, so that Ningyu could take over Tianluo Pavilion in the future. But now that Ningyu was killed, all Ni Sadeo's efforts were wasted, which made Ni Sadeo's heart tremble. Tianluo Pavilion is also well known in the southwest. No one does not know the reputation of Tianluo Pavilion, but now Ni Sadeo's most proud disciple has been killed. It's like a bomb exploded in the entire southwest. On Ni Sadeo's body, they all wanted to see what Ni Sadeo would do. "David, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Ni Sadeo was full of anger, and smashed the table in front of him with one palm. The surrounding Tianluo Pavilion disciples were also filled with righteous indignation. Throughout the southwest, Tianluo Pavilion was used to being arrogant and had never been bullied like this. Seeing Ni Sadeo's full body of anger, Xiahou Dun smiled in his heart, and then said, "Gate Master Ni, it's not difficult to kill David, although that kid has some skills and beheaded Qin Xiaolin, but if I kill him, it's as easy as the palm of your hand, not to mention Pavilion Master and I's shot. But now that kid has been taken away by the people of Yaoshan Valley, it is estimated that he has gone to hide in Yaoshan Valley. We want to kill him now, it is difficult. So what if he hides in Medicine God Valley, kills people to pay for his life and debts? Even if he hides in Medicine God Valley, I will definitely kill him. Ni Sadeo's eyes were full of anger, and at this moment, he didn't care about the Medicine God Valley or the Medicine God Valley. Master Ni, that David killed my son, and now he killed your most proud disciple. My Tian woman is willing to join you in Tianluo Pavilion to kill Yao Shengu and take David's life. Xiahou Dun said excitedly. Now that the two have joined forces, they can fight with the Yao Shengu. He doesn't believe in the Yao Shengu. He will fight with them for the sake of a David. Okay, we can't be too late, you go to prepare immediately. I'm also gathering some people from other sects to find the dignitaries in the Medicine God Valley. Ni Sadeo nodded. Ni Sadeo knew that Yao Shengu was not a soft persimmon, so he had to arrange more people to put pressure on Yao Shengu. Xiahou Dun nodded, and hurriedly left Tianluo Pavilion to prepare staff. At this moment, David and the others have arrived at the foot of a big mountain. If you want to go to Yaoshan Valley, you can only take this rugged mountain road, and there are some mountains and forests around this road, among which there are many beasts and poisonous insects, and there will be poisonous miasmas from time to time. Appeared, so ordinary people rarely come here. After getting out of the car, Yudong parked the car aside and took out a black hood. Mr. Chen, according to our Yaoshan Valley's rules, outsiders must cover their eyes when entering Yaoshan Valley. Yudong politely followed David and said. David hugged Xiaolan and nodded slightly. Since people have this rule, David can't help but follow it. In fact, this headgear is useless to David at all. Now David only needs to emit a little consciousness to detect the distance of dozens of meters around, and he can't see it with his eyes at all. Chapter 780. Just when Yudong was about to put a hood on David, Su Chongqing reached out and stopped him. You don't need to wear it. Brother Chen is not an outsider. After knowing the way, Brother Chen can come here often. Su Chongqing's words were very close, which warmed David's heart. Seeing that Su Chongqing had said so, Yudong put away the hood. A few people walked towards the mountain, surrounded by towering trees. There was only a sheep intestine path in the middle of the trees, but the sheep intestine path was very bright, and it was obvious that many people walked through it. Although the road is rough, for David and the others, it is nothing at all, but for ordinary people, it is insurmountable here. After walking for a full day and night, Su Chongqing gave Xiaolan another life-sustaining pill, while David continued to send spiritual power to Xiaolan to maintain Xiaolan's life. Brother Chen, Medicine God Valley is here. Su Chongqing pointed and said. David looked at it and found that the front was just foggy, and he couldn't see anything at all. However, when David's consciousness dissipated, he immediately realized that there was indeed a Taniguchi in front, and there were 4 people standing guard at Taniguchi. Guard. This kind of place, even if no one is guarding it, if there is no people in Yaoshan Valley to lead the way, I am afraid that it will not be found, just like a paradise. Sure enough, it's a good place, but this fog is a bit redundant. David said, with a flick of his finger, a spiritual force instantly hit a large stone on the side. Suddenly the stone flashed 3 times, and the fog in front of him dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared without a trace. The Taniguchi of Medicine God Valley was revealed. After seeing Su Chongqing, the 4 people standing guard at the entrance hurriedly threw them over and knelt down on one knee, welcomed the first elder back to the valley. It's true that Su Chongqing didn't look at the 4 people at the moment, but looked at David in surprise. Brother Chen, how do you know where our Yao Shengu formation eye is? Su Chongqing asked in surprise. The lowest level psychedelic formation is arranged here. As long as you find the eye of the formation, this formation can be easily broken. There is no difficulty. David said lightly. For David, this lowest level formation is really a pediatrics. Although David said it was easy, but in Su Chongqing's view, he felt very incredible. David's strength is not bad, he can make alchemy, and now he can understand the formation method. This is simply a wizard. This simple formation was created by me at the beginning of Yao Shengu's establishment. Those of us only know how to turn it on and off, but we don't understand the mystery of these formations. It seems that I will follow Brother Chen more in the future. Learned. What Su Chongqing said was very sincere, without the slightest pretense. Elder Su is very polite. David felt a little flattered. After all, with such a strength as Su Chongqing, many people were arrogant. How could they say such a thing? The 4 disciples of Yao Shengu all glanced at David in surprise. They couldn't believe that their great elder was so polite to a young hairy boy. Although they were puzzled, no one dared to say anything. They were watching the gate in Yao Shengu. They were not even qualified to talk to Su Chongqing, let alone Su Chongqing. Respectfully. Elder, Mr. Chen, we've traveled so long, let's go into the valley to talk. Yudong said. Yes, Xianjingu, I will gather other people to discuss together and see how to heal this girl's injury. Su Chongqing nodded hastily. David hugged Xiaolan and walked into the Medicine God Valley with Su Chongqing and Yudong. Chapter 781. Entering the valley, David found that the entire valley was very wide, and there were dense buildings in it. Compared with the Miao village, it was many times bigger. However, what makes David strange is that there are still many ordinary people in Yaoshan Valley who are constantly shuttled, and many children are playing and playing. Not everyone is a martial artist, and not everyone can make alchemy. Looking at David's puzzled expression, Su Chongqing explained, Brother Chen, there are tens of thousands of people in our Medicine God Valley, but not everyone is trained in martial arts, and not everyone can refine alchemy. It's like a big village. Later, Su Chongqing followed David to talk about the history of Yao Shengu. David realized that Yao Shengu was not as mysterious and terrifying as the rumors from the outside world. In fact, Yao Shengu used to be some villagers who escaped from the war and found this valley, so they settled down here and lived a life of indifference. Although it is hidden here, it is not that there is no contact with the outside world at all. Gradually, there will be some martial arts masters who are tired of the secular world, and some Taoists who are devoted to cultivation, also find this place and live. Soon, some of the people here learn to practice martial arts, and some of them learn Taoism, and the formation in the Valley of Medicine God, which was laid during that period, has gone through hundreds of years. 100 years ago, an old man came to the valley. The old man was skilled in medicine. He could exorcise the diseases of the people in the valley. Soon, many people followed the old man to learn medicine and alchemy. Slowly, many talented people also learned excellent medical skills and alchemy, and the life of the people in Medicine God Valley has also been extended a lot. In the end, the old man said that he was going to retreat, and there was no trace. Now no one knows whether the old man is dead or alive, and the name of the Medicine God Valley has also started at that time. After the disappearance of the old man, people in the valley continued to go outside to see a doctor and make alchemy, earn some supplies, and some people tasted the sweetness of the flowery world outside and chose to stay outside to enjoy the glory and wealth. Gradually, people in the outside world called this valley the Valley of the Gods of Medicine, and the people in the valley followed suit. This Valley of Gods of Medicine was not a deliberate name. Mr. Chen, the rules in our valley, the reason why outsiders are not allowed to easily come in is because they are afraid that after those people know that Yao Shengu is not so mysterious, they will fight the idea of Yao Shengu. At that time, these people in the valley will suffer. Yudong explained with David. David nodded. There are so many ordinary people in Yaoshan Valley, and many people know that there are many elixir here. If they really have evil intentions, the people in the valley will really suffer. People's hearts are unpredictable. In the face of huge interests, many people will lose their minds, especially those so-called warriors, whose desire for strength exceeds anyone else's. Su Chongqing led David and the others toward a great hall in the center of the valley. The great hall was built of bluestone. It was very large, more than 20 meters high. Going all the way to the entrance of the main hall, Yudong stopped. Mr. Chen, you go in with the first elder. This is the sect of medicine, only the elders can enter, I will wait outside. David nodded, followed Su Chongqing into the sect of medicine, and saw smoke lingering in the hall, surrounded by a lot of aromatherapy stoves smoking. The smoke had a faint herbal smell, but after smelling it, it's quite refreshing. In the middle of the hall, there was a copper cauldron that was as tall as a person. The cauldron was still steaming hot, and several people were constantly adding various medicinal materials to it. Chapter 782. When several people saw Su Chongqing coming back, they hurriedly put down their work and all came over to welcome him. "Elder, have you invited the expert you said? If you can help us develop the earth-level medicine pill, the owner of the valley will definitely be happy," one of the old men in black robes asked. This person is also the elder of Yao Shenggu, the third in the ranking, and there is no one below the elder who can appear here. "Three elders, let's see how we can save this girl." Su Chongqing flashed away, and David appeared in front of several people with Xiaolan in his arms. Several elders were stunned and looked at David in surprise. "Elder, this is the sect of medicine. No one can come in except us and the owner of the valley. How can you bring outsiders in?" "Don't say this for now, I'll explain to you later. Let's see if I can save this girl," Su Chongqing said anxiously. He knew that as long as Xiaolan was rescued, David would owe Yao Shenggu a favor. In this case, if David was asked to help Yao Shenggu refine the medicine, David would be embarrassed to refuse. Several elders didn't say anything when they saw Su Chongqing like that, and looked at Xiaolan in David's arms together. An old man with a pale face took Xiaolan's pulse, and then shook his head with an ugly face. "This girl's internal organs have been severely injured, and it is not easy to save her life. If I guessed correctly, you gave this girl something to eat. Life extension pill, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to survive until now." David listened to the old man's words, his face condensed. He has been using his spiritual power to maintain Xiaolan's life, although David also understands medical skills, and his medical skills are very good, but a clever woman can't beat the rice without rice, and now David's dantian is inside the lack of spiritual power. He wants to save Xiaolan, unless he returns to his peak state. Although the spiritual chi of Medicine God Valley is relatively full at the moment, it is meaningless to David. These spiritual chi is sucked into the body, like a stone sinking into the sea. "Second elder, where is the owner of the valley?" "The owner of the valley does not have a heaven-returning pill, which can bring people back to life. If this girl eats it, she will definitely be saved," Su Chongqing asked the old man with a pale face. "Elder, you don't have a fever, right?" The second elder was stunned. "Then Tian Dan is the treasure of the valley owner. You let the valley owner eat it for this irrelevant woman? Is it possible? Why is it irrelevant? This girl is Brother Chen's friend, and Brother Chen is the expert I found who can make earth-level pills." Su Chongqing pointed at David. "Brother Chen not only the strength is superior, he can kill Wuzong, and he has superb alchemy skills, and he can refine earth-level medicinal pills. The most important thing is the formation method that Brother Chen still understands." After hearing Su Chongqing's words, several elders looked at David in surprise, as if they had seen aliens. "Elder, you're not kidding us, are you? This kid is only 20 years old, and the lanugo hasn't fallen off. We may be as good as you said. Even if he alchemy from his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to cultivate the earth. Tear pills." The three elders were full of disbelief. "The third elder is right, this kid is so young, how could he have mastered the earth-level medicine pill, and his strength is as powerful as you said. This kid and this girl shouldn't be your relatives, you are the only one. Did you say that on purpose?" The second elder also looked at Su Chongqing in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, I asked Brother Chen to train you an earth-level pill on the spot. I, Su Chongqing, have lied for so many years." Seeing that these people didn't believe in him, Su Chongqing was furious. "Elder Su," David hurriedly stopped Su Chongqing. "I'm sorry, I can't practice the level promise you said. I can only practice some ordinary big return pills, small return pills and so on." Chapter 783. David didn't have the ability to practice the earth-level pills. At that time, Su Chongqing saw the Shisui pills he had taken, and thought he had practiced them himself. In fact, Longwu gave it to David. Although he obtained the Shenong Ding, David has not used it yet, so he does not know if he can practice the pill. "Ha ha ha, great elder, see if you don't see it, this kid has admitted it himself. How could he possibly have mastered the earth-level medicine pill at his age, and even the other 2 points you said are exaggerated, he was able to kill Wu Zong. Can you still see the formation? You should be helping him from behind, right? The 3 elders laughed. Su Chongqing was speechless. He glanced at the other elders and said, "Are you guys not believing me?" Su Chongqing's face was ugly, obviously angry. When several people saw Su Chongqing getting angry, they all kept their mouths shut. After all, Su Chongqing was the great elder. When the Valley Master was away, Su Chongqing had the final say. "Elder, don't be angry, even if what you said is true, there is no way to save the girl now. The owner of the valley has been out for 2 days, and it is estimated that he will be back in 2 days." The second elder said. "Do you know where the Valley Master went?" Su Chongqing was stunned. When he left, the Valley Master was still there, but now he has left. Then who knows, we don't dare to ask. The owner of the valley just explained that we should make alchemy at home. The second elder shook his head. This time, Su Chongqing was in a dilemma. The Valley Master was not there. The few of them did not have the ability to cure Xiaolan, so they could only wait for the Valley Master to come back. "Brother Chen, I'm so sorry, the owner of the valley is not here, you can only wait here for 2 days, you put this girl here first, although I can't cure her now, but I can guarantee that within the next few days, this girl will be fine." Su Chongqing looked at David apologetically and said. David calculated the time, there were still a few days left on July 15th, and it would be fine to wear it in Yaoshan Valley for 2 days, so he nodded. Su Chongqing hurriedly took David and put Xiaolan in the room next to the sect of medicine. The whole room was filled with a strong herbal smell. After Xiaolan was settled, Su Chongqing asked Yu Dong to take David to rest. Su Chongqing found David a room very close to the sect of medicine, so that he could see Xiaolan. Seeing Su Chongqing being so respectful to David, the other elders were all puzzled, and until now they didn't believe that David had the skills Su Chongqing said. After staying in Yaoshan Valley, Yu Dong brought 3 meals a day to David, and David didn't leave the house. After all, he was an outsider. If he wandered in Yaoshan Valley rashly, he was afraid of causing misunderstandings. But he was bored in the room by himself. David remembered the Shenong Ding, so he took out the Shenong Ding and punched it with spiritual power, and the size of the Shenong Ding instantly increased. Looking at the tall Shenong Ding, David jumped up and sat directly inside the Shenong Ding. A large amount of spiritual energy emerged from Shenong Ding, and was quickly sucked into the body by David. After a night, the sky was just getting bright, and suddenly a dazzling strong light shone on the entire valley bottom of Yaoshan Valley, and then the strong light dimmed, and finally disappeared. Everyone in Yaoshengu was wondering what the bright light was just now. In David's room, David looked at his body and felt the surging spiritual power in his dantian. David was so excited that he almost jumped up. Breakthrough, I finally broke through a small realm. David clenched his fist slightly, and after opening the window, he swung towards a boulder that weighed 1,000 jin on a mountain not far away. Rumbling. The boulder was smashed to pieces, and the entire Yaoshan Valley was shaken, as if there was an earthquake, and the scattered stone chips almost covered the entire Yaoshan Valley. Chapter 784. What's the matter? Is it going to rain? It's flashing and thundering again. Is there an earthquake? The house is about to collapse. It's raining stones, and it smashed my head into a bag. Everyone in Yaoshenga got up and gathered to discuss. David was stunned when he saw his fist. With a small increase in realm, the power has increased so much? It's incredible. David didn't even think that after raising a small realm, his strength actually improved a lot. Today's David, when he encounters that Xiahou Dun, can almost reach the point of killing him with one sword. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in David's hand, and the dragon-slaying sword hummed, as if congratulating David. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and David hurriedly put away the dragon-slaying sword and Shenong Ding. David opened the door and found that Yu Dong was standing at the door. "Mr. Chen, you've been here for 2 days, aren't you too bored? I'll take you out for a walk," Yu Dong said to David. Didn't Elder Su say that I am an outsider and can't walk around in Medicine God Valley, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble? David was a guest. Since Su Chongqing said so, David didn't break the rules of others. After all, Su Chongqing was kind to David. Don't worry, no one will recognize you. With that said, Yu Dong took out a hat and a pair of sunglasses. Mr. Chen puts these on, no one can recognize them. I just happened to show Mr. Chen the magic of my Medicine God Valley. Hearing what Yu Dong said, David was also curious about what Yu Dong said was magical, so he put on his hat and sunglasses and followed Yu Dong out of the room. The two had breakfast, and many people greeted Yu Dong on the road, but no one paid attention to David. Yu Dong took David to the depths of Yaoshan Valley. With the continuous deepening, there were fewer and fewer ordinary people. At the back, there were some martial artists who exuded aura, and their strengths were high and low. These warriors are also polite when they see Yu Dong, which shows that Yu Dong's status in Yaoshan Valley is not low. After walking for a while, it was difficult to see people. At this time, the valley had not yet reached the end. At a glance, it seemed that there were endless roads behind, but the peaks on both sides seemed to look exactly the same. It's like being reflected in a mirror. Mr. Chen, no one has ever come to the end of this road, and no one knows where the end is. I once walked curiously for a day and a night, but I found that there is still an endless number ahead. Yu Dong pointed to the road ahead and said, "There is no end? How can there be such a place?" David felt a little weird. "Mr. Chen, if you don't believe me, I'll show you around for a while." With that said, Yu Dong condensed his energy under his feet, and his speed instantly increased. Seeing this, David immediately followed suit. At this time, the speed of the two is already extremely fast. If this is seen by ordinary people on a crowded road, it is estimated that they will be stunned. In this way, the two ran for an hour. Yu Dong stopped, his forehead was covered in sweat, and he was out of breath. David's face was not blushing and his heart was not beating, and he looked at the road in front of him strangely. It stands to reason that at such a speed, they have now traveled nearly 100 miles, but David found that the scene in front of him seemed to have not changed. But he clearly felt that he was moving forward, not standing still. "Mr. Chen, did I lie to you? Let's see if it's not over yet." Yu Dong panted and followed David. David did not speak, but frowned slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 785. The consciousness spread instantly, and David planned to use his consciousness to inquire about it first to see what was going on. However, David's consciousness had just been released. As if he had caught a glimpse of an invisible wall, it bounced back in an instant, and could not be released at all. David opened his eyes and looked at the place a few meters in front of him. Whoever stretched out his hands, constantly groping for something in the air. "Mr. Chen, what are you doing?" Yu Dong was very puzzled by David's behavior and couldn't help asking. "Blindfolded, we have been running for so long, but we have never left here at all. That's why we see exactly the same peaks on both sides of the road." David's hands emitted a faint red light, and under the illumination of the red light, a wall that seemed to be invisible, like ripples on the water surface, appeared in front of David and them. Could it be that someone set up a formation here to prevent others from going into the valley? Yu Dong said with a little understanding. "It should be, but I haven't found where the eye of this formation is, how to break this formation." David nodded. "Is there anything that can't be done in the depths of this valley? Why do you want to set up a formation?" Yu Dong was very puzzled. "I don't know. Now we can only really enter the depths of the valley by passing through this wall." The red light on David's hand became stronger and stronger, and the wall became more and more clear. Yu Dong stepped forward and lightly touched the glass-like wall, but as soon as Yu Dong stretched out his hand, his arm passed through the wall, and then Yu Dong walked over directly. This surprised Yu Dong. "Mr. Chen, didn't I come through here? It's nothing special." David shook his head. "You didn't go through it, now you walk forward, it's still the same scene. If you really pass through this wall, the place you reach should be a different scene. You don't understand this, and I can't discuss it in detail. You explain. This is like a three-dimensional and four-dimensional space. Passing through this wall is equivalent to entering another space." "Space portal?" Yu Dong blurted out. "Mr. Chen, although I know that some formations are very strange, but what you said is too outrageous. How could there be such a formation? Yudong didn't believe it at all, but at this time David was not talking, but slowly pushed his hand towards the wall. Slowly, David's arm passed through, and in Yudong's eyes at this moment, David suddenly lost his arms. Yudong's eyes widened. Mr. Chen, your arm, why is your arm missing? David looked at his body, not only did not panic, but said happily, I seem to know how to pass through. Immediately afterwards, David's body rushed forward, and then David personally appeared in another space, and the scene on both sides changed a lot in an instant. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. At this time, Yudong suddenly found that David was gone, so he shouted anxiously. You're waiting for me here, I'll take a look first. David's voice came, but David could not be seen at all. At this time, Yudong only believed what David said. Is this the so-called enchantment? David looked at the scene on both sides and remembered that Irvin had mentioned this to him. The so-called enchantment is to enclose a place with a formation, but in the eyes of outsiders, it is impossible to find that this place disappears. Speaking of which, the place where David is still in the Medicine God Valley, and there is no other space. The mountains on both sides are still the original mountains, but there have been some changes. The trees on the mountains are denser, and many animals can be seen. Chapter 786. David found that because of the enchantment, it was inaccessible, and it was estimated that there had been no signs of human activity for decades. Many animals were scared to hide when they saw David, who suddenly appeared. David walked slowly along the valley, looking at the peaks on both sides from time to time. Since someone has set up a barrier here, there must be something that you don't want to be seen. David had been walking for more than half an hour. At this time, a straight mountain stood in front of him. This should be the end of Yaoshan Valley, but it is almost impossible to climb out of the valley from this mountain. Standing upright, even a master of Wuzong's strength would not be able to climb the rock. Is there nothing here? David's brows wrinkled slightly, and then his consciousness dispersed, and hundreds of meters in radius were presented in David's mind. Soon, David found a cave on the left side of the mountain more than 10 meters high, but because it was blocked by trees, David did not find it. David exerted a little force under his feet, and jumped to the entrance of the cave. The entrance was so small that only one person could enter. In order to prevent accidents, David used his spiritual sense to explore the cave and found nothing. I didn't feel any breath, there was no living thing in the cave, and there was no spiritual energy emitting from the cave, which proved that there were no treasures, but since he had come, David decided to go in and have a look. Slowly stretched out his right hand, a mass of flames beat in David's palm, and all of a sudden the entrance of the cave was very bright. David walked into the cave and saw that the cave was very dark and damp, the stone walls were still full of moss, and irregular stones were piled up everywhere. It was obvious that someone had lived here. With the light of the flame, David slowly wanted to go inside. After walking for more than 20 meters, the cave began to dry out, and then the front suddenly opened up, and a hall of dozens of square meters appeared. There is also a table in the middle of the hall. There are candles on the table, but the candles have long been extinguished. Looking at the side of the hall, there are some daily necessities, but these things are covered with thick dust. When David shifted his gaze to the other side, David was taken aback and saw a thin, wrinkled old man sitting cross-legged on a stone bench. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, motionless, and his gray beard was half a meter long, but the old man was also covered with dust, apparently he hadn't moved for a long time. David calmed down and covered the old man with his divine sense. Only then did he find that the old man had long since been breathing. However, looking at the old man's appearance, it was as if he had just sat down, and the whole person was lifelike. In front of the old man, there was a yellow book, which was also full of dust. David blew lightly, the dust on the yellow paper was blown away, and the words on the book were revealed. Supreme Dan Record. David looked at the book in front of him and felt very curious. Could it be the Book of Alchemy? Are all the pills recorded in it? David slowly picked up the yellow paper. But when David's hand just touched the book, suddenly the book ignited a flame, burning the book completely in an instant. David was stunned for a moment, and was immediately annoyed. He thought that he had accidentally ignited this alchemy with the flame on his palm. But just when David was annoyed, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and then countless pills flashed in David's mind. "Young man, you have inherited my supreme pill record, and you need to carry forward my medicine god Valley." An old voice sounded in David's mind, and the voice was full of vicissitudes. Chapter 787. David instinctively looked at the old man in front of him, and at this time, the old man's corpse began to change. The original lifelike corpse began to turn black a little at this moment, and then the whole body shrank, and finally turned into a corpse. A pile of dead bones. At this moment, the cave began to shake, and some stones began to fall, obviously about to collapse. Seeing this, David hurriedly ran out. Just after he ran out of the entrance of the cave, the entire cave was buried. Looking at the buried cave, David was speechless. He just wanted to see what book it was, but didn't think about inheriting the medicine god Valley. It is also necessary to carry forward the medicine god Valley. How can David have the time to manage the medicine god Valley? There are a lot of things that I haven't dealt with yet. But now that Supreme Pill Lu was already in David's mind, it was useless to say anything, he could only take a step by step. Leaping down from the mountain, David began to walk back. Just after walking for a while, I met Yudong, who hurried over. "Mr. Chen." After Yudong saw David, he hurriedly shouted, "Yudong, how did you get in?" David was a little puzzled. How could Yudong come in with the barrier blocking it? "I don't know, I just kept walking like this, and I saw you." Yudong was also full of doubts. David probed with his divine sense and found that the existing wall was no longer there, presumably because he entered the cave. But David didn't say anything, but went back with Yudong. "Mr. Chen, have you found anything here? Will there be treasures?" Yudong is not stupid, he knows that since someone has set up such a big formation in Yaoshan Valley, it must be to protect something and not let people enter casually. "Nothing." David shook his head. Yudong glanced at David, and the thin clothes really couldn't hide anything. Yudong, who was full of doubts, followed David to go back, and before he reached the place where he lived, he met Su Chongsheng, who came in a hurry. "Brother Chen, why did you come out? Our valley owner is back, and we want to see you now." Su Chongsheng was a little surprised when he saw that David came back from outside. "Oh, it's a bit boring to stay there, let Yudong take me out to breathe." David did not betray Yudong, "Let's go." Su Chongsheng didn't think much, and walked towards the sect of medicine with David. "Brother Chen, our valley master has a weird personality. He is a real practitioner, and his alchemy technique is also pure and pure. When you meet him, don't be impatient, keep a low profile, your friend will definitely be saved." Su Chongsheng told David along the way. David just nodded and didn't speak. He didn't know what to say yet. Someone had passed down this medicine god Valley to him. Soon, Su Chongsheng took David into the hall. At this moment, several other elders were kneeling on the ground, and when Su Chongsheng entered the door, he knelt down. "Gu Master, Brother Chen brought." It can be seen that these elders are very afraid of this medicine god Valley master. David looked at the master of Yaoshenga Valley above the main hall, and saw Yaoshengugu had white hair, but his face was very ruddy, his skin was like a baby's, he had a childlike face, and he was wearing a Taoist robe, quite like a fairy. David's brows suddenly wrinkled slightly when he saw the medicine god Valley master for the first time. He could feel the bloody aura from the medicine god Valley master, a very strong bloody aura, even if the medicine god Valley master was working hard to use his breath. Covering up the bloody smell on his body, David still noticed it. Apart from this bloody smell, the aura on the medicine god Valley master actually followed Su Chongsheng and the other elders without the slightest similarity, as if the medicine god Valley master did not belong to this medicine god Valley. Chapter 788. Although everyone cultivates differently, if they belong to the Valley of Medicine Gods, even if they practice different exercises, they will have the same breath. However, the breath of the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley is different from anyone in the valley. David, who felt that something was wrong, exuded spiritual consciousness, and wanted to investigate in depth what kind of cultivation method this Yaoshenga Valley Master was practicing, but just after David's spiritual consciousness was released, it was given to him by an invisible force. After blocking it back, it is obvious that the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley has already noticed it. David and the Medicine God Valley Master looked at each other, neither of them spoke first. "Brother Chen, kneel down, don't kneel down quickly." Su Chongqing was on the side, reminding David in a low voice, but David didn't seem to hear it. After a while, the Medicine God Valley Master waved his hand, "You all get up." A few people who looked for them all stood up, then stepped back and stood on both sides, slightly bowing their heads, and no one dared to look up. "You're the genius who can practice the earth-level pills and cultivate both martial arts and martial arts?" The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley asked slowly. David shook his head, "I can't practice earth-level pills. As for the dual cultivation of martial arts, I only know a little bit of magic, and I'm not really a genius." "Ha ha ha, young people are quite modest," Yao Shenga Valley Master laughed. "Is that girl your girlfriend?" The Master of Medicine God Valley pointed at Xiaolan, who was lying on the side of the hall. "Friend, not girlfriend," David shook his head. "A friend, your friend's internal organs have been severely damaged. You can only save your life with one breath. You may die at any time. Now I have a way to save your friend's life, but I heard that you have a treasure cauldron on your body. Can you let me pass it?" The Master of Medicine God Valley said directly. David glanced at Su Chongqing. Obviously this was what Su Chongqing told the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley. Su Chongqing hurriedly explained, "Brother Chen, our Valley Master has come to study the copper cauldron quickly. After all, the copper cauldron is indispensable for refining medicine pills. Just let our Valley Master show you whether it is a good thing." After hearing this, David could only take out the Shenongding, a Shenongding the size of a palm, and put it in David's hand, which immediately caused several other elders to laugh. "I've never seen such a small copper tripod before. Where is this copper tripod? It's clearly an incense burner. I think the incense burner is bigger than this. What can this copper tripod do?" Several elders couldn't help laughing. But at the moment when David took out the Shenongding, the owner of the Medicine God Valley stood up directly from the chair, his eyes were hot. But soon, Yao Shenga Valley Master returned to normal, sat back again, and said to David, "Little brother, your copper tripod is quite delicate, I don't know where you got it from." "A gift from a friend," David said lightly. The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley nodded, "I will save your friend's life, you can rest assured, stay in Medicine God Valley for 2 days, then your friend will recover." David heard that Xiaolan could be saved, but there was no expression on his face, as if Xiaolan's life had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Su Chongqing hurriedly stepped forward, "Gu Master, I thank the Valley Master on behalf of Brother Chen. Elder Su, take this little brother down, let's have dinner together at noon." The Master of Medicine God Valley waved his hand. Su Chongqing nodded, and then said to David, "Brother Chen, let's go, since the owner of the valley agreed, your friend must be saved." David glanced at Xiaolan, who was lying on one side, and followed Su Chongqing out of the hall. After walking out of the hall, Su Chongqing saw that David's expression was a little wrong, so he asked, "Brother Chen, don't you believe our Valley Master? Our Valley Master is very powerful. He said that if he can save your friend, he will definitely save." Chapter 789. Elder Su, have you, the owner of the valley, been living in the valley all the time? David asked Su Chongqing thoughtfully. Of course, for the past 30 years, the owner of the valley has been living in the valley, but sometimes he will go out of the valley. Su Chongqing returned to the road. 30 years? David was taken aback. Didn't your valley owners grow up in this valley? Su Chongqing shook his head. Our Valley Master came to Yaoshan Valley 30 years ago. At that time, our old Valley Master happened to be missing, and the group of dragons had no leader. After the Valley Master arrived, he used his own alchemy and Taoism to let everyone. I am convinced, especially since the owner of the valley has refined the longevity pill. Every time one eats a longevity pill, it can prolong his life by 3 to 5 years. However, the raw materials of this longevity pill are too scarce, and the valley owner will occasionally give it to us. Eat one, so we recommend him to be the owner of the valley. Hearing Su Chongqing's explanation, David suddenly realized that this valley owner was a monk halfway through. It is no wonder that David felt a different aura from the Yaoshan Valley owner just now. But at this moment, David still can't figure out the strong bloody smell on the Yaoshenga Valley Master. Could it be that the Yaoshenga Valley Master went to kill? And with such a strong bloody smell, it is absolutely impossible to kill a person. David can't figure it out. Why did the incompetent Yaoshenga Valley Master want to kill? David couldn't figure it out, so he didn't even think about it. But just after he took out the Shenong Ding, the Yaoshenga Valley Master's reaction was obviously to know that he was holding the Shenong Ding, and the heat in his eyes, obviously with desire. David always felt that there was something wrong with the Master of Medicine God Valley, and the meal at noon was likely to be the Hongmen banquet. As the so-called wealth is not revealed, he showed the Shenong Ding himself. It is difficult for people who know the value of the Shenong Ding to not show their desires. However, Xiaolan was still lying in the sect of medicine, and David couldn't walk away, so he planned to check the situation. At noon, in a huge restaurant in Yaoshengu, several elders and the owner of Yaoshengu were all there, and only David was an outsider. In front of everyone, there was a small porcelain plate with a bright red medicinal pill on it. "Brother Chen, this is the longevity pill I told you. Our valley owner is really kind to you. He even invited you to eat the longevity pill. It's hard for us to eat it." Su Chongqing sat next to David and whispered to David. The other elders looked at the Zhengshou pill in front of them, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to swallow it. After all, the desire for life is something everyone has. Who doesn't want to live longer? Even if they have now reached the realm of Wuzong, even if they can refine their worries and save lives, but no one can stop the pace of time, they will still grow old and die of old age. Now a longevity pill can increase the lifespan of 3 to 5 years. If this is taken to the outside world, I am afraid that the top rich will buy it when they go bankrupt. "Okay, let's eat." The Master of Medicine God Valley spoke, and several elders couldn't wait to eat the Zhengshou pill, and Su Chongqing also threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. However, David picked up the Zhengshou pill in front of him, but did not eat it. A ray of spiritual power was injected into the Zhengshou pill, and then a thick bloody smell came out instantly. David's face changed, and his brows were wrinkled, because at this moment David's mind instantly appeared in the material for refining the longevity pill. This longevity pill is not made from precious herbs, but the human heart, made from the beating hearts of living people, and these people must be babies under 6 months old. Use the baby's heart to refine medicine pills and increase your lifespan. Chapter 790. David gritted his teeth. This kind of alchemy technique is no different from those evil cultivators. Maybe this medicine god valley owner is an evil cultivator. David's eyes slowly looked at the valley master of the medicine god valley, and this guy really had a good plan. Yao Shengge has a good reputation for saving lives and helping the wounded outside, but no one would have thought that the owner of the Yao Shengge with such a good reputation is an evil cultivator who uses a baby's heart to refine medicine pills. This guy is taking advantage of this. He stayed for 30 years, and I don't know how many babies he killed. Unconsciously, David showed murderous aura, and the atmosphere in the entire restaurant suddenly condensed. "Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? This longevity pill is a good thing." Seeing the murderous aura rising from David's body and staring at the valley master of medicine god valley, Su Chongqing asked in a low voice. "Good thing?" David snorted coldly, and then squeezed Zhengshou Dan, and instantly the room was filled with a thick bloody smell. "Boy, you are so unreasonable. If you don't eat this longevity pill, you can give it to us and waste it like this. It's a pity." The third elder was furious and stood up and accused David. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Su Chongqing frowned. "What to do? I don't dare to say this kind of medicinal pill made from a baby's heart. Even if it can increase one's lifespan by 100 years, so what? I'm afraid of being punished by God." David's face was gloomy. Hearing David's words, everyone was stunned, but the medicine god valley master's eyes narrowed slightly, and the breath on his body began to rise. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is not the first time we have eaten this longevity pill. How could it be made from a baby's heart? How could our valley master use the means of evil cultivation to refine the pill? The second elder clapped the table and got up, roaring at David. The other elders also got up and accused David. At this time, Su Changsheng's expression also changed slightly. Brother Chen, our valley master has been in Medicine God Valley for 30 years, and countless people have been saved by his hands. You can't slander our valley master. Did I slander him? David smiled coldly, and then squeezed the magic with both hands, and a golden light suddenly appeared, shining towards the valley master of the medicine god. Today I will let you take a good look, your valley master. Is it an evil cultivator? Bold, dare to take the initiative to our gu. Seeing this, several elders suddenly shot at David. Several elders are all Wuzong, and their strength is strong. David alone cannot withstand the attacks of several elders. The immortals who can cure millions of people can be treated, and those who are good at curing diseases should not be bullied. Lumo is happy to Chang'an City, and make people live as long as the Queen Mother of the West. Just when several elders attacked David, David suddenly said a few words, but it was these few words that instantly made several elders stop and stay on the spot. And that Su Changsheng looked at David excitedly. Brother Chen, you said, who told you these words? These are the first few sentences of the Supreme Pill record. Isn't it also the purpose of your Medicine God Valley? David said slowly. Hearing the words Supreme Pill Lu, Su Changsheng became even more excited, and grabbed David's collar with both hands. How do you know that Supreme Pill Lu? Lord? Where is he? David was about to explain with Su Changsheng, but he felt a strong wind blowing, and the valley master of medicine god started to attack David. The terrifying energy came in an instant, which directly caught David by surprise. But when the energy reached David's face, Su Changsheng on the side waved abruptly, and a barrier appeared, blocking the energy. Elder Su, do you want to rebel? The valley master of medicine god Valley frowned and glared at Su Changsheng. Chapter 791. Gu Master, since Brother Chen knows the Supreme Pill record, he must have met the old master. We just want to know where the old master is now. Su Changsheng explained. Now I am your valley owner, I now order you to kill this guy. Yao Shenga valley master stared and ordered loudly. After Su Changsheng listened, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, and the other elders did not do anything. Seeing that several elders didn't do anything, the Yao Shenga valley master suddenly became furious. You BA5 tards, I have raised you for 30 years and gave you life-enhancing pills, but you didn't obey my orders for that old thing, and I will kill you all. The Yao Shenga valley master was furious, his clothes suddenly had no wind, and the whole room began to shake. Get out and talk about it. Seeing that the house was about to collapse, David hurried out. Seeing this, Su Changsheng and other hurried elders also ran out in a hurry. Rumbling. Just as David and the others ran out, the house collapsed directly, and the master of medicine god Valley was suspended in midair. Elder Su, I'll give you another chance to kill this David, this is an order. The valley master of medicine god Valley looked down at Su Changsheng, and ordered with cold eyes. Elder Su, if you believe me, just stand by and watch. Your current valley owner is an evil cultivator, and the longevity pill is made from the heart of a baby. It was passed on to me, and now no one knows about the entire contents of the Supreme Pill record except me, and when I destroy this evil cultivator, I will naturally explain it to you. David said to Su Changsheng with a serious face. Su Changsheng was very embarrassed. He didn't know whether he should believe David, but David could tell the purpose put forward by the old valley owner, and he could tell the Supreme Pill, which was not like lying at all. The owner of the valley in front of him has been together for 30 years, and has not found anything wrong, and from time to time he will give them longevity pills. Boy, you said you know the entire contents of the Supreme Pill record, then tell me what is the most proud pill that our old valley master has devoted himself to developing. At this time, the third elder asked David. Soul gathering and forming pill. David blurted out, this kind of medicinal pill can bring back the dead and concentrate on the soul, even if the body rots, as long as the soul still exists, you can rely on the medicinal pill to gather the soul to train and regenerate a fleshy body. David's words made several elders stunned for a moment, because David was right at all, and he explained it clearly. You must know that this soul-gathering forming pill was developed by the Old Valley owner in his life. Apart from the Old Valley owner, only a few elders of them have heard the Old Valley owner mention it, but the refining method, the Old Valley owner has never told anyone. People mentioned. This time, Su Chongsheng and several elders had to believe it. David must have seen the Old Valley owner, otherwise he would not know about it. Humph, you traitors, the rules in Medicine God Valley, those who don't obey the Valley Master's orders, kill. The Master of Medicine God Valley saw that several elders followed David to ask questions, but they didn't do anything, and suddenly became furious. After he finished speaking, he drew a spell in mid-air with both hands, followed by the chomping method. Immediately, the entire Yaoshan Valley began to rise with fog. At first, there was very little, but when it reached the back, it covered the entire Yaoshan Valley. You must know that this is noon. During this time, it is impossible for mist to rise in Yaoshan Valley. It is obviously the work of the owner of Yaoshan Valley. The thick fog quickly covered the entire valley, making it impossible to see anything. Soon, these mists began to rise upwards, and then a cloud formed in midair. Under the sunlight, the cloud was colorful and beautiful. Chapter 792. Many people in the valley ran out one after another, looking up at this colorful cloud that suddenly appeared in the sky, and some children shouted and laughed. Several elders of Su Chongsheng looked at everything in front of them in shock, and their mouths could not close in surprise. Although they have all reached the realm of Wuzong, they are still very shocked by such a technique that gathers the power of heaven and earth and turns hands into clouds and rains. After all, they don't know anything about formations. The Master of Medicine God Valley was suspended in midair, and against the backdrop of colorful clouds, he looked like a deity descended to the earth. Boy, hand over the Shenong Cauldron and the Supreme Pill Record, I may be able to spare you one. The Master of Medicine God Valley looked at David coldly and said. Shenong Ding. Su Chongsheng and several elders were startled again, and then all looked at David. Brother Chen, is your little copper cauldron a Shenong cauldron? Su Chongsheng asked in disbelief. David nodded, it's Shenong Ding, it seems that your valley owner has long been thinking about my Shenong Ding. Su Chongsheng didn't say anything. The words of the Yaoshenga Valley Master just now were very obvious. This is to tear his face and plan to snatch it. If you have the ability, then take it yourself. David slowly raised his head, looked at the Valley Master of the Medicine God Valley and said. Boy, I have been in Medicine God Valley for 30 years, and I have set up this magic circle, which can communicate with the power of heaven and earth and condense the energy of Yin Sha. Even these elders can't withstand a single blow. Do you still want to resist? Yaoshenga Valley Master said gloomily. Your magic circle is good, but unfortunately it is useless to me. David shook his head. It seems that you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, Yaoshenga Valley Master said, and suddenly urged the law, and then the colorful clouds in the sky began to churn, and then turned into a huge vortex, like a tornado, pressed towards David. When Su Chongsheng and several elders saw this, their expressions changed greatly. Even if they were in the realm of martial sect, they could feel the pressure of this tornado. At this time, David also felt that his body was pressed down by a big mountain, but David's eyes did not have the slightest fear. Su Chongsheng glanced at David strangely, not understanding why David had this expression. They didn't know that in David's eyes, this tornado was a rare cultivation resource. If it was a real tornado, David would have nothing to do, but these are just the yin and evil spirits condensed by the formation, and David's condensing heart can completely absorb these evil spirits. Brother Chen, I will help you stop this attack, but I hope you didn't lie to me. Su Chongsheng said. He waved his hands suddenly, and a breath condensed into a barrier in front of him. Elder Su, hurry up and step back. When David saw that Su Chongsheng wanted to help him block the tornado, how could David agree? A stride forward, David rushed in front of Su Chongsheng, and pushed Su Chongsheng back. This made Su Chongsheng bewildered. David's strength, Su Chongsheng has seen, although he can match those of Wuzong who have just been promoted, but there is still a certain gap with him. Now David actually pushed himself behind and resisted the blow himself. Could it be suicide? But Su Chongsheng did not believe that David would commit suicide. Seeing this scene, the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley in midair said with cold eyes, "Boy, you are too crazy." Rumbling. The tornado formed by the evil spirit roared towards David, a deep ravine was blown out on the ground, and the rocks flew horizontally. Those people in Yaoshenga watched this scene, and their expressions changed greatly. After all, Yaoshenga had never experienced such bad weather for so many years. Chapter 793. Soon, the surrounding houses began to collapse, and some people were even blown into the air. Those people in Yaoshan Valley fled desperately and screamed, but the owner of Yaoshan Valley didn't even mean to stop, and looked at the Yaoshan Valley. Those ordinary people who were torn apart by the tornado and indifferent. Seeing this, Su Chongsheng and several other elders desperately built a barrier to resist the power of the evil spirit tornado, so that the evil spirit tornado would not cause more damage to Yaoshan Valley. David slowly raised his head and looked at the evil tornado in front of him. He was like a tiny ant, but David was not afraid at all, and his whole body slowly radiated golden light. Tall walked straight into the evil spirit tornado. Seeing David's suicidal action, Su Chongsheng was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand, is David seeking death? In the face of such a suffocating tornado, Su Chongsheng didn't dare to resist, but David actually took the initiative to meet him. The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley sneered, "Ha ha ha, boy, there is a way to heaven, you don't want to go, but now you are taking the initiative to die." The Valley Master of Yaoshan Valley laughed wildly, no one could survive in this evil tornado, not even a martial master. Gravels flew all over the sky, and there were deep ravines on the ground. David was standing in the center of the evil tornado at this moment. People outside couldn't see David's appearance clearly, but they knew that David should have been torn apart by this evil tornado long ago. The heart condensation art was running fast. David opened his mouth slowly, and a strong suffocating chi was sucked into David's stomach. The suffocating tornado became smaller and smaller, and its power became smaller and smaller, and finally came to a close. When the smoke and dust fell, David's dusty body was slowly revealed. The evil spirit condensed by the Yaoshenga Valley Master's use of the formation, but at this moment, David's strength has increased a lot. In David's Dantian, spiritual power is abundant, and the whole person is full of power. How can it be? Su Chongsheng and several other elders were immediately stunned. The power of the suffocating tornado was resisted by their elders with all their strength, but David entered the tornado and still survived? How is this possible? David's strength is far less than any of them. How did David do it? This is beyond their cognition and subverts their imagination. The Yaoshenga Valley Master is also a mad face. This terrifying suffocating tornado is powerful, and even Su Chongsheng and the other martial sects dare not resist it, but David, a guy who only has the strength of a great master, even ran into the suffocating tornado, but he didn't do anything at all. Hurt? How is this possible? Yaoshenga Valley Master wants to break his head and can't understand why this is. How did you do it? The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley couldn't help asking in horror. Evil cultivators are evil cultivators after all. The exercises that you think can quickly improve your strength are actually your biggest drawbacks. Just think that this magic array seems to be huge and powerful, but it's just a trick to bluff people. Not worth mentioning in my eyes. David snorted coldly. Isn't it worth mentioning? Yaoshenga Valley Master's eyes narrowed, and two flames suddenly shot out of his eyes. Clouds of black gas emanated from the body of the Yaoshenga Valley Master, and after encountering the flames, these black energy, like gasoline, it burned quickly. The entire body of the Yaoshenga Valley Master was almost surrounded by flames, and the whole person was like a burning man. Fire baby technique. The Master of Medicine God Valley let out a loud shout, and then suddenly burst out fireballs one by one from the flames around him. Chapter 794. Looking closely, these fireballs were showing their teeth and claws, and they turned out to be the heads of babies, and they even made the sound of babies crying. In an instant, dozens of fireballs attacked David, and the cries were so loud that it sounded very infiltrating. Now you should believe it. If it weren't for evil cultivation, how could such a technique be used? The longevity-enhancing pills you have eaten are all made from the hearts of live babies. Come back. David looked back at Su Chongsheng and his elders, and said lightly. Su Chongsheng and several elders' faces became very ugly. They never thought that the so-called longevity pill they ate was actually made from the heart of a baby. Thinking of this, some people began to vomit. If they knew this, they would rather not increase their lifespan, and would never eat this kind of maddening elixir. Brothers, I didn't expect that in the past 30 years, we have been practicing medicine and treating diseases. We pride ourselves on being upright people, but we don't want to commit such sins. We are afraid that the century-old reputation of Medicine God Valley will be ruined. Today, we are desperate to die. I want to kill the person who ruined my reputation in Medicine God Valley. Su Chongsheng said to several elders. After speaking, Su Chongsheng's body aura skyrocketed, and then he jumped up, punching out a burst of energy, directly blowing up a fireball. When the other elders saw this, they also jumped up and threw their fists towards the fireballs. David also took out his own dragon-slaying sword, and the flames on the dragon-slaying sword were burning, much more vigorous than those fireballs. A few sword chi swung out, and several fireballs were exploded in an instant. Facing the attack from David and several elders, the Yaoshenga Valley Master frowned slightly. Without the Guardian formation, the Yaoshenga Valley Master could not be the opponent of David and these elders. At this moment, seeing several people attacking together, the Yaoshenga Valley Master gritted his teeth, and the flames all over his body instantly turned into countless fire rains, and they rushed towards several people. Shoot away! At the same time, Yaoshenga Valley Master's figure quickly retreated, intending to escape from Yaoshenga Valley. Want to escape? How can it be so easy? David jumped, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand swung forward abruptly. The flame on the dragon-slaying sword was like a flamethrower, and it was directly sprayed out, shooting dozens of meters away. The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley felt the strong wind blowing behind him, and hurriedly rolled forward. Although he avoided the blow, a big hole was still burned in his clothes, and he looked very embarrassed. At this moment, Su Chongsheng and the hurried elders had already caught up and surrounded the Master of Medicine God Valley. David stepped forward and pointed at the Master of Medicine God Valley with the dragon-slaying sword, his eyes full of murderous intent. Elder Su, we have worked together for 30 years, and I have made a lot of medicinal pills for you. Are you treating me like this? The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley looked at Su Chongsheng and asked unwillingly. Shut up. Su Chongsheng's face was full of anger. You evil cultivator, borrowing the reputation of my Medicine God Valley, you are actually doing things that hurt the world outside, and you even use a baby's heart to make alchemy. You can do this kind of thing. Let you being the Valley Master of Medicine God is the biggest mistake I have done in my life, and today I will use your blood to pay homage to those undead. Several other elders also glared at the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley. They never imagined that the Valley Master who was admired by several people turned out to be an evil cultivator who used the heart of a baby to make alchemy. After so many years, I don't know how many babies have indirectly died at their hands. Seeing this, the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley gritted his teeth fiercely, and suddenly a black fog appeared between his hands, and the black fog quickly condensed into a ball. Since you want me to die, then we shall perish together. The Master of Medicine God Valley roared. The ball in his hand was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a green light emitting from the ball. Chapter 795. What is this? Su Chongsheng looked at the scene in front of him and asked in a little panic. Seeing this, David suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the ball condensed by the black mist in the hands of the Yaoshenga Valley Master. When David's hand touched the ball, he instantly felt a huge power emanating from the ball. The Master of the Medicine Valley compresses the suffocating energy and reaches a certain critical point. Earth-shattering change. Don't talk about them at that time. I am afraid that the entire Yaoshen Valley will suffer. With the heart concentration technique running, David's palm instantly turned into a vacuum cleaner, and he began to suck the evil energy that was constantly condensing in the ball into his body. The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley was startled, his eyes filled with incredulity. How can you absorb the star Dafa? The voice of the Yaoshenga Valley Master was trembling. David didn't speak, but quickly absorbed the evil spirit from Yaoshenga Valley Master's body. Several elders were shocked when they saw this scene. Although Su Chongsheng had suspected that David would be able to absorb the stars, this time he saw it with his own eyes. Star-sucking Dafa, but the most evil cultivation method, and now David can actually absorb the stars. Doesn't that prove that David is also an evil cultivator? Just when the elders were shocked, Yao Shenga Valley Master felt that the power in his body was rapidly draining, and his frightened body hurriedly retreated, trying to get rid of David. Get him under control. David shouted anxiously. Su Chongsheng and several elders were stunned for a moment, and they didn't take action immediately. They are now beginning to doubt David's identity. Hurry up, don't let him run away, David loudly shouted again. Su Chongsheng gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the shoulder of the Yao Shenga Valley Master, and controlled the Yao Shenga Valley Master who wanted to escape. Several other elders saw that Su Chong was active, and they also followed suit to control the Master of Medicine God Valley. The Valley Master of Medicine God Valley struggled and roared loudly, "You traitors, I am the Valley Master, and I am the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley." Gradually, the Valley Master of the Medicine God Valley became extremely ferocious, his body was shrinking, and his strength to struggle was getting lower and lower. After more than 10 minutes, the body of the Yao Shenga Valley Master had nearly doubled in size, only a skeleton remained, his eyes were wide open, and there was no life left. David only let go at this time, and several elders also let go at the same time. With a thud, the Medicine God Valley Master's body fell down, and then a green pill rolled out from the Medicine God Valley Master's body. The pills exuded bursts of fragrance, and the green color was very beautiful. What is this? David picked up the medicine pill. Hui Tian pill, this is Hui Tian pill. Su Chongsheng saw the pill and said, "Brother Chen, if your friend took this Hui Tian pill, there will be no problem." David looked at it carefully, and from the Hui Tian pill, bursts of life's breath continued to radiate, which surprised David. This time, the Tiandan is so amazing that there is a breath of life exuding, just like a new life born. David injected a ray of divine consciousness back into the Tiandan, and he wanted to know what the Tiandan was made of this time. It's a pity that when David's consciousness entered Hui Tian pill, he could only feel a piece of green oil, like the prairie in the early morning. The breath of life was very strong, and it was impossible to find out what Tian pill was made of this time. Closing his eyes slightly, the Supreme Pill record flashed into David's mind, but unfortunately there is no record of this Tiandan on the Supreme Pill record. David is right when he thinks about it. This Supreme Pill record is only written by the old valley owner of Yao Shengu with his lifelong efforts. How could there be any pills? If so, wouldn't the old valley owner become the king of pills? Chapter 796. David took the Hui Tian pill and planned to give it to Xiaolan, but just as he was walking, he was stopped by other hurried elders. Who the H3LL are you? Why do you attract stars? You are also an evil cultivator who harms others? The second elder asked David with a vigilant look on his face. At this time, Su Chongsheng also asked curiously, "Brother Chen, how can you attract Dafa? You don't look like an evil cultivator." Looking at the vigilant eyes of several elders, David smiled helplessly, "I'm not a star-sucking Dafa, but I have practiced the exercises and can absorb the energy of others. Yin Qi, even poisonous Qi, can be absorbed and refined by my exercises, so just now you will see me breaking into the evil spirit tornado, and you will be safe and sound." After hearing David's explanation, Su Chongsheng and several elders were stunned. They never thought that there is such a practice in the world. This is simply incredible. Brother Chen, you didn't lie to us, did you? How could there be such a practice in the world? What's the name of your practice? Su Chongsheng asked in surprise. Concentrating on the heart, David didn't hide it. Heart condensation technique? Su Chongsheng and several other elders frowned slightly, as if they had never heard of such a practice. After thinking for a moment, Su Chongsheng said, "Brother Chen, I believe in you. If you were an evil cultivator, you wouldn't have destroyed that longevity pill just now." When it comes to Xing Shou Dan, the expressions of several elders changed, and they bowed their heads in shame. They ate all the medicine pills made with the heart of a baby, and this kind of evil will always trouble them, so it will be more difficult for a few people to practice in the future. David glanced at a few elders, and said slowly, "To live by evil, you can only atone for your sins through your own efforts. I hope you can treat more people in the future and alleviate your own evil." After David finished speaking, he walked towards the sect of medicine, preparing to give Xiaolan the Huitian pill to eat. After listening to David's words, Su Chongxing nodded slightly. "Yes, since we already have evil obstacles, we must work hard to atone for our sins. After today, I plan to go out of the valley, and I will never come back without saving 10,000 people." After listening to the other elders, they all said that they would also go out of the valley to rescue ordinary people who were suffering. The elders of Medicine God Valley like them are usually pampered and well-placed. They only develop medicinal pills in the valley. They rarely go out to save people. Even if someone in the outside world asks for Medicine God Valley, it is only other medicine masters from Medicine God Valley. Won't start. Now everyone has evil obstacles on their bodies, so they plan to go out of the valley and forgive their sins with practical actions. Su Chongxing and several elders caught up with David, and then Su Chongxing asked David, "Brother Chen, I don't know if you can tell me, how did you meet our old valley owner? How did the Lord pass it on to you?" David told Su Chongxing and several elders what happened, without any reservations. When he heard that the old valley owner had already sat down and was in the valley, the expressions of the elders instantly became sad. Su Chongxing hurriedly sent someone to find Yudong and asked what happened, to see if what David said was true. Yudong was so frightened that he was in a cold sweat when he saw Su Chongxing inquiring about the deep valley. Seeing Yudong's nervous appearance, Su Chongxing explained it. Yudong dared to open his mouth, and told what happened, and followed David to say it was not bad. Su Chongxing and the other elders were convinced that the owner of the valley passed the position of the owner of the Medicine God Valley to David, and let David carry forward the Medicine God Valley. Chapter 797. Suddenly, Su Chongxing and several elders knelt down towards David, and they all said in unison, "Welcome to Master Chingu." David was startled, and several elders helped Su Chongxing up. He didn't want to be a valley owner, and he didn't have time to stay in Medicine God Valley. On the other hand, Yudong was dumbfounded and didn't understand what happened. How could David become the valley master of Medicine God Valley in just a few days? "Chen," Su Chongxing opened his mouth and was about to call Brother Chen when he suddenly realized that something was wrong, so he hurriedly changed his words. "Gu Master, since the old Gu Master passed the Supreme Pill record to you, let you carry forward the Medicine God Valley. That is to pass on the position of Valley Master to you, and you will be the Valley Master of our Yaoshan Valley in the future. Regardless of your strength and courage, you are capable of being the Valley Master." "Elder Su, I can't be the owner of this valley. I still have my own affairs to deal with. There's no way I can stay in Medicine God Valley." David shied away helplessly. "Valley Master, since it is the last wish of the old Valley Master, we must obey. You are the Valley Master, and you don't have to stay in Medicine God Valley. There are no regulations in Medicine God Valley, and the Valley Master must stay in the valley." Su Chongxing knew that David had other things, and it was unrealistic for him to stay in Yaoshan Valley, so he said, "As long as David sits as the owner of the valley, it doesn't matter if he stays in Yaoshan Valley or not. Because now, only David knows the content of the Supreme Pill record, and this Supreme Pill record is the biggest reliance of Yaoshan Valley." Seeing the sincerity of Su Chongxing and the other elders, David could only sigh and say, "Okay, I'll be the owner of the valley, but everything in the valley requires Elder Su and the elders to worry about it. I'm not here." At that time, Elder Su, as the great elder, can decide everything. As ordered, Su Chongxing and several other elders knelt down to receive the order. Yudong on the side was dumbfounded, but seeing that the elders were all kneeling, he also knelt down. After David helped the elders up, he returned to the sect of medicine and fed Xiaolan the Huitian pill. Huichundan had just eaten, and Xiaolan's face began to turn ruddy, and the whole person had a breath of life, and this breath was getting stronger and stronger. But after waiting for a while, David found that Xiaolan had not woken up, and couldn't help but get anxious. "Gu Master, although the Tiandan is a divine pill this time, it will take 7 to 79 hours for your friend to wake up, and it will take some time to rest." Su Chongxing followed David to explain. As soon as David heard it, he knew that Xiaolan would be left in Yaoshan Valley to recuperate. He had no time to wait. It would be July 15th in a few days. David was going to go to Wuming Island now. David didn't know what happened, but it was a blessing or a curse. David didn't care anymore, all he cared about was his own life experience. He wants to know who he is, whether his parents are still alive, and what exactly is the Long family. Elder Su, I have something important to do. I have to leave the Medicine God Valley. My friends will take care of you. I will now copy the contents of the Supreme Pill record. In addition, I will leave the Shenong Ding. You can refine it more. Some medicinal herbs benefit the people of one party and relieve the evil obstacles on oneself. David said to Su Chongsheng. Hearing that David was going to transcribe the Supreme Pill Lu and leave the Shenong Ding behind, Su Chongsheng and several elders were all shocked. Which of these two things is not priceless? Even when the old valley owner was there, the Supreme Pill record only let a few of them read a part, and not all of them were taken out, but now David has let them all learn the Supreme Pill record, and even the ancient artifact. With Shenongding left behind, this kind of measure and daring, I am afraid that few people can achieve. Chapter 798. At this moment, Su Chongsheng and several elders were full of admiration for David. Although David was young, this measure was indeed unmatched. The reason why David left these things is that he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for him to go to the Nameless Island this time. If he had an accident, wouldn't this thing that originally belonged to Yao Shenga be lost? David ordered someone to find a pen and paper. According to the records in his head, he copied the Supreme Pill record, and took out the Shenongding to replace the bronze tripod that was as high as one person in the middle of the medicine sect. Looking at the Supreme Pill Lu and Shenongding, Su Chongsheng and several elders were excited like children. These things were simply too important to them. They put all their energy into alchemy, and with these two things, they believe that they can make more advanced elixirs. After doing all this, just when David was about to leave, a guard from Medicine God Valley suddenly ran outside the Medicine God sect in a hurry and reported loudly, "Report to Elder Su, at the mouth of our Medicine God Valley." Many people suddenly appeared, and they shouted, "Come on, let's hand over people. Hand over the person." Su Chongsheng frowned, not knowing who to hand over. And David reacted at this time. It should be that Xiahou Dun from Tian women moved in to rescue the soldiers and came to seek revenge on me again. The person who knew that David came with Yao Shengu was also Xiahou Dun, the sect master of Tianwu's sect. At this moment, he was the only one who wanted Yao Shengu to hand over. Humph, this guy who doesn't know whether to live or die, wait for me to go out and kill him, and dare to make trouble in my Yaoshan Valley. Su Chongsheng's face turned cold. At that time, he let that Xiahou Dun go, but he didn't expect that this guy would dare to come to the door. Su Chongsheng's ability to kill Xiahou Dun was only a matter of hand. Several other elders did not know the inside information, but since the other party found trouble at the door of the house, they, as elders, were also angry. Let's go out and take a look first. Don't rush to do it until you have to, you just used up too much energy, and you haven't recovered yet. David persuaded Su Chongsheng. Just in order to resist the evil spirit tornado, Su Chongsheng and his elders consumed a lot of energy, and they have not recovered yet. If they really fight, they will definitely suffer. Everything is at the command of the owner of the valley. Now that David is the owner of the valley, of course Su Chongsheng has to listen to David. David walked out of Yaoshan Valley with a few elders, and at this moment in Taniguchi, dozens of Yaoshan Valley warriors showed their weapons and stared at the people in front of them. On the opposite side, hundreds of people from Tian Women and Tianluo Pavilion led by Xiahou Dun and Ni Sadeo surrounded the entire Taniguchi. After seeing David coming out with several elders of Yao Shengu, whether it was Xiahou Dun or Ni Sadeo, they all stared at David, wishing to slash David with 1,000 cuts. After all, they must avenge the revenge of killing children and killing disciples. Xiahou Dun, I let you go that day, but you dare to bring people to my Yaoshan Valley to run wild. Do you think my Yaoshan Valley is easy to bully? Su Chongsheng took a step forward and scolded Xiahou Dun angrily. Elder, why bother talking nonsense to them? Dare to come to Yaoshan Valley to make trouble, kill. The third elder in a black robe had a hot temper, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. Several elders were in the realm of Wuzong. Although Xiahou Dun himself was also a Wuzong, compared with several Yaoshengu elders, his strength was still much inferior. At this time, seeing the anger of the third elder, Xiahou Dun was shocked. However, looking at Ni Sadeo next to him, Xiahou Dun's expression stabilized, and then he looked at Su Chongsheng and said, "Elder Su, this David killed my son, I have to avenge this revenge, and I am not looking for trouble with your medicine god Valley. As long as you hand over David, we will leave immediately, and I can give Xingu 1,000 years of medicinal materials as an apology." Chapter 799. As a last resort, Xiahou Dun did not want to follow Yao Shenggu to enmity. "You have the heart to die. Our Yao Shenggu will not hand people over to you. I will give you two choices now, either take people away or die here." Su Chongsheng had a cold expression on his face, and it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Xiahou Dun was choked and speechless. "Your medicine god Valley is really arrogant, doesn't it take our other sects into consideration?" When Ni Sadeo saw Su Chongsheng's arrogant appearance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Su Chongsheng looked at Ni Sadeo, frowning slightly. "Who are you? Is this Xiahou Dun's helper?" "This is Ni Sadeo, the pavilion master of Tianluo Pavilion. The Ningyu that David killed was the most proud disciple of Pavilion Lord Ni. Today Pavilion Lord Ni also came to seek revenge on David." Xiahou Dun pointed to Ni Sadeo and said. Hearing the three words Tianluo Pavilion, it was obvious that Su Chongsheng and several other elders changed their expressions slightly. Ni Sadeo is famous for his Taoism, and he uses various techniques that are strange and unpredictable. Ni Sadeo can fight with the power of heaven and earth with the help of various instruments, magic circles and even spells, while martial artists are different. They only rely on their own strength, even if it is Wuzong, and he is only condensing his energy and using his energy to fight. Therefore, there is an essential difference between masters of cultivation and martial artists. Many martial artists are reluctant to provoke warlocks and Taoists. Su Chongsheng and the other elders, although they are all in the realm of Wuzong, they don't know anything about magic. I'm afraid it is the simplest psychedelic formation that Ni Sadeo displays. It is difficult for them to rush out. After the name, Su Chongsheng and several other elders changed their expressions. "Gatemaster Ni, we are deeply sorry for David's killing of your apprentice, and we are deeply sorry for your apprenticeship. If you need any compensation, you can ask for it. We can also give Master Ni 10 Huiyuan pills as the most compensation. Now David is the master of my medicine god Valley. If you insist on killing him, our medicine god Valley can only go out in full force and swear to protect our Valley master." Su Chongsheng looked at Ni Sadeo and said very politely. But Su Chongsheng's words left Xiahou Dun and Ni Sadeo stunned. Especially Xiahou Dun, his heart trembled. The conditions Su Chongsheng gave were too generous. He even took out 10 Huiyuan Dan. If this Ni Sadeo nodded, only Taiyan women would be left. "Don't try to take revenge on David. Elder Su, you don't lie here. How could this David be the owner of your medicine god Valley? Don't think that saying this will make us stop and kill for our lives. This is the unchanging truth of Henggu. He killed me. Son, if you kill Pavilion Master Ni's most proud disciple, of course you have to pay for your life." After Xiahou Dun finished speaking, he looked at Ni Sadeo and said, "Go Master Ni, don't believe what they say. This David is just a hairy boy. How could he be the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley? It's just nonsense. I think they are just trying to separate our two families, and then destroy them one by one." Ni Sadeo didn't say anything, but looked at Su Chongsheng stubbornly, and then slowly said, "I don't care who this David is, he must die. If you don't want Yao Shenggu to bleed into a river and lose both sides, then hand over the person. I will never make it difficult for you Yaoshan Valley." Ni Sadeo didn't believe Su Chongsheng's words. How could David become the Valley Master of Medicine God? The strength of these elders in front of them is much higher than that of David. Will they listen to David's dispatch? It's not possible at all. Pavilion Ni, if you don't believe it, then we can only fish to death. Su Chongsheng said it, and glanced at the second elder beside him. The elder took out something from his cuff, and then suddenly threw it into the sky, and a dazzling fireworks burst. Chapter 800. Immediately afterwards, I heard the sound of chaotic footsteps in the Medicine God Valley. Many people rushed out of the valley, and some people in the valley retreated towards the depths of the Medicine God Valley. Enicedeo's face was ugly. He didn't expect that this Medicine God Valley actually planned to break the net for a David. For a time, the atmosphere became very depressing, and both sides pressed their hands on their weapons, ready to strike at any time. The war is about to break out, and this battle will definitely be bloodshed, and even those ordinary people in Yaoshan Valley will be implicated. David took a step forward slowly. Aren't you just looking for revenge on me? Now I'll give you a chance to fight alone with me. If you win, you'll either kill or slash, just listen and respect. David didn't want to let Yaoshenga lose their lives because of himself. Although they really fought, their strength was stronger, but casualties were inevitable. Valley Lord. Su Chongqing was nervous when he saw that David was going to fight alone with the opponent. You must know that 2 days ago, David was not even an opponent of Xiahou Dun, so how could he follow them to fight alone? Valley Lord. The other hurried elders also planned to persuade David not to stand up. David waved his hand and made several elders shut their mouths. When Xiahou Dun and Enicedio saw this, their brows furrowed deeply. It seemed that David really looked like the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley. If David's current identity is really the Valley Master of Medicine God Valley, if the two of them want to kill David, they will have to weigh it. However, David took the initiative to stand up at the scene and wanted to follow them to fight alone, which was just an opportunity. Pavilion and I, the matter of beheading David will be left to you. Although I can easily kill him, Pavilion Lord and I is here, so I won't be embarrassed. Xiahou Dun complimented Enicedio. Yeah. Enicedio nodded, his face full of confidence. David couldn't even deal with that Xiahou Dun, and he was no match for him. Enicedio took a step forward. Boy, I admire your courage. When I make a move, I will make your death a little more enjoyable. Seeing Enicedio fighting, Su Chongqing looked at David nervously. Gu Master, this Enicedio is a master of Taoism, even I don't dare to confront him head-on, you must be careful. Don't worry, I have my own measure. David smiled slightly. Enicedio is known as a master of Taoism, but David is not afraid at all. David cultivates immortal methods, which can be matched by people like Enicedio, and David has a condensed heart to protect his body. It is to gather the power of heaven and earth, and David also took the opportunity to absorb energy and improve his strength. David looked at Nic and said, there are too many people here. In order to avoid hurting innocent people, how about we change the place? Often this technique is relative, it is earth-shattering, powerful, and will spread far away. Okay, let's fight at the top of the mountain. After Enicedio finished speaking, he was like a wild geese, floating towards the top of the mountain. David stepped out in one step, his figure disappeared in a flash, and he also walked towards the top of the mountain. Su Chongqing followed the hurried elders in a hurry, and Xiahou Dun also brought a few masters to the top of the mountain. Soon, at the top of the mountain, David and Enicedio stood opposite each other. Enicedeo's mottled face had a bit of coldness, and 2 rays of light shot out from his deep pupils. A ray of divine consciousness shrouded David. Enicedio was investigating David's strength. David dared to challenge himself, and dared to stand up and fight alone. Enicedio wondered if David was hiding his strength. Otherwise, with the strength of David, the great master, and follow him to fight alone, wouldn't it be hitting the stone with the egg? Chapter 801. Enicedeo's consciousness shrouded David, but David did not resist in the slightest, allowing Enicedio to investigate his own strength. After some exploration, Enicedio frowned slightly. David's strength was indeed the strength of the great master, but there was still an obscure aura in David. What kind of magic weapon? It is possible that David relies on this. You dare to propose to fight alone because of your mere strength as a great master. Are you impatient with your life, or do you feel that you have something to rely on? Enicedio smiled coldly. This sentence is to click on David and tell David that he already knows his secret. David said proudly, if you beat you, you don't need anything to rely on. If you have the ability, just use it. What an arrogant tone, today I will kill you with only one hand. After Enicedio finished speaking, the sleeve robe bulged like a long dragon, and then countless dots of light gathered towards Enisadeo, and the whole person radiated dazzling light. Seeing this, David hurriedly activated his spiritual power and pinched his fingers quickly, and then a storm gradually condensed in front of David. Looking at the storm condensing in front of David, Enisadeo raised his mouth, tiny trick of carving insects. After finishing speaking, Enisadeo instantly shot out 2 spells from his sleeves, and then the light gathered on his body shone on the 2 spells, instantly turning into 2 giant dragons with golden light moving towards David quickly. Seeing this scene, several elders of Su Chongsheng were shocked. The power of this technique is really powerful. Rumbling. The 2 golden dragons, under the waving of Enisadeo's hands, also tossed up and down and went straight to David. David was not afraid at all. He waved a hand lightly, and then the storm in front of him moved towards the 2 golden dragons. Soon the 2 golden dragons were wrapped in the storm and spun together. Under the rapid rotation, the 2 golden dragons dissipated in an instant, turning into little spots of light again, and the storm gradually disappeared at the same time. At this moment, apart from leaving a mess between David and that Enisadeo, neither of them has changed in the slightest, as if they have never fought. "Are you capable of this?" David said with a sneer in his eyes. Enisadeo's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were fixed on David, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. "I didn't expect you to be so proficient in magic, I underestimated you, and today I will show you my sleepy dragon formation." After Enisadeo finished speaking, he slowly stretched out his 2 palms. Immediately after that, he chanted words in his mouth, spit out a simple and vast spell, and simultaneously printed out the Dharma seals with both hands, and these Dharma seals kept making explosions in the air. Soon, the top of the mountain seemed to be shaking, and then around David, cracks appeared one after another, and chains with the thickness of arms emerged from the cracks, and there were countless evil spirits condensed on the black chains. There are 9 chains in total, like 9 pythons with open mouths, ready to attack David at any time. At this moment, David frowned tightly together. Originally, David wanted to use the heart concentration technique to absorb the evil spirits in the trapped dragon formation, but looking at this situation, he was afraid that he would be beheaded by Enisadeo before he could absorb everyone's evil spirits. It also exceeded David's imagination. Dragon-slaying sword. David's right hand, followed by a sword with rising flames, appeared in David's hand. Seeing the dragon-slaying sword, Enisadeo's eyes suddenly widened. "So this is what you rely on." Chapter 802. David did not speak, but raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand high, and then slashed across the sky. The flames burning on the dragon-slaying sword suddenly became vigorous, and flames shot out from the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon sword let out a soft sound. The dragon-slaying sword and David had long since merged into one, and the tongues of flame that shot out just now were all the spiritual power in David's body, and a total of 9 tongues of flame went towards the 9 chains. After the fire tongue touched the chain, the evil energy on the chain instantly burned, and then a sound of breaking sounded. The 9 chains, burning with thick flames, all fell to the ground weakly like a boa constrictor with a broken head, then turned into powder and dissipated, and the cracks on the ground quickly closed. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand pointed at Enisadeo, and said coldly, "Your unique skills are nothing more than that. What skills do you have? Come on." Enisadeo saw that he was in a desperate and difficult dragon formation, and was actually vulnerable in David's hands, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. And that Xiahou Dun looked at David at the moment, his eyes were full of surprise. He didn't understand that in just a few days, David's strength seemed to have increased a lot. "Boy, you rely on the sword in your hand. I can't help you today, but I will seek revenge for you sooner or later." After Enisadeo finished speaking, his figure suddenly retreated. He even retreated down the mountain and ran straight away. When Xiahou Dun saw this, he almost didn't scold him. He and Enisadeo were on the same road. If Enisadeo wanted to run away, he didn't tell himself. Did he want to leave him as a scapegoat? Xiahou Dun didn't dare to hesitate, and he turned around and ran away. It doesn't matter what kind of revenge he wanted to kill. It was important to save his life first. Seeing that Enisadeo and Xiahou Dun turned around and ran away, there was no demeanor at all, which surprised Su Chongsheng and several elders. Just when Su Changsheng and the others reported that they wanted to catch up, David stopped them. "Stop chasing." David put away the dragon-slaying sword, his face pale without a trace of blood. "Guzhu, are you all right?" Su Changsheng asked hurriedly when he saw David's appearance. David shook his head, but then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Ni Sadeo's technique is indeed very powerful. If David hadn't pushed hard just now and scared the guy away, it wouldn't end well for a while. David was helped down the mountain by Su Changsheng and the others. Originally, David planned to leave today, but now it seems that he can only rest in Medicine God Valley for a day. The next day, no matter how Su Changsheng and the others persuaded them, David insisted on leaving Yaoshan Valley, otherwise he would not be able to arrive at Wuming Island on July 15th. After walking out of Yaoshan Valley, David directly bought a plane ticket to Nanhua City. If he wanted to go to Wuming Island, he had to take a boat from here, because there are only boats going to Wuming Island here. When David flew to Nanhua City, it was already night. After booking the ferry ticket in advance, David found a hotel to rest and planned to board the ship to Wuming Island early tomorrow morning. Just when David was having dinner at the hotel, he found that the hotel was surprisingly busy. There were many guests coming and going, and these guests all exuded aura. Obviously all of them were warriors. David was very strange. This is not a big deal. Nanhua City, which is not small and not well known, suddenly attracted so many warriors. Because the room was already full, David had no choice but to find the hotel insider at a high price, asking the insider to find a room. "Brother, why are there so many people in your hotel?" David asked the waiter in the hotel he was looking for. "I don't know. I don't know what happened this year. We will gather so many people here. It seems that they are all going to see. I don't know what to do." The waiter shook his head and said. Chapter 803. David looked at the waiter and knew that the waiter was just an ordinary person, and he definitely didn't know what these people were doing, so he took out a stack of money from his pocket, a full $1,000, and stuffed it into the waiter's hand. "Brother, help me find a room, I'll stay for one night and leave." David didn't want to go around looking for a hotel anymore. If this hotel didn't have a room, it would be the same for other hotels. The waiter looked embarrassed. We really don't have a room here, and our manager can't find a vacant room now." Although the waiter said this, his eyes were fixed on the money in his hand, and he obviously wanted to earn the 1,000 yuan given by David. Seeing this, David hurriedly took out another stack of money, this time there should be thousands of dollars, and handed it directly to the waiter. "Brother, help," David said with a smile. The waiter looked at the thick stack of banknotes in his hand, his eyes were straight, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, there is indeed no room, but if you don't dislike it, you can sleep in our dormitory. Don't worry, you are alone. I'll drive out all the colleagues in the dormitory." "Okay, just have a place to sleep." David smiled slightly. "Brother, do you have anything to eat? Help me get something to eat." "Yes, you sit for a while now, I'll go get ready." The waiter hurried to prepare food. It seems that being rich is really helpful. Seeing the happy look of the waiter, David found a corner and sat down. At this time, in the hotel restaurant, many people came to eat one after another, and at a table not far from David, David actually found an acquaintance. Qin Xiaotian of the Qin family in Kyoto. Since David killed Qin Xiaolin, he has never seen anyone from the Qin family, nor has he seen the Qin family seek revenge for him. Qin Xiaotian was sitting at the table with a person who looked very similar to him, and behind them, there were several servants of the Qin family. All of them were the strength of the great master. David turned his head slowly to prevent Qin Xiaotian from seeing him, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. David pricked up his ears and listened carefully to Qin Xiaotian's conversation. With David's current strength, even if they were separated by dozens of meters, he could clearly hear the content of the two people's quiet conversation. "Second brother, what kind of island are you talking about? Is it really so magical? Is there really a dragon on it? I've never seen a real dragon when I'm so old. Isn't this all a legend?" At this time, Qin Xiaotian's voice clearly entered David's ears. Only then did David know that the person sitting with Qin Xiaotian was Qin Xiaotian's second brother Qin Xiaoxian. "I don't know if there are real dragons, but there must be rare beasts on Suolong Island. If I can get a beast pill, it will be very helpful for me to practice. Qin Xiaoxian's eyes were full of anticipation. Second brother, tell me about the Qin family's land. I heard that the Qin family there are all immortals and can fly into the sky. Are you now an immortal? Qin Xiaotian looked like a primary school student, and hoped that Qin Xiaoxian would tell him about the Qin family land. Qin Xiaoxian's eyes narrowed slightly. How many times have I told you, don't inquire about things you shouldn't inquire about, you know too much, it's not good for you. Seeing that his second brother was angry, Qin Xiaotian nodded hurriedly, I see. After the conversation between the two was silent for a while, Qin Xiaotian spoke again. Second brother, eldest brother was killed by that David, what are you going to Suolong Island this time? Can you kill that David and mention eldest brother if you get the beast pill? Revenge? Humph, to kill him, why use the beast pill, but this time I went to Suolong Island because of the old patriarch's intention. I must complete the explanation of the old patriarch before I can go to David to take revenge. Qin Xiaoxian snorted coldly, obviously ignoring David. Chapter 804. Yes, the second brother is a fairy now, how can David's fellow be able to compare, the second brother wants to kill him, just move his fingers, let David live for a few more days. Qin Xiaotian touted to his second brother. At this moment, a group of people suddenly broke in, headed by a young man, who glanced at everyone with a proud look. Afterwards, one of the men behind the young man stepped forward, cleared his throat and said, Young Master Shenyuan is here, everyone will leave for me, we have taken care of this place. Listening to that person's tone, it was like the emperor was on a tour in ancient times, and everyone else had to dodge. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone sneered. After all, the people who ate here were all warriors, and there were no ordinary people, including some big families. How could they be scared away by just a few words? Although many people scoffed, Qin Xiaoxian's expression suddenly changed slightly. Let's go, Qin Xiaoxian said to Qin Xiaotian. Second brother, what are you afraid of? Who is this guy? Qin Xiaotian looked at Qin Xiaoxian in confusion. How can the Qin family be considered a big family in Kyoto, and Qin Xiaoxian has entered the Qin family's land to practice immortality, how can he be afraid of a Shenyuan son? What's more, Qin Xiaotian had never heard of the Shenyuan family, and there seemed to be no such a powerful family in Kyoto. Shut up, Qin Xiaoxian glared at Qin Xiaotian, then got up and walked out. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotian could only leave with someone. When Qin Xiaoxian passed by the young man couldn't help but glance at Qin Xiaoxian. Although the Qin family left, the others remained motionless and had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, the young man's face turned slightly cold, and the subordinate who had just stood up, his breath exploded in an instant, and the entire restaurant seemed to be plunged into an ice cave, and people shivered. This time, many people's expressions changed greatly, and they got up and left. Just this breath, they knew that the other party was a master, and it was not something they could provoke. Wu Zong. After David felt this breath, he couldn't help being a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party's servant turned out to be in the realm of Wu Zong. You must know that if you have cultivated to the realm of Wu Zong, which one is not the overlord of one side, how could he be a subordinate? Soon, everyone in the restaurant fled one after another, leaving only David sitting alone in the corner, quietly waiting for his meal. When the other party saw that David didn't leave, his eyes widened, and a breath struck David instantly. David lowered his head slightly, and did not seem to notice that the other party had launched an attack on him. But just after the breath reached David, David's whole body seemed to have an extra barrier out of thin air, blocking the breath directly. Whoa! The blocked breath hit the table next to him, instantly shattering the table. This time, the other party was immediately stunned, his eyes looked at David incredulously, and that young Master Xuanyuan's eyes were also slightly condensed. Sir, your meal is here. At this time, the waiter who had just received David's money came over with the food, which was very rich. However, seeing the restaurant that was still lively just now, all of them have left at this moment, and there are only a few people left, and the waiter is stunned. Put things down, you can leave. David said lightly to the waiter. Oh, well. The The waiter looked at the table and chairs scattered on the ground and nodded hastily. Working here, he knew that people would often fight and cause trouble here. Looking at the scene in front of him, it seemed that someone was fighting here again. In order to avoid getting into trouble, the waiter hurriedly put down the food and left in a hurry. Chapter 805. David picked up his chopsticks and started eating slowly, without even looking at the people beside him. The guy who had just shot David had a cold expression on his face, clenched his fists with both hands, and was about to attack David again, but he was stopped by that young Master Shen Yuan with a wave of his hand. After looking at David, young Master Shen Yuan found a place to sit down, and then someone went to prepare meals. A few minutes later, when David was full, he stood up and walked out of the restaurant, never looking at those people from beginning to end. Son! The guy who just shot saw David walking out so arrogantly, and looked at the young Master Shen Yuan with a face full of injustice. Young Master Shen Yuan waved his hand, just looked at David's back, but didn't say anything. After David walked out of the restaurant, he originally planned to find the waiter and ask him to take him to their dormitory, then take a good rest and recharge his batteries. However, after looking around, David didn't find the guy. He probably hid because he saw someone was about to fight. David had no choice but to walk out of the hotel and stroll around the streets of Nanhua City. Although Nanhua City is not large in size, it is close to the sea, and you can see the endless sea from here. There are also rows of sea-view villas by the sea. Even though it is night, there are still many people playing on the beach by the sea. David walked slowly towards the seaside. This was the first time he had seen the sea with his own eyes. The boundless sea set off people so insignificant. In front of the sea, no matter how strong he was, it was still insignificant. On the sea, the lighthouse in the distance was turning, and the light pointed out the direction for passing ships, but looking at the lighthouse in the distance, David himself was a little confused. He didn't know where his way was or where he was heading. Now David is suddenly a little scared. He is afraid of knowing his life experience. Even if he does, what can he do? Slowly withdrawing his gaze, David shook his head, preventing himself from thinking about messy things. Now he can only take one step at a time. David was walking slowly on the beach. From time to time, beautiful girls in bikinis ran past him. These girls were all fair-skinned and had a particularly good figure. David just raised his eyes and looked away. Although these girls are beautiful, compared with Sonia, they are too far behind. In terms of temperament, these girls lose. How to say Sonia grew up in a wealthy family, and the temperament of a noble lady on her body is not something that every girl has. There is also the kind of heroic and sassy temperament on Gulinger, which very few girls have. After all, Gulinger used to be a detective of the law enforcement pavilion. If she wears a uniform and her perfect figure, it is simply as fantastic. Unconsciously, David's mind was thinking of Sonia and the others. When thinking of Gulinger, the picture of Gulinger's naked body suddenly popped up in David's mind, although David was holding Guling at the time. Son, I didn't think about it in my heart, but when I think about it at this time, David actually found that he had a reaction. After all, David is also a normal man, and he also has a lot of emotions, so it is normal to have a reaction when he thinks of those pictures. Hey, I don't know where Uncle Long took them. David sighed slightly. He hadn't contacted Sonia and the others for many days, but David still missed it. Just when David sighed and was about to leave from the beach, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of him, which made David stunned. I saw the girls in front of them, wearing swimsuits, sparring on the beach, and having a good time. Many men and women around them focused their attention on the girls. Chapter 806. When David also put his eyes on a few girls, he was stunned for a moment, because these girls were none other than Sonia and the others. I saw Sonia, Gulinger, Wu Meyer, and Xiaoru, all wearing swimsuits, fighting each other, the four of them in pairs, constantly splashing seawater on each other. David was stunned on the spot. He didn't understand, how could Sonia and the others come to this place, and that Xiaoru, how could she also appear here? A few beauties, are you interested in driving a speedboat together and blowing the sea breeze? At this time, a boy wearing sunglasses and dressed in a fashion, walked towards Sonia and the others, and asked flatteringly. Sonia and the others looked at the boy and ignored him, because on this day, I don't know how many boys started chatting with them. Seeing that no one cared about him, the boy opened his mouth again and said, "Several beauties, my name is Wang Shua, the richest man in Nanhua City. Wang Jianlin is my father. Have you seen a few speedboats not far away? That's all me." Wang Shua brought out his identity as the son of the richest man, because as long as he revealed his identity, no matter how reserved the girls were, they would show fanaticism towards him. It's a pity that Sonia and the others, as if they didn't hear it, were still playing and sparring, and no one paid any attention to him. This time, Wang Shua was a little embarrassed and at a loss for a while. "Wang Gongzi, since people ignore you, why are you sticking your face with a cold butt? Just a few of our sisters will accompany you." Beside Wang Shua, a girl with a charming dress and a good figure said to Wang Shua. Snapped. Wang Shua slapped the girl casually. You are so fucking hot and cold. A55, there is no woman in Nanhua City that Wang Shua can't deal with. After Wang Shua finished speaking, he walked towards Sonia angrily. The girl who had just been beaten was too frightened to say a word, she could only cover her face, tears rolling in her eyes. At this moment, Sonia is wearing a swimsuit, and her snow-white skin is even more pure and flawless under the moonlight. This time Wang Shua didn't speak, but directly reached out and grabbed Sonia's wrist. Sonia was startled and instinctively wanted to retreat, but was caught by Wang Shua. This little hand is really tender. Wang Shua grabbed Sonia's hand and said with a wicked smile. Seeing that Sonia was being harassed, Gulinger and the others hurried over, while David, who was not far away, was furious and ran over with a quick walk. But at this moment, Sonia's eyes turned cold, and then she grabbed Wang Shua's collar with one hand, and then slammed her back, only to throw Wang Shua onto the beach. This time, Wang Shua was knocked out of breath and kept coughing. "Master!" Wang Shua fell to the ground, and three big men came running from not far away, and helped Wang Shua up nervously. David, who originally wanted to help in the past, suddenly stopped and looked at Sonia in shock. He didn't expect that Sonia would be able to kung fu after not seeing each other for a few days, and after seeing Sonia's shot just now, it seemed that he was still very powerful. David stood on the spot without stepping forward. He planned to see how Sonia and the others handled this matter. At this time, Gulinger and the others had already run to Sonia's side, and then looked at Wang Shua and several of his subordinates. Especially Gulinger, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he wanted to kill these guys. "Linger," Uncle Long explained, "but don't let us cause trouble, don't kill yourself, wait until David arrives." Feeling the murderous aura on Gulinger, Sonia hurriedly persuaded her. Chapter 807. Hearing what Sonia said, the murderous aura on Gulinger slowly dissipated. Wang Shua looked at Sonia, his eyes full of ruthlessness. "Damn, dare to hit me, I didn't expect to be a hot girl, today I will play you to the death. Do it." After Wang Shua finished speaking, he waved his hand and let the three strong men go towards Sonia. David, who was not far away, saw that these three strong men were just ordinary people, not even warriors. They didn't have any breath on their bodies, so they didn't move. After all, with Gulinger there, these three people were not opponents at all. Sonia will be fine. Look at me, I happened to practice with these three guys. As Sonia said, she went straight to meet the three strong men. Suddenly, he punched out. Bang! With a muffled sound, a strong man was knocked out by Sonia's punch, and his huge body flew out more than 10 meters before he fell heavily on the beach. This time, the other two big men were frightened, and Wang Shua, who looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, was stunned. He never thought that Sonia, a seemingly thin girl, had such strength. Big! David, who was not far away, was also stunned. Just now, Sonia's punch was comparable to that of an internal force warrior. You must know that Sonia was just an ordinary girl a few days ago. Inner strength? It seems that Sonia was also frightened by her own punch. After a long time, she said excitedly to Gulinger, "Linger, is this shot by me? Why is it so powerful?" Gulinger smiled, "Sonia, your current strength is comparable to that of an internal force martial artist. If you hit these ordinary people, you will definitely be knocked out with one punch. You have to take some strength, or you will kill them with one punch. Sonia nodded, then looked at the remaining two strong men, as if seeing prey. When the two strong men saw Sonia's eyes, they suddenly felt bad, turned around and ran away, ignoring their young master Wang at all. Seeing his bodyguard run away, Wang Shuo shuddered in fright, turned and ran away in a hurry. At this moment, Sonia in his eyes is no longer a swimsuit beauty, but a scary monster. Hey, why did you run away? I haven't enjoyed it yet, it's so boring. Seeing Wang Shuo and the two bodyguards running away, Sonia said with a displeased face. Does it feel good to beat someone? Gu Linger asked with a smile and patted Sonia on the shoulder. Well, it's so cool, I really want to find someone who doesn't have long eyes, and beat him up. Sonia was still immersed in the feeling of beating someone just now, nodded and said. Sonia had just finished speaking when suddenly a hand was placed on Sonia's shoulder. That hand not only rested on Sonia's shoulder, but also touched it gently. Sonia frowned, then turned around and swung a punch towards the back. But when Sonia turned around, her fist stopped suddenly, because she saw David's face and was grinning at herself. David. Seeing that it was David, Sonia threw herself into David's arms and asked David to hug her. Sonia's excited look infected David, and David directly hugged Sonia and turned around twice. Because Sonia was wearing a swimsuit, David hugged Sonia and felt a softness on his chest, which was very comfortable. Seeing David holding Sonia in a circle, Gu Linger on the side showed a smile that was not a smile. David put Sonia down, looked at Gu Linger and said with a slight smile, Linger is wearing a swimsuit and has a good figure. Would you like to hug you twice? Chapter 808. Who asked you to hold it? Gu Linger gave David a blank look. At this time, Wu Meyer and Xiaoru came over, and both of them were wearing swimsuits. Although Xiaoru was younger, but they hadn't seen each other for a few months, David found that Xiaoru had grown up a lot. Brother Chen. After Xiaoru saw David, she shouted with joy. Xiaoru, why are you with them? What about Daoist Wu Wei? David was very strange. At that time, the Lei Ming sect was destroyed, and Xiaoru's father was killed. In the end, David took revenge, and then Wu Wei Taoist took Xiaoru away. Why is Xiaoru here again? Uncle Wu Wei has retreated, I am. Okay, let's go back and talk about something, there are too many people here. Sonia pulled David, and Xiaoru closed her mouth when she saw this. At this time, everyone on the beach saw that David was surrounded by 4 girls and left together. David, where is my sister? Aren't you with her? Isn't she still staying in Miao Village? On the way, Wu Meyer asked David. Your sister has left the Miao Village, and your parents were indeed killed by that Miao King. David told Wu Meyer what happened in Miao Village, and also told about her parents' grievances with King Miao. Along the way, Wu Meyer listened, but didn't speak. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't see any sadness on her face. What feelings? David followed Sonia and the others to a hotel, and this hotel was the one David had just visited, but Sonia and the others came early, so they booked a room. After taking David upstairs, Sonia knocked on a door. When the door opened, David found that it was Long Wu who opened the door, and there was another person behind Long Wu, which made David stunned. Old, Irvin? David's eyes were wide open, his face full of incredulity. How could he never have imagined, how could the Irvin be here? Since his release from prison, David has never seen Irvin again. Once, David wanted to go to the prison to find Irvin, and even tried to get rid of the old Irvin through relationships, but there was no such person in the prison. David was still puzzled at that time. Now I don't want the Irvin to appear here, and obviously he is with Sonia and the others. Come in and talk. Long Wu shouted, which awakened the shocked David and hurriedly walked into the room. Looking at the room full of people, David was stunned for a long time, and now he urgently needs someone to explain to him. The Irvin said to Xiaoru, Xiaoru, take the others to the next room, I have something to talk about with David. Xiaoru nodded, and then took Sonia and Gu Linger to the next room. Just after Sonia and the others left, Irvin and Long Wu suddenly knelt in front of David. This sudden change directly confused David, and hurriedly supported Long Wu and Irvin. "Uncle Long, Irvin, what are you doing?" David looked puzzled. "Little master, it's time for me to tell you about your own background." Irvin looked at David, his eyes suddenly filled with tears, and slowly followed David about his life experience. David listened quietly, although he had a little preparation in his heart, but when he heard the old master say it, David was still shocked. It turned out that David himself expected it well. He has the blood of the Long family. His mother is the second princess of the Long family, Long Ruotong, and the Irvin is the housekeeper of the Long family, and Long Wu is the bodyguard of David's mother. Chapter 809. The Long family is a hidden wealthy family. 80% of the family members are warriors, and many people even set foot on the path of cultivating immortals. As the second princess of the Long family, David's mother received the best education since childhood. Because David's mother, Long Ruotong, is talented and smart, her strength has grown rapidly, and the head of the Long family also likes David's mother very much. However, with the growth of age, David's mother, Long Ruotong, was in her 20s, and she was so excited that she met a man outside. Later, the two married, and Long Ruotong became pregnant. But he didn't want that man to disappear after Long Ruotong became pregnant. Long Ruotong gave birth to David alone with a big belly. David's grandfather was furious when he found out that his daughter was pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth to the child, and the man ran away, and sent someone to bring David's mother back to the Long family. However, looking at his beloved daughter and his chubby grandson, Grandpa David did not punish Long Ruotong, but because of his anger at the beginning, he was sick and bedridden. But when David's grandfather was bedridden, Long Jingwa, David's mother's eldest brother, secretly poisoned his father, wanting to let David's grandfather die early so that he could inherit everything from the Long family. However, it was discovered by David's mother in the end. Unfortunately, it was too late. David's grandfather had already become poisoned. At the last moment, he handed over the palm print of the Long family to David's mother. David's mother took David, glanced at her father, and ran out of Long's house, but was soon discovered by Long Jingwa, and then slandered David's mother for poisoning her father and sent someone to arrest Chen Peace to his mother. Among those who arrested David's mother back then were Irvin and Long Wu. They chased for 2 days and 2 nights and surrounded David's mother near Harendal. Later, David's mother was captured and returned to Long's house. And David was thrown to the side of the road by his mother long ago, and then he escaped the fate of being brought back to the Long family. After David's mother was caught, although Long Jingwa got the palm print of the Long family, he did not let David's mother go, and he was tortured every day, as if he wanted to know something from David's mother's mouth. Old Irvin and Long Wu didn't know exactly what Long Jingwa wanted to know, but more than 20 years later, Long Jingwa had not given up and was still torturing his own younger sister. Besides, David's mother was still tormented. It was time for Irvin to stop suddenly, and then his voice choked and he couldn't cry, and Long Wu also burst into tears with remorse on his face. If we let second miss go back then, she wouldn't be tortured like this now. Irvin burst into tears, his face full of tears. David's hands were tightly clasped together. Although he had never met his mother, David was still trembling with anger when he heard this. "Then how did you find me?" David looked at the old Irvin and asked. At this moment, David has a bit of hatred in his eyes. As Irvin said, if they hadn't captured their mother back then, how could her mother have been tortured like this? Old Irvin looked at the hatred in David's eyes and sighed heavily. "For so many years, I have been wondering why the second lady wanted to poison the master. I didn't believe it was true, so 3 years ago, I secretly went to jail. Look at her from the second lady's place. It was the second lady who told me the truth. It turned out that the master was poisoned by the evil son of Long Jingwa, and the second lady also told me the place where you lost you and wanted me to find you, to see if you are still alive." The old Irvin took a breath, wiped a handful of tears and continued, "The condensed heart formula I passed on to you, and the dragon ring you are wearing are not mine. I heard from the second lady, it was left by your father. It was a token of love for the second lady at that time." Chapter 810. Then who is my father? Why is my mother still locked up? What does the Long family want to know from my mother? David excitedly grabbed the old Irvin's shoulder and asked. David wanted to know who this irresponsible father was. Thinking of what his mother had suffered, David hated this irresponsible man to death. Irvin shook his head. I don't know, the second lady doesn't know your father's true identity. As for what the Long family wanted to know from the second lady didn't say anything. Later, I went to Horrendal area to inquire. With your current status, you should know what happened next. Why are you so sure that the lost child will be me? David was puzzled, why the old Irvin was so sure. You have the blood of the dragon family on you, and I can see that these are not wrong. After Irvin said these few words, he suddenly coughed violently, and his face became very ugly. Butler Long. Seeing this, Longwu hurriedly supported the Irvin and slapped the Irvin on the back. Old Irvin, what's the matter with you? Let me see for you. Although David hated the Irvin a little, he also asked with concern when he saw the Irvin like this. The Irvin waved his hand and sat on the chair himself. At this moment, the Irvin seemed to be a lot older, and his eyes became dull. David was a little strange. This Irvin changed, and now he looked like an old man who was about to die. Longwu looked at the Irvin, his eyes were full of distress, it seemed that he knew what happened to the Irvin. Little young master, you already know your background, and my task can be considered completed, but because I gave the second lady hope to persevere, I disclosed the news of finding you, and now the people of the Long family are looking for you everywhere. Fortunately, they only know that you are still alive, but they don't know your current identity, so you are still safe for the time being. But, cough, cough. Before the old Irvin could finish speaking, he coughed violently again. Butler Long, let me tell you, Longwu let the Irvin rest, and he followed David. Little master, although you are safe for the time being, the Long family will know your identity sooner or later, and it is imperative that you lock it up. Long Dao got Long Jing, and only after obtaining Long Jing can you hope to fight with the Long family. You once asked me that the spiritual power of heaven and earth is exhausted, how do other immortal cultivators get spiritual energy, and now I can tell you, Mr. Some cultivators get their aura from spar, and some people get dragon crystal and absorb a steady stream of aura from dragon crystal. After swallowing a dragon crystal, the dragon crystal will continue to emit spiritual energy, but this dragon crystal is extremely rare. As far as I know, there are not many people who get the dragon crystal. Many people rely on the crystal, and this crystal is very rare. It's similar to the spirit stone, but the spiritual energy contained in the spar is thousands of times as much as that spirit stone. After Longwu said this, David realized that there are still crystal stones and Long Jing. I can't believe that there are still these things with spiritual energy. It seems that these things are far more precious than those spiritual stones and herbs. Many. In this world, there are many things that immortal cultivators can obtain spiritual energy. In addition to dragon crystals, spar, and beast pills, you must know that there are a large number of animals in many inaccessible places, and these animals have grown for many years. Beast pills will be produced, and these beast pills are also precious resources to help cultivation. Longwu continued to follow David. Is this dragon crystal considered a dragon's beast pill? David asked. Longwu was stunned for a moment, and after pondering for a while, he nodded. It should be counted. Chapter 8:11. Longwu never thought that some people compare Longjing to the dragon's beast pill, but think about it, it is true. Longjing is also formed in the dragon's body, and the dragon is also an animal, and it is not a beast pill. Pass. Irvin, didn't you say that on July 15th, let me go to Wuming Island? Why did I meet you here today? David asked the Irvin a little strangely. Irvin opened his mouth, but did not say a word, but Longwu explained, things have changed, so we came back from Wuming Island, and we are going to stop you here. Things have changed? David frowned slightly. That's right. Originally, Butler Long asked you to go to Wuming Island on July 15th because he wanted you to sneak from Wuming Island to Suolong Island, and then get Long Jing, but the people of the Long family seem to have guessed this, so they released the news. On the 15th day of July, the Dragon family will release Suolong Island, and anyone can land on the island. In this way, the number of people on Suolong Island will increase greatly, and your plan to steal Longjing will also be put on hold. After all, there are so many people. someone will always see it. When Long Wu said this, his face became very solemn. After hearing this, David pondered, and now he finally knew that after Shen Jianshan met for him, he said that there would be a disaster on July 15th, what the disaster was. Getting the dragon crystal is easy to say, but it is really difficult to do. Otherwise, after so many years, why hasn't anyone else gone to get the dragon crystal? Seeing David pondering, the old Irvin took a deep breath and said slowly, "Young master, you don't have to worry too much, the Long family does this because they don't know your identity, you can do it tomorrow. Follow everyone to Suolong Island generously. As for the matter of taking the dragon crystal, I will help you think about it. I have a map of the island here, and the most likely location of Sanjiang hiding." Irvin said, took out a map from his arms, and handed it to David tremblingly. Double dragons? David was surprised, he did not expect that there would be 2 dragons on Suolong Island. There are 2 dragons, the Yanlong and the Ice Dragon, on Suolong Island. Tomorrow is the day when the 2 dragons meet, so it is most suitable to land on the island, but this is just a legend. No one has really seen those 2 dragons, but Suolong there are many rare and exotic animals on the island, but they are also very dangerous. Butler Long was seriously injured because he was trying to draw a map. Long Wu glanced at the Irvin and said with unbearable eyes. Long Wu, the old Irvin glared at Long Wu, obviously not wanting Long Wu to say it. David looked at the old Irvin and hurriedly grabbed the old Irvin's wrist. "Old Irvin, are you injured? Let me help you see." When David grabbed the Irvin's wrist and a spiritual force penetrated into the Irvin, David's face changed greatly. He found out that Irvin was extremely weak at the moment, and his internal organs had stopped working, only his heart was still beating slightly. David did not expect that the injury of the Irvin would be so severe, and the whole person was stunned. Although he has the supreme alchemy record in his mind, at this moment, I am afraid that there is no time for him to make alchemy, because the Irvin's body can't last for too long. But the Irvin didn't care at the moment. The moment David touched him, the Irvin looked at David strangely. "Little master, did you have any adventures? How can there be an aura in your body that doesn't belong to you?" The old Irvin asked David. "Oh, I got a dragon-slaying sword," David said. With a wave of his right hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand, and there were clearly visible red marks on the dragon-slaying sword, as if there was blood flowing. Man and sword are one. Seeing this, Long Wu opened his eyes wide and looked surprised. Chapter 8:12. The Irvin has a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, God bless the young master. With this dragon sword, the possibility of the young master getting the dragon crystal is even greater. Just after laughing twice, the Irvin coughed violently again, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Irvin. Butler Long. David and Long Wu hurriedly supported the Irvin. Old Irvin waved his hand, still with a smile on his face. Long Wu, go and call a few girls, I have something to explain. Long Wu nodded and left, while David looked at the Irvin silently. At this moment, the breath of the Irvin was getting weaker and weaker, and his face was full of wrinkles, and he would die soon. A few girls were called by Long Wu. As soon as Xiaoru entered the door, seeing the old Irvin's head, she rushed up. Master, you. What's the matter with you? Xiaoru has been following Irvin for several months, and the two have already had a deep relationship, but the reason why Irvin taught Xiaoru is to let Xiaoru, the ice crystal body, be able to help David. The Irvin looked at Xiaoru and gently stroked Xiaoru's head. His eyes were full of guilt. For David, he actually needed Xiaoru to sacrifice his life. Xiaoru, I'm sorry, you won't blame me, will you? The Irvin desperately apologized. He had already told Xiaoru the matter. After all, this kind of thing required Xiaoru's consent. Xiaoru shook her head. All this is my own choice, I don't blame the master. Irvin glanced at the other girls, and finally put his eyes on Sonia. Don't forget what you promised me, I hope you can do it. Several girls all nodded, among them Sonia's eyes were very firm, she knew that this sentence was addressed to her. Sonia is a fire spirit body, so she can also help David. If you encounter Ice Dragon and Yanlong on Suolong Island, it will be difficult to get Dragon Crystal with David's strength. Biting, a scorching hot. However, with Sonia and Xiaoru, as long as they are willing to sacrifice for David, David will have the greatest chance to take Long Jing. The Irvin smiled, I'm finally worthy of the second lady, and I can finally see the master. After speaking, the Irvin slowly closed his eyes. Master. Irvin. Butler Long. There was sadness in the room, and David's hatred for Irvin at this moment had long since disappeared without a trace. David was holding the map in his hand tightly, which was exchanged for him by the Irvin with his life. Although he had not been on Soalong Island, he could guess the dangerous and harsh environment on Soalong Island. It was in such an environment that Irvin drew a map on the road for himself little by little. Tears fell from the corners of David's eyes instantly, but at this moment David's eyes became more determined. Long family. I will return all the suffering my mother suffered to you. David looked at the endless sea outside the window, and his whole person was changing. After disposing of Irvin's body, everyone returned to the hotel. It's just that no one spoke. The atmosphere was always depressed, especially Xiaoru, her eyes were swollen from crying. David, go to Soalong Island tomorrow. Everything depends on your own good fortune. In order not to let the Long family notice you, I can't walk with you and protect you. Long Wu patted David on the shoulder. Uncle Long, don't worry, I will definitely take out Long Jing and increase my strength. I will kill the Long family and rescue my mother. David said firmly. Just when a few people were about to go to rest, suddenly dozens of people broke into the hotel, all of them ferocious. Chapter 8:13. The leader of these people is that Wang Shua. At this moment, Wang Shua's face is full of ferocity. As soon as he enters the door, he shouts loudly, give me to block every exit, and I must not let these little girls escape. In Nanhua, this place, no one dares to hit me yet. When I catch those little girls, let you play enough. Got it. Hearing what Wang Shua said, the eyes of the dozens of people behind them all glowed, and they hurriedly blocked all the exits of the hotel. Your Highness, what's the matter? Why are you so angry today? At this time, the hotel manager hurried forward, took out a cigarette and prepared to hand it to Wang Shua. Go away, some little girls beat me, and now I'm staying in your hotel. I'm going to find these people. Wang Shua pushed the manager away, making the manager look embarrassed. However, Wang Shua is the son of the richest man in Nanhua City. This manager can't afford to offend him, so he can only say with a smile, in this Nanhua world, there are still people who dare to do something to Wang Gongzi. It's really impatient to live. Wang Gongzi, tell me. I have their names, and I will send someone to check which room they live in right away. Wang Shua was so touted by this manager, he felt very comfortable, and the anger in his heart subsided a lot. I don't know what it's called, but you go and bring the lists you registered to see how many girls live in the hotel, call them out. When the manager heard this, his forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. There are hundreds of people living in this hotel, and there are hundreds of people who are indifferent women. If you call them out, wouldn't it be a mess, and the reputation of the hotel will also be affected, but Wang Shua has spoken, the manager has to do it. Just when the hotel manager was embarrassed, Wang Shua's eyes swept to Sonia and the others on the second floor. Wang Shua took the lead in chasing towards the second floor, and the thugs behind him followed. Originally, the death of the Irvin made David and Sonia very sad. Now Wang Shua has come to the door again. Whether it is Sonia or Gu Linger, especially Xiaoru, murderous aura erupted. Feeling the murderous aura of several girls, David's scalp felt numb. He really couldn't understand what happened in the past few days. A lot of growth. As far as these girls are concerned, it is a matter of minutes to deal with the dozens of thugs brought by Wang Shua, and it is not a grade at all. David, go back to your room, don't worry about this, I'm going to vent today. Looking at Wang Shua who was leading someone up, Sonia said to David with a gloomy face. David hesitated, but he still went back to his room. With Xiaoru there, David was not worried about their safety. Now, Xiaoru's skill is probably comparable to that of a 7th grade grandmaster. Just Xiaoru alone, these dozens of thugs are not opponents, not to mention Gu Linger and Sonia. Long Wu took Wu Mei back to the room. After all, such a fight would not require Long Wu to come forward, and Wu Mei had no effort. In this case, her charms were useless, so she simply returned. Room. Wang Shuo led people to the second floor, and saw that Sonia and the other girls didn't run away, they just stood there quietly, as if they were waiting for him. Wang Shuo glanced at the three of Sonia and said with a lustful look in his eyes, "You guys are so courageous, if you beat me, you still don't run for your life, and you still dare to live here. Can't you do anything?" The three girls glared at Wang Shuo. If eyes could kill, Wang Shuo would have died many times at this moment. Chapter 8:14. Hey, don't look at me like this, I'll be scared. Wang Shuo walked up to Sonia boldly with a mean smile on his face, reached out and touched Sonia's face, who had just been beaten on the beach. That scene, he may have forgotten. "If you don't want to lose your hand, then get out of here," Sonia said to Wang Shuo coldly. Wang Shuo was stunned for a moment, and the outstretched hand also stopped, then the corner of his mouth raised. "Damn, your temper is really strong, didn't you see the dozens of subordinates behind me? You dare to threaten me for a while? I will strip you all naked and throw them on the street to see if you are still rude." After Wang Shuo finished speaking, he waved his hand, and then he stepped back, probably because he was really afraid that Sonia would make a move. Wow! Dozens of people brought by Wang Shuo rushed up and surrounded Sonia and the three girls. At this moment, people in many rooms on the second floor opened the doors, and then looked at the scene in front of them with a lively attitude. You must know that many of the people who live here are warriors who are going to Suolong Island tomorrow. The minimum is the strength of the master, so they are not afraid of this Wang Shuo. "Sister, do you want to help? As long as you stay with your brother for one night, your brother will send you this bunch of trash with one hand." A guy with a big beard leaned out from the door and asked Sonia and the others with a wretched face. "Yes, don't say one hand, one finger, I can drive this bunch of trash away, as long as the girl nods her head and accompanies my brother for a few drinks." A thin guy with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks followed suit. "Sister, just say something, the brothers have destroyed all these guys." "Yes, as long as the girl can accompany us happily." If there was a leader, the other warriors also followed suit, not paying any attention to Wang Shuo. This time, Sonia and the others weren't angry, but Wang Shuo was so angry that this was Nanhua City, his territory, but he didn't want these guys to ignore him at all. To know that he can bring dozens of people behind him, aren't these hotel guests afraid? "Shut the fuck up and go back to your own room. Do you know who I am? My dad is the richest man in Nanhua City. You dare to make fun of you? Believe it or not, I will cut you down together." Wang Shuo angrily took the machete from one of his subordinates and waved it vigorously twice. Ha ha ha. Seeing Wang Shuo like that, all the roaring warriors actually laughed. In the eyes of these warriors, the richest man in Nanhua City is a piece of shit. You must know that a grandmaster can dominate on one side, not to mention that there are still great grandmasters and Wuzong here. The Feng family and Wu family in Jiangbei provincial capital are just a grandmaster, but which one's assets do not exceed the richest man in Nanhua City, and now Wang Shuo is talking about this with a group of warriors, it's just a joke. Wang Shuo was not afraid to see these people, and dared to laugh at him, which made Wang Shuo's face flush with anger, and his eyes were burning. "You wait for me, when I clean up these three little girls, I am cleaning up you." Wang Shuo gritted his teeth and said. As soon as Wang Shuo finished speaking, he saw a young man in a Chinese tunic suit with a folding fan coming over, followed by an old man behind the young man. David was also watching the situation in the room at the moment. When he saw the young man with the folding fan, he immediately recognized that this person was the Shenyuan's son he met in the restaurant. "I'm afraid you won't have a chance to clean up these three girls." Young Master Shenyuan looked at Wang Shuo indifferently and said. Chapter 8:15. Wang Shuo glanced at young Master Shenyuan, and said with a cold face, "Do you want to stand up for them? Let me tell you, my dad is." Before Wang Shuo's words were finished, the old man behind Mr. Shenyuan suddenly waved his hand, and the distance of several meters caused Wang Shuo's body to fly upside down in an instant. All of a sudden, he fell from the second floor to a hug, and then slammed onto the floor of a hug. The whole person was bleeding from 7 orifices, and his face was hideous. He couldn't die any longer. This time, when the dozens of subordinates brought by Wang Shua saw this, they were so frightened that they turned their heads and ran away, and they disappeared without a trace in an instant. Young Master Shen Yuan glanced around, and the warriors who had been booing just now all returned to their rooms in despair, and it could be seen that they were very afraid of the person in front of them. "Hello, my name is Shen Yuan Kai." Shen Yuan Kai stretched out his hand towards Sonia and the others, but in exchange, they only got the blank eyes of Sonia and the others. Originally, the three of them wanted Wang Shua and the others to vent their grief and anger, but they didn't want the Shen Yuan Kai to come out and pretend to be a big-tailed wolf, so that the three of them's idea of venting their anger was shattered. Seeing this, David also walked out of the room. After taking a look at Zun Yuankai, he took the hands of Sonia and Gu Linger and said, let's go back to the room." Humph, Xiaoru snorted angrily at Shen Yuan Kai, and followed David and the others back to the room. Shen Yuan Kai was stunned for a while, watching David lead Sonia and the others into the room, and after closing the door, his eyes became slightly fascinated. "Master!" The old man behind Shen Yuan Kai stepped forward slightly and shouted in a low voice. Shen Yuan Kai waved his hand, "The things I like can never escape, it's too late today, let's talk about it tomorrow." Shen Yuan Kai turned and left. In the room, Gu Linger blushed slightly, and threw off David's hand. David grabbed her and Sonia's hands just now, making Gu Linger's heart tense, and her heart almost didn't jump out. "I'm sorry, I just did it casually, not on purpose." Seeing Gu Linger's blushing face, David hurriedly explained. Gu Linger shook her head, but secretly glanced at Sonia. She was afraid that Sonia would be jealous. It's just that Sonia was dumbfounded at the moment and didn't respond. "Sonia, what's wrong with you?" David also found that Sonia seemed to be in a bad mood, so he asked. "Nothing." Sonia shook her head hastily. "By the way, did Irvin tell you anything? What did you promise him?" At this moment, David remembered what Irvin said before his death. "It's nothing, it's too late, you go to rest, we have to rest." Sonia pushed David out of the room. At this time, Wu Meier also returned to the room. The four girls were in the same room, and the atmosphere instantly became depressed and solemn. No one spoke, only each other's breathing could be heard. After a while, Sonia said, "Linger, if something happens to me, I hope you can help me take care of David." "Sonia, don't talk nonsense, didn't Butler Long say that, you don't necessarily have to sacrifice your life, maybe without your help, David can get Longjing himself." Gu Linger comforted. Sonia smiled, she knew it was Gu Linger comforting herself. "Linger, life and death have fate, I never thought about what kind of fire spirit body I am, but since I am now, then I am willing to pay for David without any regrets." Sonia smiled, but the smile was a bit sad. For a while, none of the four girls were talking, but Wu Meier couldn't understand what kind of charm this David had that would make the girls willing to give their lives for him. Chapter 8:16. In another room, David was begging Long Wu bitterly. "Uncle Long, just tell me what the Irvin said before he died. What does he want Sonia and the others to do?" David asked Long Wu. "Okay, go to bed soon, there are still many things to do tomorrow on Suolong Island, but remember, when you arrive on Suolong Island, you can't trust anyone except you." Long Wu warned David. "Aren't you going?" David was a little surprised. Long Wu shook his head, "If I go, the Long family will be able to find you soon, just a few of you, I'll stay here with Meyer and wait for your good news." As soon as David heard it, he didn't say anything, and soon the two fell asleep. The next day, just after dawn, everyone left the hotel and went to the pier. At this moment, the dock is already full of people. A 5-story cruise ship is parked at the port. This cruise ship can hold thousands of people. It can be seen how many people went to Suolong Island this time. Although everyone knows that Suolong Island is dangerous, and it may be gone forever, the temptation of huge interest still makes these people rush to Suolong Island. The ticket check started, and everyone lined up to board the ship. There were many people who didn't buy tickets and wanted to sneak in, but they were all caught out. This cruise ship was from the Long family. People from the Long family, so it is almost impossible to evade fares. "Did you see?" There was a famous great master who didn't buy a ticket just now and wanted to sneak in, but he was beaten up and thrown out. I don't know what the origin of this long family is. I haven't heard of it either. It must be a hidden family. Those who haven't seen these ticket checkers are all the masters. Let's just wait in line to check tickets. Not far in front of David, the two were discussing in a low voice, but the voice of the discussion had already clearly entered David's ears. It was the Long family who watched the ticket check. Thinking of his mother who was still tormented, David really killed all the Long family members, but he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't compete with the Long family at all. David can only hold his anger deep in his heart. When he is strong enough, he must kill the Long family and save his mother. Just as everyone was slowly queuing up to board the boat, suddenly a group of people crowded over and shouted for everyone to make way. David looked at it and found that it was Shen Yuankai, who jumped in front of the line with his subordinates. However, when everyone saw that it was Shen Yuankai, no one dared to say anything, so they just moved out of the way. When Zun Yuankai led people past David and the others, he glanced at David with a deep meaning. Although Shen Yuankai led someone to jump in the queue, the Long family who checked the tickets didn't say anything, but let them go. But just as the queue was rearranging and continuing to check in and board the ship, there was a commotion at the back, and a group of people squeezed to the front again. A young man with dyed red hair and red trousers squeezed in with a group of people. When they saw this strangely dressed young man, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Thunder Torch Ching Kuan. With a trace of fear in everyone's eyes, they hurriedly avoided a path. I didn't expect this devil king to come. A middle-aged man in his 50s in front of David had a trace of loneliness on his face. Uncle, who is that young man? David asked the middle-aged man in front of him curiously. David sensed that the young man in the red shirt and red pants was only a great master, not as strong as the Shen Yuankai just now, but looking at the expressions of these people, he seemed to be very jealous of this guy, even more terrifying than that Shen Yuankai. Chapter 8:17. The middle-aged man glanced at David and was about to say something when he suddenly became a little excited. You. Are you David? David was stunned, wondering how this middle-aged man knew him. Seeing David stunned, the middle-aged man hurriedly explained, You followed that Qin Xiaolan's fight, I watched it, everyone who knew you, I didn't expect you to defeat Wu Zong and kill that Qin Xiaolan at such a young age, it's amazing. Being so praised by the middle-aged man, David felt a little embarrassed. After smiling, he asked again, Uncle, what happened to the demon king you just mentioned? After recognizing David, the middle-aged man immediately explained to David enthusiastically, This person is Qing Kuan, the only son of Qing Zhichang, the master of Perak Gate. He is hot and ruthless. In many battles, most of them are clicked, and will not hurt lives, but this guy, as long as he makes a killing move, no one knows how many people died in his hands, but Qing Zhichang stepped on it very early. Entering the realm of Wuzong, he is an old-fashioned Wuzong with strong strength, so many people dare not provoke this Qing Kuan, and they all hide away when they see him. After that Qing Kuan squeezed to the front, he raised his eyes and looked around. Soon, some warriors lowered their heads and dared not look at him. Some warriors even left quietly and did not intend to go to Suolong Island. No one wants to provoke this killer. Qing Kuan brightened the ticket, but the ticket checker did not stop him either, and put Qing Kuan in. I didn't expect that the eldest young master of the dignified Perak Gate would also come to join in the fun. At this time, Shen Yuankai had already stepped into the cabin, and when he saw Qing Kuan approaching, he sneered. Hearing Shen Yuankai's tone, there was a bit of disdain. You are allowed to come, Mr. Shen Yuan, so you won't allow me to come? Qing Kuan raised his mouth. No one from the Long family said anything. You are meddling with mice. Shen Yuankai's face sank. With your little strength, you will die if you come here. Shen Yuankai's eyes were full of disdain. Of course, he also has disdain capital. He is about the same age as Qing Kuan, but now he is already at the peak of the great master's strength, and that Qing Kuan is only worthy of the 5th grade strength of the great master. This is still Thunder Gate. After spending a lot of money searching for a lot of panacea for him to eat, he reached this state. It's uncertain who lives and who dies, Qing Kuan snorted coldly. For a while, the smell of gunpowder was full of gunpowder, and before they reached Soalong Island, these people were already hostile. "You two are so boring, why don't you call me here?" At this time, a vain, rebellious young man walked directly towards the cabin, and behind him were 4 or 5 tall masters. Seeing this person, many warriors all gasped. It's broken, these 3 big devils gathered together, I'd better withdraw." The middle-aged man in front of David, after seeing the young man who came again, was so frightened that he turned around and left, not planning to go to Soalong Island. "Uncle, who is this?" David grabbed the middle-aged man and asked. "This is Zhao Chuang, the eldest son of the Zhao family in Wuying Mountain Villa. Today is really lively. I advise you not to go. Be careful that you will lose your life." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left in a hurry. David saw that many warriors had turned away one after another, and threw away the ticket directly. Instead of going to Lock Dragon Island, nearly half of the people left. The 3 young people scared away half of the warriors, which shows that the strength of these 3 families is extraordinary. David's consciousness swept over that Zhao Chuang, and his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. This guy has just stepped into the strength of a master. Among the hundreds of people, anyone who pulls out will be stronger than this guy. Dare to go to Soalong Island. Chapter 8:18. Zhao Chuang. Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai both shouted when they saw the person coming. "Just your ability to join in the fun? Be careful to let the beasts on the island eat you." Chen Kun said half-jokingly. "I'm afraid that your kid won't be able to reach Soalong Island, and his life will be gone." Shen Yuan Kai also said with a smile. "You two are too much, how can you curse me like this? Although my cultivation level is lower than yours, I have more women than you." Zhao Chuang was not angry, but justified with a smug look on his face. "Okay, you're just as good as you are, show it off to us, isn't it shameful?" Chen Kun glanced at Zhao Chuang and said. "Hey, brother Kun, I don't want to learn from you, I will kill people at every turn. I have no other ability, I just like to follow women." Zhao Chuang he smiled and said. "Have you had enough fun with women? Do you want to die?" Shen Yuan Kai glanced at Zhao Chuang disdainfully. "Brother Kai, what are you talking about? When women don't have enough fun, I'm just here to find excitement, not to fight with you. When I get to the island, I want you to protect me." Zhao Chuang said glibly. David looked at this Zhao Chuang, but he didn't expect this guy to be quite smooth, and it seemed that he had a good relationship with that Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai. "Okay, when the time comes, you follow me, don't run around. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling face." This Zhao Chuang, as the young owner of the shadowless villa, kept his posture so low, and shouted at each other, so he couldn't help but give face. The 3 of them walked towards the cabin lobby, while the others started to line up again to check in and board the ship. At this time, in a room on the highest point of the 5th floor of the cabin, a young man wearing a tunic suit with a slender face and a face as resolute as a knife was looking down at everything on the bow. This person is Long Xingxiu of the Long family. He was already in the realm of Wuzong at a young age. Although Long Xingxiu is only a sideline of the Long family, there are not many people who can reach the realm of Wuzong at this age. After a short period of time, he will be able to get the opportunity to wash the flesh of the Long family. If he can, he will be able to step into the immortal cultivation realm and enter the core of the Long family. "Master," no trace of Long Wu was found in the crowd, and Butler Long was no longer among them. A servant walked up to Long Xingxiu and whispered a report. "Long Wu is not stupid, how could it be possible to land on Long Island? Wouldn't that let us know at a glance who we are looking for?" As for the housekeeper Long, he forced his way into Long Island, and his body has already been seriously injured. It is estimated that by now already dead. Long Xingxiu still looked at everything on the bow, as if he wanted to see through everyone below. "Young master, there is one more thing. Now Xuanyuan's family, Pilamen and Wuying Mountain Villa have sent people, and they are all the eldest young masters of each family. Do you think our plan is still implemented?" The next person asked. "Implementation, the big deal is to send someone to talk to the 3 families. This time we would rather kill by mistake than let one go. Long Xingshu's eyes flashed fiercely, and at first glance, he was a ruthless guy. Soon, everyone got on the boat, and with the sound of a whistle, the cruise ship slowly set off toward Suolong Island. David took the plan and went to the front desk, and then booked a room. It would take a few hours to get to Suolong Island. He couldn't sit all the time. He found a room to rest. David also just avoided everyone's attention. If he was caught by the Chin family, people found out, and it was troublesome. Just as David was walking towards the front desk, suddenly a man wearing a black suit, black hat, and black sunglasses passed by David. The man's hands were very white. After surpassing David, he walked quickly to the front desk. Chapter 8:19. Evil Repair. As soon as this man rubbed shoulders with David, David's consciousness instantly sensed that this man was an evil cultivator, and he was full of evil spirits. When David's eyes touched the man in the black suit, the man obviously paused, looked back, and walked forward again. David also ignored it and went to the front desk. After all, at this time, David didn't want to cause more trouble and cause unnecessary trouble. "Get me a room. Get me a room." The man in the black suit and David spoke to the front desk almost simultaneously. This time, the front desk was embarrassed and took out a room card. "Two gentlemen, I'm sorry, there is only one room." David followed the man in the suit to look at each other, and then the man in the suit took the room card directly into his hand while the front desk was not paying attention. After the man in the suit got the room card, he turned around and left. He didn't want to have too much contact with David, and it seemed that he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, evil cultivators are despised in the martial arts world. If these warriors know that they are evil cultivators, they will definitely be attacked by a group. This man in a suit does not want to reach Suolong Island, and he has become the target of siege by everyone. "Stop for me." Just when the man in the black suit was about to leave with the room card, he was suddenly stopped by Sonia and the three girls. The three of them saw the scene at the front desk just now. This guy didn't say a word, grabbed the room card and left. It's really impolite. After all, if the guy wants a room at the same time, it doesn't matter if he can give him the room, but this guy's attitude made Sonia and the three very angry, so he gave the man in the suit to him. "Stopped." "What?" The man in the suit asked Sonia and the three of them with a glance. "You are too rude. Why did you take the room card? Leave the room card." Gu Linger angrily accused the man in the suit. The man in the suit turned his head and glanced at David, knowing that Sonia and the others were with David, and did not speak, but turned slightly, preparing to bypass Sonia and the others and continue to leave. "You are too unreasonable, and you still want to run away with the room card?" Sonia hurriedly stopped the man in the suit again. "Get out of the way, or I'll be rude to you," the man in the suit said coldly. "You're welcome, what can I do?" Sonia was not afraid at all. Not to mention that David is here. With Sheru's current skills, ordinary warriors are not opponents at all, let alone three of them. At this time, some people around saw that there was a lot of excitement, and hurriedly gathered around. When they saw that it was Sonia and the three girls, they all came to the spirit and started to boo. After all, after a few hours of boring sailing, it's good to have a little interlude in the middle. Zhao Chuang, who was already lying in the room, heard a commotion in the cabin below, and got up curiously. When he saw Sonia and the three girls through the window of his room, his eyes almost didn't pop out. Zhao Chuang got up in a hurry and ran down in a hurry, while several of his subordinates hurriedly followed. David saw more and more people gathering on the side, causing some trouble and affecting Dengsuolong Island, so he planned to come over and let Sonia and the three forget it. But just as David took 2 steps, he saw Zhao Chuang hurried down with someone from upstairs. When the onlookers saw that Zhao Chuang had brought someone, they hurriedly avoided the path. "Fkuck, you are a big man, what is it to bully girls? I see the person who bullies women the most." When Zhao Chuang came, he scolded the man in the suit indiscriminately, and then showed his face looking at Sonia and the three of them with a wretched smile. He said, "Don't be afraid of the 3 sisters, my brother decides for you." Chapter 8:20. The 3 of them, Sonia, almost vomited when they looked at Zhao Chuang's wretched appearance, but Sonia held back and said, "This room card belongs to us, but he stole it." When Zhao Chuang heard this, he looked at the room card and the man in the suit and said with a smile, "Sister, don't worry, I'll ask you to come here." After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he winked at the subordinates beside him. Zhao Chuang's subordinate nodded, then looked at the man in the suit arrogantly and said, "Leave the room card." "Is this room card handled by me?" The man in the black suit was not in a hurry and said in a calm tone, "Don't fucking talk nonsense, just stay if you stay." Zhao Chuang's subordinate's tone was tough, and his face was full of arrogance. The man in the black suit looked at Zhao Chuang's subordinates, then looked at Zhao Chuang again. He ignored him, turned around, and was about to leave. There were more and more people here. Identity. Seeing that the man in the suit was ignoring him, Zhao Chuang's men frowned, and immediately rushed up, directly blocking the way of the man in the black suit. "I told you to leave the room card, are you deaf?" Zhao Chuang's subordinate frowned slightly and asked sharply. "Go away." The man in the black suit had a hint of anger at this time. Zhao Chuang's subordinates did not expect that the other party would be so tough, and even dared to scold him. Knowing that their Wuying villa is famous, who would dare to talk to him like this? What's more, he is still a 5th grade grandmaster, how can he tolerate others' insults? Seeing that the man in the black suit was so arrogant, Zhao Chuang couldn't help frowning slightly, his face was full of gloomy colors, and someone dared not give him Zhao Chuang's face, damn it. Zhao Chuang's subordinates saw that their eldest young master's face was not good, and they knew that they had lost face to Zhao Chuang. If they went back, they would not be able to run away with a single punishment, so they shouted angrily and reached out to grab the man in the black suit. The strength of the 5th grade grandmaster should not be underestimated. At this time, Zun Yuankai and Chen Kun also came. When Zun Yuankai saw Sonia and the three of them, he was stunned for a moment, but then the corner of his mouth raised, and he also guessed why Zhao Chuang was in conflict with others. "Zhao Chuang, your people are going to suffer." After Shen Yuankai glanced at the man in the suit, he smiled at Zhao Chuang and said. Zun Yuankai had already noticed that this person was not low in cultivation, and although he deliberately concealed his breath, Zun Yuankai could still feel it. "What a joke, my servant is the strength of a 5th grade grandmaster, how could it be at a disadvantage?" Zhang Chuang sneered. Seeing that Zhao Chuang didn't care, Shen Yuankai didn't speak, he just smiled and watched. Seeing the other party's shot, the man in the black suit turned cold, his face suddenly grim, and his whole body was full of anger. Although he was afraid of revealing his identity, the man in the suit had been holding back, but now that the other party has been provocative again and again, how could he not be angry? Just as Zhao Chuang's subordinates shot at him, the man in the black suit suddenly punched him. The strength of the great master's peak. At this moment, the man in the black suit's cultivation base was exposed. Shen Yuankai couldn't help but stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that someone would follow him with the same cultivation base, and the age of the other party was not very old. "Be careful." An old man beside Zhao Chuang immediately reminded him when he saw the opponent's shot, and he was still at the peak of the great grandmaster's strength. Bang! But it was too late, and the opponent slammed Zhao Chuang's body with a punch. I saw Zhao Chuang's subordinate screamed, the whole person flew out, and then fell heavily onto the cabin. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhao Chuang's subordinates were pale, like dead people. Zhao Chuang's other subordinates took a look and surrounded the man in the black suit one after another. Chapter 821. Zhao Chuang's face was also extremely ugly, and he was embarrassed in front of the beautiful woman. Zhao Chuang felt that he had lost all face, and walked over quickly. Shen Yuankai didn't move, and Chen Kun didn't move either. At the same time, David also frowned slightly. Although the man in the suit just showed the strength of the great master, David knew that the man in the suit was not used in the group, but was still hiding his strength. Don't look at the age of this guy. Gently, it should already be Wuzong, and he may be stronger than Xia Hodun, the master of woman that day. It seems that this evil cultivation technique can really quickly improve a person's strength. Otherwise, at such an age, if you want to break through to the realm of Wuzong, I am afraid it will be as difficult as reaching the sky. The man in the suit looked at the people in Wuying Mountain Villa surrounding him. Although he was not afraid, he would wrinkle every day. If he fought, he was afraid that his identity as an evil cultivator would be exposed. Paralyzed, I, Zhao Chuang, have never been angered by this. I beat this guy to death today and threw it directly into the sea. Zhao Chuang shouted angrily. Several people from Shadowless Villa received Zhao Chuang's order, and immediately took a stance, and the aura on their bodies began to rise. When the man in the suit saw this, he tried his best to suppress the evil spirit in his body, otherwise it would be easy for others to notice. Seeing that a fight was about to take place, I saw a young man in a Chinese tunic suit coming, followed by many people in uniform. There is a dragon embroidered on the left side of these people's clothes, and everyone knows that it is a member of the dragon family at a glance. Is it too disrespectful to my Long family to make trouble on this boat? Long Xingxiu glanced at Zhao Chuang and the man in the suit, and an invisible pressure came over him. After Zhao Chuang saw Long Xingxiu, his arrogance instantly disappeared, and he waved his hand towards his hand, causing everyone to withdraw. Master Long, my man was injured by this guy, should there be an explanation? Zhao Chuang asked Long Xingxiu. I saw it all. Long Xingxiu glanced at Zhao Chuang, then said to the man in the suit, you can go. Seeing this, the man in the suit hurriedly walked away, facing Long Xingxiu. The man in the suit was a little nervous, for fear that Long Xingxiu would find out his identity. When Zhao Chuang saw Long Xingxiu let the man in the suit go, his brows were wrinkled, and his face was full of displeasure. Master Long, I have never been so angry at Wuying Villa, and now so many people are watching. Where should I put the face of Shadowless Villa? It's you who provokes you first to pick up girls. Since you don't feel ashamed, then come and talk to my Long family. Long Xingxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chill on his body made Zhao Chuang shudder. Seeing Long Xingxiu like that, Zhao Chuang gritted his teeth, snorted coldly and led him back to the room, no longer in the mood to pick up girls. Shadowless Villa has some strength, but it has not yet reached the point of following the dragon family against it. The dragon family is a real hidden giant with a profound background. Zhao Chuang walked back. Long Xingxiu looked at Sonia and the other three, and said to his subordinates, let our people make room for these three young ladies and bring the room card. Got it. Soon, the Long family vacated a room and handed the room card to Sonia. Miss, if you have anything, you can come to me at any time. My name is Long Xingxiu. I wonder if you have time to have a cup of tea together. Long Xingxiu handed the room card to Sonia and asked. They don't have time. At this time, David stepped in front of Sonia and the others, took the room card in Sonia's hand, and after taking a look at Long Xingxiu, took Sonia and the others away, without giving Long Xingxiu any face. Chapter 822. Long Xingxiu was stunned for a moment, then stared at David's back, his brows furrowed. Who is this guy? Do I know him? How can I feel familiar when I see this guy? Long Xingxiu was puzzled. The first time he saw David, he felt a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen it before, but he couldn't remember it. Although Long Xingxiu is a side branch, David is connected by blood after all. David's mother is Long Xingxiu's aunt, and the two are cousins. However, at this time, the two cousins had no feelings at all, and they both wanted to kill each other's existence. Master Long. Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai walked over, nodded slightly towards Long Xingxiu, and said hello. The two were very low-key in front of Long Xingxiu. After all, in front of the geniuses of the Long family, they can't keep a low profile. Long Xingxiu also nodded, and then waved his hand to let everyone disperse. During these few hours on the boat, Long Xingxiu didn't want anything to happen. I didn't expect you girls to be very popular. After David took Sonia and the others away, he said sourly. Seeing David like that, Sonia giggled. What? Are you jealous? I'm not jealous, David shook his head. On the whole boat, there are only 3 of us girls, and a few of them are still at the level of ants, so of course the 3 of us are in demand. Gu Linger said with a smile. There are more than 100 people on the whole boat. Except for the 3 young girls, there are really no other girls. It is no wonder that there are so many people who are courting. I think the main reason is that Sister Sonia and Sister Linger are too beautiful, so there are so many men who are courting them. If I were a man, I would also come over to chat up. Xiaoru said sweetly. Xiaoru is becoming more and more able to talk, which makes people like it. Gu Linger gently touched Xiaoru's head, but soon she seemed to think of something, and suddenly her face became a little ugly. Linger, what's wrong with you? David asked strangely when he noticed that Gu Linger's expression was suddenly wrong. Oh, nothing. Gu Linger shook her head. She just thought that after landing on Suolong Island, maybe Xiaoru and Sonia would never come back, so she felt sad. Just when David wanted to ask questions, suddenly a few people in front blocked their way. David turned his head and found that Qin Xiaotian led someone to stop them, and his second brother Qin Xiaoxian was beside Qin Xiaotian. David, didn't expect us to meet here? Qin Xiaotian looked at David with a sneer and said. What do you think? David had already seen the Qin brothers at the hotel, so it was not surprising to meet them on the boat. Seeing that David didn't make any waves, Qin Xiaotian frowned and said, You killed my eldest brother, aren't you afraid to see me? I think it's you who should be afraid. If I can kill your elder brother, I can also kill you. If you want the Qin family to disappear from now on, you can try to provoke me. David said indifferently. When Qin Xiaotian heard this, his face flushed with anger, and he pointed at David and said, Boy, you are too arrogant, don't think that we haven't found you for a while, because our Qin family is afraid of you, I will break you today. The corpse is 10,000 pieces, and by the way, I played with these women around you. With his second brother Qin Xiaoxian there, Qin Xiaotian was not afraid of David at all, and his anger was burning constantly. But just when Qin Xiaotian was about to attack David, Qin Xiaoxian, who was beside him, grabbed him. Chapter 823. Second brother, this guy killed the big brother, he is right in front of him, what are you doing to stop me? Qin Xiaotian didn't understand, why did his second brother stop him to take revenge on such a good opportunity? Have you forgotten what the Long family said just now? If you do something on this boat, wouldn't that annoy the Long family, but as long as you get off the boat, the Long family will not be able to control it. Maybe we don't need to take action at that time, and the Long family will he let him go? He came to a place like this, and even brought a few beautiful girls, he is courting death by himself. Qin Xiaoxian looked at David, the corner of his mouth raised. David didn't even give Long Xingxiu any face just now. With the arrogant temperament of the Long family, how could he let David go? Hearing Qin Xiaoxian's words, Qin Xiaotian finally calmed down, and then looked at David with a sneering expression, Let your kid live a little longer, and then wait on Suolong Island, I want to see how you kneel down and beg for mercy. A good dog doesn't stand in the way, if you don't dare to do it, get out of the way. David didn't care, he pushed Qin Xiaotian away, and took Sonia and the others back to the room. Qin Xiaotian looked at David's back, and pouted fiercely, Bah, let you be mad now, you will look good later. After he finished speaking, Qin Xiaotian looked at Qin Xiaoxian and asked, Second brother, is this dragon family very powerful? Why haven't I heard of it? There's the Shadowless Villa, the Thunder Gate, I've never heard of it. Qin Xiaoxian glanced at Qin Xiaotian and said with a displeased expression, You spend all day drinking and drinking, you know what SHT, if it wasn't for the big brother who took care of the Qin family in front, now the Qin family is over, and I will be in the Qin family in the future. If I can come back, the Qin family will count on you, you can give me snacks. After being scolded by Qin Xiaoxian, Qin Xiaotian shrank his neck and did not dare to speak. The few hours of sailing is over soon, and the Dragon Island is in sight. Before landing on the island, everyone could feel the gusts of cold wind coming, and they couldn't help but fight a cold war. It's summer now, and I usually wear thin clothes, but at this time, I can see that this Suolong Island is actually a vast expanse of white, all covered with white snow, and the landscape is very strange. It seems that the legend of Suolong Island should be true. After seeing Suolong Island with his own eyes, David couldn't help but sigh. Soon, the cruise ship docked, and the voice of Long Xingxiu came from the broadcast speakers. Everyone, this is Binglong Mountain on the side of Suolong Island. If you want to land on the island from here, you can get off the boat directly. After that, we will go to the other side to land on the island. It's up to you to choose which side you want to land on. The spiral staircase of the cruise ship is put down, and those who have landed on the island can disembark. But after a while, no one got off the boat, because in such a cold place, no one wants to go down from here, and looking around, it is all white, and there is no rare and exotic grass. These people are all. They rushed to some medicinal herbs on the island, and the spirit beasts came. It was obvious that this cold place did not have what they were looking for. Seeing that no one had disembarked, the cruise ship was about to raise the spiral staircase to continue sailing to the other side of the island, but at this moment, David took Sonia and the others to the bow of the boat, and then walked down the spiral staircase. This time, everyone on the boat was in a commotion and started talking. Is this guy crazy? Take 3 women to the island from here? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? I think these guys don't want to hunt for treasure, it's more like a game. Who comes to hunt for treasure with 3 women? How can people be cold? When it's cold, it's not cold when a few people are crowded together, and they can still do strenuous exercise. Damn, this kid is really lucky to bring 3 women at once. After watching David take Sonia and the others off the boat, everyone was envious. Chapter 8:24. But right after David disembarked, Zunyuankai led people to follow him. Seeing Zunyuankai go down, Qingkun and Zhao Chuang also followed. Seeing these 3 demons follow, no one on the boat dared to get off the boat, but many people were worried about David and Sonia. After all, the 3 guys got off the boat with a very clear purpose. Women go. Second brother, what should we do? Seeing that David got off the boat from here, Qin Shaotian asked Qin Shaoxian. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shaoxian gritted his teeth, let's go down too. The revenge for killing his brother must be avenged. Since David disembarked from here, they also have to follow him. Only when David is killed on Solong Island, will no one pay attention. David looked at the people who disembarked with them, and his face became extremely gloomy. The reason why he chose to disembark here is because he didn't want to disembark here. David just avoided the crowd and took the map to find Long Jing alone. If there are too many people, even if David has a map, it is not easy to act, and he does not dare to take out the map. If everyone knows that he has a map of Solong Island on his body, he will know what the consequences will be if he thinks about it with his toes. Brother Kun, Brother Kai, I didn't expect you 2 to be so fanatical about women, but there are exactly 3 women, 3 of us one. I want the one with ponytails and the youngest, although the figure is not yet developed, but it's relatively tender, none of you can rob me. Zhao Chuang looked at Xiao Ru, the youngest in front of him, his eyes narrowed, and the hala was about to flow out. Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai both gave Zhao Chuang a blank look. They really didn't understand whether this guy came to Solong Island to pick up girls or to hunt for treasures. However, the reason why Shen Yuankai followed to disembark was because he was refuted by Sonia and others in the hotel. And that Qing Kun was not for the sake of women, nor was it for face, it was simply because he saw Zunyuankai disembarked, so he came down with him. This guy didn't look right to Zunyuankai, so he always wanted to compare. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian also took the Qin family off the boat, and when Zhao Chuang saw that there were still people following him, he frowned, looked at Qin Shaoxian and Qin Shaotian and said, I said that you are all uncles with unshaven beards. Come down and grab women from us. Shame. Qin Shaoxian and Qin Shaotian are both middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s. In Zhao Chuang's eyes, they are middle-aged uncles. How could they still compete for women with these young people? After listening to Zhao Chuang's words, Qin Shaotian wanted to get angry. A hairy boy with the strength of a master just now, but his hair was not fully grown, even dared to talk to them like this. However, Qin Shaoxian, who was on the side, secretly pulled Qin Shaotian, and then smiled and said to Zhao Chuang, Zhao Gongzi misunderstood, we have no interest in those women, but David is having some festivals with us, we want to stay on this island. Make a break. Zhao Chuang pointed to David in front of him, is that the man you're talking about? Yes, it's him. Qin Shaoxian nodded. That's about the same, as long as you don't rob us of women, there are only 3 women, and the 3 of our brothers are divided. Zhao Chuang said carelessly. Qin Shaoxian smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Although the Qin family also had strong strength, he didn't want to provoke the 3 young people in front of him, not to mention that he was only a sideline of the Qin family. The 3 families, it is estimated that the Qin family will not protect him. Just as Qin Shaoxian and Qin Shaotian were walking towards David with their subordinates, a man slowly walked down from the boat, and it was the man in suit who injured Zhao Chuang's subordinates on the boat. Chapter 825. Seeing the man in the suit walking down, Zhao Chuang was instantly furious, but he didn't speak, because he found that the man in the suit didn't seem to be easy to mess with. Although he said that Qin Kun and Shen Yuan Kai had something to protect him, but if they were in danger, neither of these two guys would necessarily help, it was just superficial. David, who was not far away, looked at the man in the suit who came down, his face became heavier and heavier, and his brows were tightly knit together. These people who came down are all experts, and things are getting more and more difficult to handle. However, after the man in the suit came down, he just glanced at everyone, and then walked away, without intending to go with David and the others. 3 days later, the boat will pick up everyone here. If you can't get on the boat, just wait to die on the island. The sound of the ship's horn sounded, and warned the people who disembarked. At this moment, Long Xingshu, who was standing at the highest point, looked at these people who got off the boat, and the corner of his mouth raised. Interesting, these guys are really interesting. Master, do you think there are those people here who we are looking for? A servant next to Long Xingshu also looked down at the people who disembarked, and continued, the 2 older ones must be no, there are also the Shadowless Villa, Pailai Gate, and the 3 young masters of the Shenyuan family. Could it be the guy in the suit? I think he always hides himself on purpose. Don't guess, you'll know in 3 days. Long Xingshu squinted his eyes, I really want to see, who is my cousin who I have never met. Beep. A crew's whistle sounded, and the crew slowly started to leave. After the crews left, Qin Shaotian couldn't wait to lead people to surround David and the others. This time, Qin Shaoxian didn't stop either. David killed his elder brother, so damn. Seeing that Qin Shaotian led people to surround him, David was still very calm, but Sonia and the 3 girls became a little nervous and stood closely with David. David, aren't you crazy? Today in this place where birds don't sht, let me see who can save you. Today I will avenge my elder brother. While speaking, Qin Shaotian had already waved his fist towards David. Qin Shaotian, who is a great master, this punch carried a monstrous momentum, and the fist wind lifted the snow on the ground flying. David snorted coldly, looking for death. But just when David was about to throw a fist to meet him, Xiaoru had already jumped up from David's side. If you want to move Brother Chen, pass me first. Xiaoru's slender figure was in front of Qin Shaotian in an instant. Qin Shaotian was a little surprised when he saw that Xiaoru dared to fight against him. Thinking of Zhao Chuang's explanation just now, Qin Shaotian could only withdraw some strength. I really want to kill this Xiaoru with one punch, maybe this Zhao Chuang will cause trouble with him. Qin Shaotian withdrew nearly half of his strength, and then a punch collided with Xiaoru. Boom! After a loud bang, the huge shock wave made it impossible to see snow for several meters around the two of them, revealing the brown ground. At the same time, Qin Shaotian's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. The internal organs were tumbling for a while, making Qin Shaotian's throat sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurting out. Third brother. Seeing this, Qin Shaoxian suddenly jumped up and caught Qin Shaotian firmly in midair. Seeing that Qin Shaotian was actually punched out by an unremarkable little girl, everyone else stayed on the spot. Especially that Zhao Chuang looked at Xiaoru with more fiery eyes, he was not frightened by Xiaoru's powerful strength. Chapter 826. Cough cough cough. Qin Shaotian coughed violently, and then another mouthful of blood spurted out. Qin Shaoxian rushed into Qin Shaotian's body with a burst of energy, which helped him control the injury. Damn, I just saw that you were a little girl, and you didn't use all your strength. You actually made a black hand, and I killed you. Qin Shaotian was in a hurry. He was a middle-aged uncle who was injured by a child like Xiaoru, which was too embarrassing. Just when Qin Shaotian was about to attack Xiaoru again, Zhao Chuang hurriedly stood in front of Xiaoru. Let me clean up your stinky mouth. A big man was injured by a little girl. You still have the face to shout. Believe it or not, I tore your mouth to pieces. Zhao Chuang cursed at Qin Shaotian with a gloomy face. Qin Shaotian was also angry. Seeing Zhao Chuang insulting him like this, he immediately became furious. What the H3LL are you? You're not just a little master, I can crush you to death with one finger. What the fuck is nothing? Shadow Mountain Villa, I have never heard of it. Qin Shaoxian, who was on the side, saw that Qin Shaotian followed Zhao Chuang and scolded, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. Seeing that Qin Shaotian dared to scold him, Zhao Chuang's eyes were full of murderous intent. As soon as he waved his hand, several subordinates immediately surrounded him. This time, the two groups of people were tit for tat, and the war was about to break out, and the atmosphere at the scene was very depressing. Zhao Gongzi, my brother is also impatient and open-mouthed. I apologize to Zhao Gongzi on his behalf, but I also hope that Zhao Gongzi will not stop us from taking revenge. Qin Shaoxian saw that the two sides were about to fight, so he followed Zhao Chuang to apologize. An apology is enough. Let him kneel down for me. Zhao Chuang did not accept Qin Shaoxian's apology at all. Zhao Chuang's words suddenly made Qin Shaoxian's face extremely ugly. Zhao Gongzi, stay in the front line of being a person, and see you in the future. You Wuying Mountain Villa are powerful, but our Qin family is not vegetarian. A cold glow flashed in Qin Shaoxian's eyes. However, Qin Shaoxian's threat not only did not make Zhao Chuang afraid, but made him instantly violent. Your Qin family is a bird, are you a vegetarian? Let's see the real stamp on our fists and feet. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he waved his hand to his subordinates. You give it to me, and let these guys who don't know what to do will give it a try. Our shadowless villa is amazing. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he quickly backed away. With the strength of his little grandmaster, he was afraid that he would be crushed to the ground by the other party's breath before he could make a move. Qin Shaoxian saw that it was inevitable to do something, so he ordered, protect the third child. Immediately afterwards, the aura on Qin Shaoxian's body suddenly soared, and the terrifying coercion instantly enveloped a radius of 100 meters, as if he had reached the realm of Wuzong. Feeling the breath on Qin Shaoxian's body, Zhao Chuang's face became extremely ugly. He came out secretly this time, and he didn't bring many masters with him. Now Qin Shaoxian is actually in the realm of Wuzong, and this time I'm afraid it will be troublesome. If they really want to fight, they are not necessarily opponents of others, and then they will be embarrassed, especially in front of Xiaoru. This guy, Zhao Chuang, saw Xiaoru's shot just now, and his heroic appearance was really moved, otherwise he wouldn't be so protective of Xiaoru. At this time, Zhao Chuang looked at Cheng Kun and Shen Yuan Kai with a look of help. After all, the subordinates brought by these two people were all martial arts masters. Seeing that, under the pressure of Qin Shaoxian, the people brought by Zhao Chuang were struggling to support them, and their expressions changed. Shen Yuan Kai looked at Zhao Chuang's look for help, and finally winked at an old man beside him. I saw the old man nodded, and then the clothes on his body automatic without wind, and then a breath rose. Chapter 827. The old man's breath and Qin Shaoxian's breath collided, and then they all disappeared without a trace. The people that Zhao Chuang brought also took a breath. Qin Shaoxian frowned and looked at Shen Yuan Kai and the old man. I don't know if you two can give me a thin face. This matter has just passed. The purpose of our coming to Solong Island is not to get some rare treasures. If we are lucky enough to see it, the legendary real dragon is better. Why do you fight and kill as soon as you land on the island? Shen Yuan Kai took a step forward and said to Zhao Chuang and Qin Shaoxian. Brother Kai, since you've spoken, of course I want to give you face. I won't bother with them, otherwise none of them will want to leave alive. When Zhao Chuang saw Shen Yuan Kai speak, he immediately got off the donkey and found himself a step down. David looked at this guy Zhao Chuang, and almost didn't laugh out loud. This is a fucking treasure. Qin Shaoxian listened to Zhao Chuang's words, and almost died of anger, but now that Zun Yuankai has spoken, and he is obviously partial to Zhao Chuang, he can't say anything more. After all, with his current strength, he is not enough to fight against the two of them. Since young master Shen Yuan has spoken, of course I have to give this face. After Qin Shaoxian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Second brother. When Qin Shaotian saw that Qin Shaoxian was going to leave and did not seek revenge for David, he immediately shouted in doubt. Go! Qin Shaoxian glared at Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian was helpless and could only be supported and followed by others. But when he was leaving, Qin Shaotian gave David a vicious look. David, remember, you can't hide behind a woman forever. After Qin Shaoxian led the people away, Zhao Chuang spat fiercely in the direction they were leaving. Bah, something, if I hadn't sneaked out without a master, I would have killed you all long ago. After Zhao Chuang said this, Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai understood that with Zhao Chuang's strength, how could his parents let him come to Suolong Island at ease, and only brought a few great masters here. It turns out that this guy sneaked out, and it is estimated that the Shadowless Villa will be a mess at this moment. After the ruthless Zhao Chuang, he turned his head and looked at Xiaoru with a concerned expression. Sister, are you alright? Xiaoru glanced at Zhao Chuang and shook her head. Hello, my name is Zhao Chuang. Zhao Chuang smiled at Xiaoru and stretched out a hand. However, Xiaoru didn't shake his hand, but said softly, my name is Xiaoru, before turning around and returning to David. Let's go. David said and took Sonia and the others away. They only have 3 days, so the time is very urgent and cannot be delayed. Looking at Xiaoru's back, Zhao Chuang giggled. Xiaoru, what a nice name. Zhao Chuang muttered. Zhao Chuang, you don't really like that little girl, do you? Shen Yuankai was a little surprised when he saw Zhao Chuang like that. Zhao Chuang nodded unabashedly. Well, this time I have moved my true feelings. Damn, Zhao Chuang, you have played with countless women, and I haven't seen you have any real feelings for you. Would you really have feelings for a little girl? I don't think that little girl is fully developed. Chen Kun also said in surprise. Zhao Chuang glanced at Chen Kun fiercely. Brother Kun, you are not allowed to talk about my woman like this, I like it like this. Ha ha ha, don't be too affectionate. If you return your woman, maybe people won't like you. Chen Kun looked at Zhao Chuang like that, and laughed. Shen Yuankai also patted Zhao Chuang on the shoulder. Okay, your kid is hot for 3 minutes, maybe after 2 days, you won't like it anymore. Chapter 828. No, this time I must catch Xiaoru. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he led the people to chase in the direction David and the others left. Just after taking 2 steps, Zhao Chuang suddenly turned his head to Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai and said, Brother Kun, Brother Kai, you two are not allowed to play Xiaoru's friends, you want to play with women, wait until you go back, I will give it to you. Send 10 and 8 over. Get out of here, I didn't talk about playing with women, it's all about you. Chen Kun laughed and scolded Zhao Chuang. Originally, Chen Kun disembarked along with him, not rushing to a few women, he didn't have that thought. On the other hand, Zun Yuankai always wanted to taste Sonia's water spirit when he saw that she was very handsome. But seeing Zhao Chuang say this, Shen Yuankai smiled and said, Okay, I will sacrifice for your happiness. Brother Kun, Brother Kai, after I go back, I'll invite you two to drink. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he led someone to chase after him in a hurry. Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai looked at each other, but their eyes were full of gunpowder. Then the two of them followed. David took Sonia and the 3 of them and walked towards the depths with big strides. Seeing that no one was following, he took out the map and glanced at it. After determining the direction, he continued to walk forward. Because there are few people here, and it is full of white snow, you can't see anything, but the spiritual energy on the island is very strong. The air on this island is amazing. Sonia took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly, and said comfortably. Seeing Sonia's appearance, David smiled slightly. Try not to breathe through your nose, use your body to absorb the surrounding air. Sonia has eaten the marrow washing pill, so she can feel the presence of spiritual energy, so she can feel the place where the spiritual energy is strong, and the air is extraordinarily fresh. You don't need to teach it, Uncle Long has taught us it long ago. Gu Linger laughed aside. Sonia and Gu Linger both ate the marrow washing pill, their bodies have been reborn, they can feel the existence of spiritual energy, and then they learn the mental method and convert the spiritual energy into spiritual power. That's even better, there is a lot of spiritual energy here, and we can just replenish our physical strength. After David finished speaking, the pores all over his body opened, and he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy hungry. David is now on the 4th floor of the Anidia period, so even if he is facing the 2nd rank Wuzong, he should not have to talk about it anymore. In addition, David has the skills to reincarnate, and he can also fight with the 3rd rank Wuzong. I don't know when I will reach the core formation stage. At that time, even if the martial sect is at its peak, what is there to be afraid of? David's heart is full of desire for power. He has never been so eager for power. Because he knows that only if he has unrivaled strength, can he rescue his mother and make the Long family pay the price. When he thinks that his mother has been tortured for more than 20 years, David feels like a needle in his heart. Of pain. Xiaoru, wait for me, wait for me. At this time, Zhao Chuang led someone to chase after him out of breath. Although Zhao Chuang has also reached the strength of a grandmaster, he is used to being pampered, and the weather here is freezing cold, making this guy suffer a lot. David frowned slightly when he saw that Zhao Chuang led someone to chase him. If someone followed him, it would be very inconvenient for him to do some things. Xiaoru, this guy won't really like you, will he? Seeing that Zhao Chuang actually brought someone to chase, Sonia said jokingly. Xiaoru's face was ugly when she saw Zhao Chuang chasing after her. She knew what their purpose was this time, so no one could follow her. It would be very troublesome if someone followed. Xiaoru, you guys are walking so fast, I managed to catch up with you. After Zhao Chuang caught up with Xiaoru, he grinned. Chapter 829. Why are you chasing me? Xiaoru asked displeased. I was afraid that the guys from the Qin family were bullying you, so I brought someone to chase after you. Besides, the island is full of dangers, so I can protect you. Zhao Chuang explained. I don't need your protection, just have brother Chen and sister Sonia, and besides your strength, you can't beat others. Xiaoru said unceremoniously. This time, Zhao Chuang was embarrassed and could only say, actually, there are many experts in our family, but I didn't bring them out this time. Don't think that I am not strong, but for you, I am willing to give my life. This sentence made Xiaoru speechless. After all, she was a little girl, and no man had ever said such a thing to her. Seeing that Xiaoru didn't know what to say, Sonia was fooled by Zhao Chuang, so she walked over and pulled Xiaoru behind her, and said to Zhao Chuang, don't coax here. Xiaoru, a son like you will lie to others. Sonia took Xiaoru and turned around and left, while Gu Linger pointed at Zhao Chuang, I warn you, don't follow us. The three followed David and continued to move forward, while Zhao Chuang led the people and followed him from a distance. This made Sonia and Gu Linger angry. Let him follow, don't mind him. David said aloud. He had already seen that, although this Zhao Chuang looked like a playboy, he actually didn't have any bad intentions, and Zhao Chuang also brought a few people who were not very strong, so David didn't have to worry about it. But just after walking for a while, a sudden roar came. Roar! This roar resounded through the sky, and even the ground trembled slightly, and the snow on some trees fell. David was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly walked in the direction of the roar. Sonia and the three followed closely behind. After hearing the roar, Zhao Chuang was startled, but seeing David and the others looking for the roar, he took courage and led someone to follow. Not far from walking out, David saw a huge snow wolf appearing in front of him. Snow Wolf's body was covered with white hair, the size of a calf, and his eyes were like copper bells. The Snow Wolf was exploding the hairs on his body at the moment, and the hairs were like steel thorns. In front of Xuelong, the man in the suit was posing for an attack, staring at the Xuelong. On the side, the two brothers of the Qin family were watching, and Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai were also there, all watching the man in the suit and Xuelong. This was the first beast they encountered after they landed on the island. Judging from the size of this beast, it must have been absorbing spiritual energy here all year round and possessing a certain mind. The man in the suit turned his head slightly, looked at the group of people who were watching, and frowned involuntarily. The man in the suit had already fought with Xuelong for 2 rounds. Although he didn't kill Xuelong, he had the upper hand. Soon he could kill Xuelong and take out the beast pill. However, with so many people watching at the scene at this time, the man in the suit knew that it would be very difficult for him to easily take the beast pill away. I really can't imagine that such a ferocious snow wolf can appear in such an extremely cold place. It seems that there may be more terrifying creatures behind. David looked at the snow wolf, who was as big as a cow, and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if he could find the legendary ice dragon and flame dragon, and he didn't even know his own strength, whether he could take out Long Jing, an ordinary snow wolf, both so powerful. Isn't the strength of those two dragons even more powerful? Horrible, thinking of these David makes me a little apprehensive. Chapter 830. The reason why this snow wolf is as big as an ox must be under the influence of giant dragons. I heard that there are 2 dragons on this island, and their bodies are full of treasures, even if they live with the giant dragons. All these beasts have surpassed their limits and become extremely ferocious. Zhao Chuang came up, pretended to understand, and explained to David. He just wanted to use this to pull in the relationship with David and the others. As long as he followed David and the others into the relationship, it might be a lot easier if he pursued Xiaoru. David just glanced at Zhao Chuang and didn't speak, which made Zhao Chuang feel boring for a while. Roar! But at this moment, taking advantage of the distraction of the man in the suit, the snow wolf roared and rushed over. The hair on Xuelang's body is like a sharp blade. As long as it touches a little bit, it will definitely open its skin and flesh. Xuelang's body was in the air, and his sharp fangs were exposed, very terrifying. The man in the suit frowned, and then his body tumbled quickly, dodging the snow wolf's blow very embarrassingly. You must know that this man in a suit is the strength of Wuzong, and now he is so embarrassed by a snow wolf, which shows how strong this snow wolf is. What's more, this snow wolf already had a mind, knowing that when the man in the suit was distracted, he suddenly launched an attack, which caught the man in the suit by surprise. The man in the suit got up from the ground in embarrassment, but before he could stand firm, the snow wolf rushed over. The man in the suit was startled, and then the muscles all over his body tightened, and he suddenly punched out. Boom! This punch hit the Xuelang's abdomen directly, and the huge Xuelang's body was directly knocked out by the punch from the man in the suit. Oh! The snow wolf howled, and then fell heavily in front of David. What? This time, Sonia and the other 3 girls were so frightened that they all screamed and backed away. Although a few people have kung fu, but seeing such a big snow wolf, they are still afraid from the bottom of my heart. It's just a beast, see if I don't kill it. Seeing that Xiaoru was also frightened, Zhao Chuang immediately got up with pity for Xiangxiu, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and was about to go forward to kill Xuelang. However, before Zhao Chuang could move, he was stopped by his subordinates. Eldest young master, don't get close to that beast, be careful it swallows you. Zhao Chuang is just a small master, if he really wants to pass, I am afraid he will be swallowed in one bite. When Zhao Chuang heard this, the steps he had taken, he shrank back in fright. At this moment, David looked at the snow wolf who fell under his feet. On the belly of the snow wolf, a piece of snow-white hair turned black, and the black color kept getting bigger. David knew that this Xuelang's body was invaded by evil spirits, which caused such consequences. The man in the suit just punched and tried his best without any reservations, so Xuelang's body was invaded by evil spirits. Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai, who were not far away, stared at this evil show. And that Qin Shaoxian also saw the changes in Xuelang's body, his expression instantly became alert, and then stared at the man in the suit. The man in the suit originally wanted to go forward, but the snow wolf died, but at this time everyone looked at him and recognized his identity, which made the man in the suit dare not make any moves. Damn it, it turned out to be an evil cultivator, and I am the most ruthless cultivator. Chen Kuan's fiery temper came up, and a fast-paced attacked the man in a suit. As soon as Chen Kuan moved, Shen Yuan Kai also moved, and the masters they brought together went towards the man in the suit. It is the ancestral motto of every aristocratic family and sect, so Xia Xiu will be very careful to hide his identity when he is outside. Chapter 831. When the man in the suit saw several people attacking him, he reluctantly glanced at the fallen snow wolf, then turned around and ran into the vast snow forest. Damn, if you run fast, if I want to catch you, I have to take your skin off. Seeing that the man in the suit escaped, Chen Kun spat fiercely. Ow! Xiaolong fell at David's feet, looking at David with pleading eyes, as if begging David not to kill it. David and the snow wolf looked at each other, and there was a hint of unbearableness in their hearts. Although this snow wolf is a beast, it is obvious that this snow wolf already has a mind, can understand people's words, and can think for himself. Such a big snow wolf, beast pills must be very precious. Chen Kun came over at this time, waving a knife in his hand, saying that he was about to chop down. Xiaolong was seriously injured at this time, and he had no ability to resist and could not escape. Just when David was hesitating whether to save the snow wolf or not, with a sudden ding, Chen Kun's knife was blocked. Chen Kun, this snow wolf is not from your family, do you want to swallow the beast pill alone? It was Shen Yuan Kai who blocked Chen Kun's knife. Chen Kun's face was angry. Shen Yuan Kai, what do you want? Whoever killed this snow wolf, whoever killed the beast pill. Now this snow wolf has become meat on the chopping board, without the ability to resist, any person can kill it with one knife. According to your words, is it that I kill this snow wolf with one sword now, the beast pill is me of? Shen Yuan Kai took advantage of the gap in his speech, and suddenly stabbed the snow wolf lying on the ground with a sword. Shen Yuan Kai, you despicable villain. Seeing this, Chen Kun hurriedly swung his sword towards Zun Yuankai, forcing Zun Yuankai to withdraw the sword. For a time, Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai were fighting together, and the men they brought were all surrounded in an instant, setting up a battle one by one. Brother Kun, Brother Kai, don't fight the two of you. If you kill me for a wolf now, no one will be able to leave here, then the evil cultivator won't let us go easily. Zhao Chuang saw that the two were fighting, so he ran over to persuade them. Hearing Zhao Chuang mention Xie Xiu, Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai separated immediately after punching each other. If the two of them really fight, they will definitely be killed or injured, so that evil cultivator will take advantage of it. Zun Yuankai, don't think that I'm afraid of you, I just don't want that evil cultivator to come to a fisherman to benefit. When I leave Suolong Island, I'm going to compete with you. Chen Kun said arrogantly. Okay, I'll accompany you to the end. Shen Yuan Kai did not show weakness. Brother Kun, Brother Kai, there must be some beasts that have fallen. You don't have to fight for a snow wolf. The big deal is that the beast's pill will have a share, so I don't want it, I'll give it to you. When Zhao Chuang saw the two people stopped, he hurriedly persuaded them again. Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai looked at each other and nodded at the same time, okay. Young Master Cheng, young Master Shen Yuan, our Qin family came earlier than all of you. Shouldn't this beast pill also belong to my Qin family? At this time, Qin Shaoxian stepped forward and asked. Go away, your Qin family is a piece of SHT, are you worthy of sharing things with us? Chen Kun was already angry and had nowhere to vent, but now Qin Shaoxian took the initiative to come to the door. Chen Kun could only scold him for being angry. Qin Shaoxian was scolded by Chen Kun, a young man in his early 20s, at a young age. He suddenly felt a little overwhelmed on his face, but he was angry in his heart and couldn't say anything at the moment. With his current strength and the few people he brought, can't deal with the people of Thunder Gate at all. What's more, if there is a fight, Zhao Chuang of Wuying Villa will definitely help, and Shen Yuan Kai of the Shen Yuan family may also take action. Chapter 832. At that time, when the Qin family faced the siege of the three families, there was no chance of winning at all. Okay, let's go, let's go. Qin Shaoxian gritted his teeth, his face was gloomy and terrifying, and finally turned around and took the person away. Second brother, these hairy boys are too crazy. If this continues, we are afraid that we will not be able to get anything on the island, and there is no way to avenge the revenge of the elder brother. When Qin Shaotian saw that his second brother was scolded and ran away, he couldn't help complaining. Qin Shaoxian didn't say a word, his face was extremely blue, and his body was filled with murderous aura. After being silent for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, let's go find that evil cultivator, as long as we unite, we don't have to be afraid of those hairy boys. Qin Shaoxian also discovered that the man in the suit was also a martial artist, and now that his identity was discovered, he would definitely hide. If the man in the suit can be found and the two sides unite, the two Wuzongs on their side will not have to be afraid of Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai. Even if the three of them join forces, they can still fight. Second brother, cooperate with Xie Xiu? Qin Shao Tian was startled when he heard it. If this were to spread, their Qin family would cooperate with Xie Xiu, fearing that they would be scolded for the rest of their lives. This island is uninhabited, no one will know, it's a big deal to use that guy, just do him. Qin Shaoxian made a gesture of wiping his neck, his eyes were full of sternness. On the other side, after Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai reached an agreement, they came over with weapons, and the two of them were going to kill the snow wolf together. But just after the two raised their weapons, David stopped them. "Two, can you give me this snow wolf?" David asked. "You also want to share this beast pill?" Chen Kun said in a stunned manner. David shook his head. "I'm not looking for a beast pill, I'm looking at the poor snow wolf and wanting to save its life." Seeing that David actually wanted to save Shuolang, Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai burst into laughter. "What do you think of yourself? The Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva who saves the suffering? This snow wolf is just a beast, yet you think he is pitiful? I think your kid is murderous, and you must have killed people. You even kill people, and you are still pitiful, a wolf?" Chen Kun sneered. "Some people may not be stronger than a wolf. As long as you two promise not to kill this snow wolf, I can exchange things with you." David didn't want to use force to save Shuolang. With David's current strength, it was not enough to deal with the attack of the two families. It must be known that among the people brought by the two families, each family had a Wuzong, and that Zun Yuankai was still a big one. The strength of the master's peak, if you really want to do it, David may not be able to win. What's more, David wanted to preserve his strength. He came to find Long Jing, not to fight. "What do you want in exchange?" Shen Yuan Kai came to ask, interested. David pondered for a while, knowing that these two are wealthy families, and ordinary things will definitely not be in their eyes, so he said, "How about 2 pulp washing pills? I will use 2 washing pulp pills for this snow wolf." Cleansing marrow pill? Chen Kun and Shen Yuan Kai were both startled, and then their eyes widened. You must know that washing marrow pills are a must for a warrior to step into the world of immortal cultivation. Not everyone can step into the world of immortal cultivation, and not every warrior can cultivate immortals. It is necessary to reshape the body with the marrow washing pill to see if it can sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. If it can sense the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth, then you can practice the mind method and absorb the spiritual energy for your own use. Although the refining of the pill is not difficult, it is a pity that there are fewer and fewer alchemists now, not to mention that there are fewer alchemists capable of refining the pill, and this pill is necessary for every hidden wealthy family. The things that lead to the shortage of supply, so it will appear extremely precious. Chapter 833. Do you really have the pill? Take it out and show it to us. If you really have the pill, we can give you Shuolang. Shen Yuan Kai asked impatiently. I don't have it now, but when I go back, I will definitely give it to you. David said sincerely. Paralyzed, you're playing with us. When the hot Chen Kun heard this, the knife in his hand slashed directly at David. Seeing this, Xiaoru behind David hurried forward to block the knife in Chen Kun's hand. At present, only Xiaoru's strength can help a group of David, while Sonia and Gu Linger's strength is too low. Zhao Chuang, who was on the side, saw Xiaoru's action, and immediately stepped forward to block in the middle. Brother Kun, don't worry, listen to him slowly. Since I said that I would use the marrow washing pill in exchange, I will definitely give you the marrow washing pill when I go back. I am the owner of the Medicine God Valley, how could I lie to you? David said with a serious face, it didn't look like a joke at all. Master of Medicine God Valley? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that David, at his age, would be the master of Yaoshan Valley. Boy, you can't even tell a fucking lie. I know that Yao Shengu. How can you be the owner of Yao Shengu at your age? Lie to a 3-year-old child? Chen Kun obviously didn't believe it. Brother Chen will not lie, he will do what he promised. Xiaoru glared at Chen Kun and roared. David is her savior, and Xiaoru will not ignore others saying that David is a liar. Brother Kun, I don't think this brother Chen is a liar, you just trust him once, it's a big deal, I will protect you from Shadowless Villa. If he can't wash the marrow pill for you after returning, I will go and find two for you. Seeing that Xiaoru was angry, Zhao Chuang couldn't bear it, so he helped David to speak. Zhao Chuang, I think your kid is fascinated by women, and you have called brother Chen the fuck. Do you know who this kid is? You dare to bail him? Chen Kun looked at Zhao Chuang, dumbfounded. Brother Kun, don't care who it is, isn't it just a snow wolf? Even if you take out the beast pill, it's not too precious, and there must be other beasts on this island, you should raise your hand. Zhao Chuang begged to Chen Kun lowly. Looking at Zhao Chuang like that, Chen Kun finally sighed, okay, I'm looking at your face, I believe this kid will be for a while, if he doesn't wash the marrow after going back, I can't spare him. Thank you, Brother Kun. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, he looked at Shen Yuan Kai, Brother Kai, what do you mean? Chen Kun has agreed, what else can I say? Shen Yuan Kai smiled helplessly, and then continued, Zhao Chuang, I tell you boy, don't be sincere, or you don't know how you died. Brother Kai, I have my own measure, thank you. Zhao Chuang bowed his hands towards Shen Yuan Kai. Chen Kun and Zun Yuankai took the people away, while Zhao Chuang looked at David and said, Brother Chen, now Xuelang is yours. I have to say that this kid Zhao Chuang probably has social cattleby disease. No matter who David is, when he sees Xiaoru calling Brother Chen, he also calls directly. However, Zhao Chuang's actions just now really gave David a lot of goodwill. Although this guy is glib and sloppy, he doesn't have any bad intentions. Thank you. David followed Zhao Chuang and thanked him. Brother Chen, why are you being polite to me? You are Xiaoru's eldest brother, and my eldest brother. When Zhao Chuang said this, he glanced at Xiaoru, which made Xiaoru blushed, and turned his head away from him. Sonia and Gu Linger looked at Xiaoru's expression, they knew that Xiaoru, a girl with little experience, would soon be confused by Zhao Chuang's actions. Not to mention Xiaoru, even the two of them would have a headache to meet such a stalker, I don't know what to do. Chapter 834. David squatted down slowly, gently stroking Xuelang's blackened abdomen with one hand, and a spiritual force slowly entered Xuelang's body, forcing all the evil spirits in the body out of the body. Xuelang seemed to know that David was treating himself, so he lay motionless and let David touch him. Soon, the snow wolf's abdomen changed back to its snow-white appearance, and slowly began to stand up. Shaking the snow on his body, Xuelang looked at David with grateful eyes. Oh wow! Xuelang raised his head and roared, as if to thank David. Okay, your body is all right, you can go, don't be found in the future. David patted Xuelang's head and said. Xuelang let out a whimper, and then rubbed against David's leg. You don't want to go? David asked in a low voice, looking at Xuelang like that. Snow Wolf nodded. This Snow Wolf really understands human nature, and can actually understand people's words. When Gu Linger saw David speak, Xuelang could understand it, and she said excitedly. This Snow Wolf is very good, but its size is too scary. If it is bitten, it is estimated that its head will be lost. Sonia looked at the Snow Wolf in front of her. Although the Snow Wolf did not show any hostility, Sonia still felt a little scared. That Snow Wolf seemed to understand Sonia's words, hurriedly lay down and rubbed his body in front of Sonia. Just like the little wolf dog at home, he kept rubbing his head against Sonia's calf. Sonia was startled at first, but seeing that Xuelang was very well behaved, she slowly reached out and touched it. Xuelang's pure white hair was very silky and warm in her hand. The more Sonia touched, the more she liked it, and finally she squatted down and pressed her face tightly to Xuelang's body, suddenly feeling the warmth around her body. You! Xuelang kept putting his head on Sonia, and Sonia instantly understood what Xuelang meant. Slowly separating her legs, Sonia rode on Xuelang's body. Immediately afterwards, Xuelang held up Sonia and began to run on the snow. The wind whistled, Sonia grabbed Xuelang's hair tightly with both hands, the whole person was so excited that she screamed with joy. Seeing this, Gu Linger and Xiaoru immediately chased after them. I ride for a while, I ride for a while. Gulinger and Xiaoru shouted. Soon, Sonia ran down, Gulinger sat up, and then changed to Xiaoru. The three girls had a great time playing with Xuelong. David laughed helplessly when he saw this scene. He understood that the snow wolf was too cunning. In order to keep it for himself, he was trying to coax women into happiness in advance. After all, women are now the masters of the house. After playing for a while, the three girls came back with the snow wolf. As soon as they saw David, Sonia took the lead and said, "David, this snow wolf is here, you can't drive it away." "Yes, you can't drive it away, otherwise the three of us will follow Xuelong, not with you." Gulinger threatened David. "Brother Chen, this Xuelong is so nice, just stay." Xiaoru also began to plead for Xuelong. David looked at the three girls with a look of helplessness. Things have come to such a point that they are not popular anymore. David glanced at the snow wolf, and he actually saw a bit of pride in the snow wolf's eyes. Obviously this is the strategy used by the snow wolf. "Okay, let Xuelong stay." David nodded. The three girls were overjoyed. With Xuelong, the journey will not be too boring, and they can ride on Xuelong when they are tired, which is much more comfortable. Zhao Chuang led people to follow David and they set off towards the hinterland of Solong Island. This time Xiaoru was not chasing Zhao Chuang away, and David did not say anything. Chapter 836. Although the men in suits are good, it's a pity that they are still younger and don't understand the dangers of the world. After eating the snow mouse, the man in the suit continued to walk forward, and Qin Shaoxian led the others to follow. Now that the two sides have formed an alliance, the man in the suit has ignored the Qin family. In his opinion, except Qin Shaoxian, who is a master of Wuzong, the others in the Qin family are just great masters, and they have no threat to him at all. Along the way, the man in the suit stopped and walked, frowning slightly from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. "Second brother, what is this guy doing? Why are you suspicious? Form an alliance with him, stop cheating. We haven't caught anything along the way." Qin Shaotian looked at the man in the suit and said with dissatisfaction. Qin Shaoxian waved his hand and interrupted Qin Shaotian, "You know the SHT, this time we may have a big surprise." Qin Shaoxian knew that the man in the suit was definitely looking for the legendary dragon. If he could find the dragon and get the dragon crystal, then this trip would be worthwhile. Many people lock up the Dragon Island, but they just want to find some medicinal herbs and animal pills. Few people have the idea of that dragon crystal. After all, this is just a legend. Whether you can actually encounter a giant dragon is all luck. Just when Qin Shaoxian and Qin Shaotian were talking, the man in the suit took out something similar to a compass from his pocket. The needle on the compass began to spin rapidly, and finally stopped slowly. At the moment when the compass needle stopped, a cloud of black air flew out of the compass, and then quickly disappeared in the direction where the needle stopped. When the man in the suit saw this, his face was happy, and he immediately chased after him. Seeing this, Qin Shaoxian hurriedly waved, "Follow up." At this time on the other side, David took Sonia and the others, holding the map and constantly walking towards the place where the ice dragon might exist. Because of the existence of the snow wolf, the three girls did not feel boring. If they were tired, they would ride on the snow wolf. They did not encounter any beasts along the way. Maybe they smelled the smell of the snow wolf far away. "Xiaoru, are you cold? I'll give you the clothes." "Xiaoru, are you hungry? I have chocolates with me. This is the most stamina for you. Here." Along the way, Zhao Chuang cared about Xiaoru meticulously, which made Sonia and Gulinger envious. "Zhao Chuang, I want to eat chocolate too, won't you give us points?" Gulinger asked jokingly. Along the way, Sonia and Gulinger always teased Zhao Chuang, and Zhao Chuang also took the opportunity to curry favor with them. What did Sister Linger say? Of course you all have a share. Zhao Chuang ordered his men to take out the chocolate. This guy knows that Solong Island is difficult, so he has brought a lot of good things to his subordinates, and he can be regarded as making Sonia and Gulinger happy along the way. I don't know how long it will take, the cold is getting more and more pressing, many people can't resist the cold, and they are shivering all over. If you know this, they will come wearing thick clothes. Sonia, the three girls, all hugged Snow Wolf tightly, feeling that the temperature of the fur on Snow Wolf's body could be better. Zhao Chuang was a bit miserable, wrapped several pieces of his men's clothes, but it was still freezing. Trembling. Soon, David's consciousness seemed to detect something, so he quickened his pace, and the others hurriedly ran. After running for a while, a deep pool of about 2,000 or 3,000 square meters appeared in front of everyone. The calm pool was shimmering with silver light under the sunlight. Chapter 836. Although the men in suits are good, it's a pity that they are still younger and don't understand the dangers of the world. After eating the snow mouse, the man in the suit continued to walk forward, and Qin Shaoxian led the others to follow. Now that the two sides have formed an alliance, the man in the suit has ignored the Qin family. In his opinion, except Qin Shaoxian, who is a master of Wuzong, the others in the Qin family are just great masters, and they have no threat to him at all. Along the way, the man in the suit stopped and walked, frowning slightly from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. Second brother, what is this guy doing? Why are you suspicious? Form an alliance with him, stop cheating. We haven't caught anything along the way. Qin Shaotian looked at the man in the suit and said with dissatisfaction. Qin Shaoxian waved his hand and interrupted Qin Shaotian, you know the SHT, this time we may have a big surprise. Qin Shaoxian knew that the man in the suit was definitely looking for the legendary dragon. If he could find the dragon and get the dragon crystal, then this trip would be worthwhile. Many people lock up the Dragon Island, but they just want to find some medicinal herbs and animal pills. Few people have the idea of that dragon crystal. After all, this is just a legend. Whether you can actually encounter a giant dragon is all luck. Just when Qin Shaoxian and Qin Shaotian were talking, the man in the suit took out something similar to a compass from his pocket. The needle on the compass began to spin rapidly, and finally stopped slowly. At the moment when the compass needle stopped, a cloud of black air flew out of the compass, and then quickly disappeared in the direction where the needle stopped. When the man in the suit saw this, his face was happy, and he immediately chased after him. Seeing this, Qin Shaoxian hurriedly waved, follow up. At this time on the other side, David took Sonia and the others, holding the map and constantly walking towards the place where the ice dragon might exist. Because of the existence of the Snow Wolf, the three girls did not feel boring. If they were tired, they would ride on the Snow Wolf. They did not encounter any beasts along the way. Maybe they smelled the smell of the Snow Wolf. Far away. Xiaoru, are you cold? I'll give you the clothes. Xiaoru, are you hungry? I have chocolates with me. This is the most stamina for you. Here. Along the way, Zhao Chuang cared about Xiaoru meticulously, which made Sonia and Gulinger envious. Zhao Chuang, I want to eat chocolate too, won't you give us points? Gulinger asked jokingly. Along the way, Sonia and Gulinger always teased Zhao Chuang, and Zhao Chuang also took the opportunity to curry favor with them. What did Sister Linger say? Of course you all have a share. Zhao Chuang ordered his men to take out the chocolate. This guy knows that Solong Island is difficult, so he has brought a lot of good things to his subordinates, and he can be regarded as making Sonia and Gulinger happy along the way. I don't know how long it will take, the cold is getting more and more pressing, many people can't resist the cold, and they are shivering all over. If you know this, they will come wearing thick clothes. Sonia, the three girls, all hugged Snow Wolf tightly, feeling that the temperature of the fur on Snow Wolf's body could be better. Zhao Chuang was a bit miserable, wrapped several pieces of his men's clothes, but it was still freezing. Trembling. Soon, David's consciousness seemed to detect something, so he quickened his pace, and the others hurriedly ran. After running for a while, a deep pool of about 2,000 or 3,000 square meters appeared in front of everyone. The calm pool was shimmering with silver light under the sunlight. Chapter 837. The water in the pool was ink-colored, as if it was poisoned and polluted, and it also exuded bursts of gloomy and cold air. In such a cold place, why isn't this pool of water frozen? Gulinger looked at the ink-like pool of water and said very doubtfully. Look, there is someone in the pool. At this moment, Xiaoru screamed. David and the others followed the prestige, and sure enough, in the middle of the pool, there was a large raised rock, about 4 or 5 square meters in size, but at this time, on the large rock, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Isn't this the evil cultivator? How did this kid find this place? Is there really a dragon here? Zhao Chuang recognized the person on the stone and said in surprise. At this time, the man in the suit sat cross-legged on the stone in the middle of the pool, and around them, bursts of black mist continued to rise from the pool. These black mists were actually sucked into the body by the man. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chuang's face changed a little with fright. After all, he had never seen such a scene before. It was like the devil came. David's brows were furrowed. It seemed that the evil cultivator also suspected that the ice dragon might be in this deep pool, so he was absorbing the cold air of the pool water to draw the ice dragon out. As the man in the suit above the big stone not only absorbed the yin in the pool water, the originally very calm pool water actually appeared a ripple at this time, followed by layers of waves hitting the big stone in the middle. It seems that he is expressing his dissatisfaction. However, the man in the suit didn't seem to care. He still closed his eyes and sat there. The black mist on his body became more and more concentrated. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian took the Qin family to hide behind a stone. They had already noticed that David and the others were coming, but they did not show up. Although it was the best time to kill David at this time, Qin Kun and Shen Yuankai did not follow. Only the people from Shadowless Villa followed David. Qin Shaoxian was sure to kill David, but he did not do so. The most important thing now is to draw out the ice dragon and take out the dragon crystal. If Qin Shaoxian fought against David for revenge at this time, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. If there is an ice dragon at that time, wouldn't it be cheap for someone else? Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded in the pool, and this dragon chant made the entire pool feel like it was boiling. With this dragon roar, the man in the suit on the big rock suddenly opened his eyes and stood up slowly. As the man in the suit got up, shocking waves rose in the pool. At this time, the man in the suit showed a solemn look on his face. Wow! There was a sound of water, and a faucet suddenly appeared in the pool of water, and it opened its mouth wide and headed towards the man in the suit. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and even David couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never thought that there really was a dragon. The man in the suit frowned slightly, his whole body stomped abruptly, his body suddenly rose into the air, and he jumped up several meters high, trying to avoid the ice dragon's attack. But the ice dragon didn't seem to let go of the man in the suit, and his entire body jumped out of the water, with his mouth open tightly, and followed behind the man in the suit. At this time, everyone could see the whole picture of the ice dragon. The whole body of the ice dragon was actually transparent, as if it was composed of huge ice blocks. Its body was about 5 or 6 feet long, and a red light flashed on its head. It should be Long Jing. This is not a real dragon. After David saw the whole picture of icy cold, he immediately discovered that it was not a dragon at all, but was condensed by some kind of formation or some kind of spiritual tool. Just like David's dragon-slaying sword, he can use his spiritual power to transform into flames of various shapes, but those are all illusory and not real. Chapter 838. And the ice dragon in front of him, which is composed of countless ice cubes, is obviously like this, and it is not a real dragon at all. But inside the ice dragon's head, the sparkling red dragon crystal actually exists. Maybe now the ice dragon is being driven by this dragon crystal. David stared at the ice dragon, and the ice dragon was chasing closely behind the man in the suit. After the body vacated a few meters, the man in the suit seemed to have reached the limit and was no longer able to improve his body. At this time, his body began to fall, and the ice dragon below was waiting for the man with his mouth open. The man in the suit turned cold, suddenly backhanded, a soft sword flashing cold light appeared in his hand. He suddenly took a breath, turned his body down, waved the long sword in his hand, and stabbed the ice dragon directly in the head. Chi. Bing Long saw the man in the suit stab him, and suddenly spurted out a jet of ink-colored liquid from his mouth. These liquids were obviously pools of water, and the surrounding air instantly became a bit colder. Facing the black liquid sprayed by the ice dragon, instead of dodging, the man in the suit showed a hint of joy on his face. After rushing through the black liquid, the man in the suit pointed at the long sword. condescendingly, and directly stabbed the ice dragon's head, obviously rushing towards the dragon crystal. Clang! There was a sound of metal colliding, and I saw a burst of fire. The ice dragon was unharmed, and the man in the suit was faintly numb from the shock. With the power of this sword, the body of the man in the suit rose again, but at this time his face was full of solemnity. This ice dragon is so tyrannical that it cannot be hurt at all. Even if there are some scars, it can be repaired quickly. After all, this ice dragon is just a pile of ice cubes. In such cold weather, cracks in the ice cubes can also be quickly repaired. Of freezing. The man in the suit rose again with the power of a sword, but after exhausting his body, he fell back again. This time, he planned to attack the ice dragon again in the same way. But this time, the ice dragon did not spit black liquid, but his whole body suddenly bulged, and then his tail slammed towards the man in the suit. The ice dragon's tail, with a whistling sound, moved towards the man in the suit. The man in the suit looked horrified, but he couldn't use his strength in midair. He could only hold a soft sword and desperately resist the ice dragon's attack. Sweep the tail. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man in the suit was directly pulled out and fell heavily on the shore, his face extremely ugly, but the man in the suit still climbed up slowly by will. Seeing this scene, both David and Qin Shaoxian, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but gasp. This man in a suit is of Wuzong's strength, but facing the ice dragon, he was swept out by a tail, which shows that the strength of this ice dragon is extraordinary. Looking at the ice dragon in the air, David stretched out his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Facing the ice dragon, David wanted to go all out, but I didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that David took out his weapon, Qin Shaotian was a little anxious. Second brother, this kid David may have to do something, we can't let him take Long Jing. No one is allowed to move. Qin Shaoxian stopped Qin Shaotian, who was about to rush out. The reason why Qin Shaoxian didn't move was because he knew that David couldn't defeat the ice dragon so easily. As for the man in the suit, when he saw that David wanted to do something to Binglong, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he began to mutter something. As the man in the suit kept spitting out the notes, the pool of water that had just calmed down boiled again. It seemed that the man in the suit did not want David to do anything to Binglong. The waves splashed, and countless black mist rushed towards the man in the suit. After reaching the front, all the black mist soon got into the body of the man in the suit. Chapter 839. Watching the black energy keep moving towards the man in the suit, Binglong also began to become a little irritable. Soon, the black energy above the man in the suit slowly converged into a huge fist, and the man in the suit stared at his feet and walked directly towards the ice dragon. Binglong didn't show weakness, he called out twice, opened his bloody mouth and walked towards the man in the suit. I saw that the two sides were crisscrossed and the battle was together, and everyone on the shore couldn't help but retreat, fearing that it would affect themselves. Only David stood still and watched, his brows tightly together. The strength of this evil cultivator actually exceeded David's imagination. I didn't expect this guy's skills to be so powerful, and the hidden depth was really deep enough. At this moment, Qin Kun and Shen Yuan Kai also brought people to look for them, and when they saw the scene of the man in the suit fighting with the ice dragon in the air, their faces became very ugly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man in the suit followed the Binglong back involuntarily, but it was obvious that the man in the suit suffered a little more, because at this time he had already been sent flying by the Binglong. The man in the suit fell to the ground, his face as white as a piece of paper, and blood was constantly spurting out of his mouth. And the ice dragon didn't seem to be seriously injured. With one blow, the entire body fell directly back into the water. Gradually the lake surface returned to calm, and everyone looked at the man in the suit solemnly. Second brother, it's broken. This guy can't fight the ice dragon. It seems that he can't escape. What should we do? Qin Shaotian saw that the man in the suit was injured, and knew that this guy would definitely not be able to escape. After all, Qin Kun and Shen Yuan Kai also came, and they could not watch an injured evil cultivator leave. Qin Shaoxian was silent, and his face changed constantly. He didn't know how the man in the suit was injured, and he didn't dare to go out rashly. When Zhao Chuang saw the man in the suit being knocked to the ground, blood was constantly spurting out of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. He can finally take revenge now. On the cruise ship, the man in the suit did not give him face, and now is the time to take advantage of his illness to kill him. Zhao Chuang waved his hand, brought a few of his subordinates, and then surrounded the men in suits. The man in the suit saw that Zhao Chuang led people to surround him, and his face changed dramatically. He didn't even need to think about it, he knew that this Zhao Chuang was just here to seek revenge. There are also people from the Perak Gate and the Shenyuan family who are eyeing them around. The man in the suit knows that if he doesn't work hard, it will be difficult to escape from here. Aren't you very arrogant? How about it, now it's in my hands, I'll let you know what life is better than death in a while. Zhao Chuang looked at the man in the suit and said proudly. Although the man in the suit glared angrily, he was seriously injured at the moment, and he couldn't possibly be the opponent of Zhao Chuang, so he could only let Zhao Chuang yell. Seeing that the man in the suit didn't return his words, Zhao Chuang felt even more happy, raised one foot and stomped on the man's face. Zhao Chuang's action completely angered the man in the suit. As Wu Zong, he was so humiliated by a small master, and the man in the suit did not intend to bear it any longer. Seeing the man in the suit groping on his body, Zhao Chuang thought he was going to dig out some weapon, so he hurriedly took 2 steps back. But when he looked closely, he saw that the man in a suit took out a puppet, and Zhao Chuang couldn't help but feel happy. Paralyzed, how old is he playing with dolls? Zhao Chuang said sarcastically. Ha ha. Zhao Chuang's subordinates also burst into laughter. The man in the suit ignored Zhao Chuang's sarcasm, but held the doll in his hand. After biting the tip of his tongue, a mouthful of blood was sprayed on the doll's body. He was already seriously injured, but the blood spurted out, making the man in the suit even more seriously injured. His face was as pale as paper, and he almost fainted. Chapter 840. And after the doll was sprayed with blood essence, a black smoke rose up, and then a child with a hideous face and 2 fangs appeared. This time, Zhao Chuang and the others were frightened enough. Although they were all warriors, they had never seen such a thing before, so they couldn't help but step back. Back off? David was stunned for a moment when he saw the grim-faced child appearing. He quickly reacted and shouted to Zhao Chuang, "This ghost baby is poisonous, get out of the way." Hearing David's shout, Zhao Chuang and the others retreated. However, there was still one of his subordinates who retreated too slowly, only to see a black shadow flashing past. The ghost baby grabbed directly on the man's shoulder, and 2 fangs stabbed into the body fiercely. What? Zhao Chuang's subordinate screamed in pain. Bursts of yin energy, along with the ghost baby's fangs, directly invaded the person's body. Soon, the Zhao family's whole body turned black, and his eyes were wide open, revealing extreme panic. Slowly, the man stopped shouting, his whole body hunched on the ground, and the ghost baby quickly moved towards the next target. Seeing this scene, whether it was Zhao Chuang, Chen Kun, or Shen Yuan Kai, they were all surprised. Even Qin Shaoxian, who was hiding in the dark, was startled. He didn't expect this evil cultivator to have such strength after being seriously injured. He felt a little scared, he still wanted to fall into the trap and kill this evil cultivator when he left. If he really did it, he was afraid that he would die. At this time, David stared at his feet, and the whole person rose into the air and went straight to the ghost baby. Bang! With a muffled sound, David directly kicked the ghost baby out. The ghost baby fell to the man in the suit, and his breath became very weak. Originally, the ghost baby and the evil cultivator were the same body. Now the man in the suit was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. He forced the ghost baby to be sacrificed again, which once again consumed his life's true essence, so he was one step closer to death. However, it can be seen that the man in the suit also has the heart of mortal death, so he will sacrifice the ghost baby. What the H3LL is this? Zhao Chuang asked David with a terrified face. This is a ghost baby. Every evil cultivator can cultivate his own life ghost baby, but he can only cultivate if he has reached the realm of Wuzong. This guy's ghost baby is so huge, I'm afraid he will reach the realm of 4th grade Wuzong. David frowned. If this guy wasn't injured by the ice dragon, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. The man in the suit slowly got up and suddenly opened his mouth. The ghost baby instantly turned into a puff of black smoke and entered the man's body, and the man in the suit had a new puppet in his hand. The man in the suit put the puppet back in his pocket, then took a deep breath and slowly stepped back. And his eyes looked at the place where Qin Shaoxian and the others were hiding. Is this how you allied with me? Stand by and reap the benefits of a fisherman? The man in the suit questioned Qin Shaoxian angrily. Seeing this, David hurriedly exuded divine consciousness, and immediately discovered where Qin Shaoxian and the others were hiding. Just now David focused his attention on the man in the suit, but he didn't expect that there were still people hiding here. Qin Shaoxian saw that he couldn't hide, so he led someone out of the hiding place. The man in the suit looked at Qin Shaoxian with anger in his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? My Qin family is famous and authentic. How could it be possible to form an alliance with you evil cultivators? Don't slander me. Now that the man in the suit has been seriously injured and has lost its use value, how could Qin Shaoxian admit to forming an alliance with him? When the man in the suit heard this, his anger burned instantly. Okay, if you go back on your word, you dare to say that you are famous and authentic and shameless. Chapter 841. Black mist rose from the palm of the man in the suit, ready to attack Qin Shaoxian. But at this moment the originally calm pool suddenly had a strong wind, and soon a column of water rushed out from the pool, followed by a big black hole, bottomless. At this time the pool was around the big hole. Circling around, but not a drop of water fell into it. Soon, the ice dragon rose from the black hole, and in the ice dragon's head, the dragon crystal began to flash, the dazzling light even compared to the sun. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes glowed with hot greed, and they all knew that what was in the ice dragon's head must be Long Jing. Dragon crystal? Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw what looked like a night pearl in Binglong's head. The two of them came late and didn't notice Long Jing just now, but when they saw Long Jing at this time, their eyes were full of scorching heat. To them, Long Jing was priceless. Even the man in the suit who had just been seriously injured, after seeing Long Jing, who was constantly glowing in the ice dragon's head, could not help but stop. His eyes were full of greed. The ice dragon soared into the air, with its bloody mouth wide open, its eyes swept across the crowd. When it found the man in the suit not far away, the ice dragon suddenly rushed out and went straight to the man in the suit. It turned out to be looking for the man who injured it. When the man in the suit saw the ice dragon coming straight to him, his face turned pale with fright. How could he still have the strength to fight against the ice dragon now, not to mention that there are many people around him who are eyeing him? The ice dragon was castrated so quickly that the seriously injured man in the suit had no chance to dodge. The ice dragon spat out a mouthful of ink-colored liquid. Soon, the man in the suit was covered with ice and turned into an ice sculpture. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help shaking slightly, but in the face of the temptation of Long Jing in the ice dragon's head, no one backed away. They came for the treasure, and now that the treasure appeared, how could they give up? Everyone in the Shenyuan family obeys the order, kill this ice dragon with me, and win the treasure. Shenyuan Kai looked at Long Jing in the ice dragon's head, and ordered with gritted teeth. Soon, the people brought by Zunyuankai rushed up with Zunyuankai. The ice dragon, who originally wanted to retreat to the cave, saw a group of people suddenly attacking him, and he raised his head and roared, and opened his bloody mouth to prepare to fight. David, who was far away, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. These people brought by Shenyuan Kai could not be the opponents of Ice Dragon at all. Ding ding dong. In the blink of an eye, all the weapons of the Shenyuan family were all slashed on Binglong's body. The weapons contained energy and were extremely powerful. A burst of fire splashed around, and white marks appeared on Binglong's body, and there were even subtle traces. The wound, but soon healed again. Hissing. The ice dragon roared loudly, and its huge tail swept directly towards Shenyuan Kai and the others. Seeing the ice dragon attacking, everyone in the Shenyuan family quickly retreated, but some people were still swept away and fell heavily to the ground, suffering serious injuries. Seeing this situation, Shenyuan Kai looked gloomy, but he did not intend to give up, because the temptation of Long Jing was too great. Chen Kun, are you just watching from the side? Let me tell you, if we fight alone, we will all be killed by this ice dragon, and no one can get the dragon crystal. Why don't we join forces and get the dragon crystal? How about the two of us evenly divided? Xian Yuankai knew that with their own strength, they would not be able to fight the ice dragon at all, so he planned to join forces with Thunder Gate. Chen Kun looked at Xian Yuankai. In fact, he had already planned to do so. Although the two did not meet each other's eyes, at this moment, they had no choice but to join forces. Okay, let's kill the ice dragon together and take out the dragon crystal. Chen Kun nodded. Chapter 842. The people brought by Chen Kun and the people brought by Xian Yuankai were together, and they were all ready to attack. Second brother, what should we do? Do we want to join in? Qin Shaotian asked anxiously when he saw that the two were united. If Long Jing is really taken away by the two families, the Qin family will get nothing. It's better to join them now, maybe they will get some points later. Shut up, even if we want to join now, they won't look down on it. We won't be able to share anything at that time. Now let me wait and see what happens. After Qin Shaoxian finished speaking, he also glanced at David. If they can't get Long Jing in the end, they have to find a way to kill David and avenge their eldest brother. Zhao Chuang, do you want to be counted in Wuying Villa, and bring your people to deal with this ice dragon with us? Xian Yuankai looked at Zhao Chuang and asked. Although the strength of the people brought by Zhao Chuang is relatively weak, there is no Wu Zong, but one more person has more strength. Zun Yuankai wants to do a little insurance, not to mention that there are people from David and Qin family around. If they get it, Long Jing was seriously injured, so someone would definitely attack them from behind. Brother Kai, I don't want any dragon crystal, I won't mix with you with my strength. Zhao Chuang shook his head. He was just here to play. As for the dragon crystal, it didn't matter to Zhao Chuang, his life was the most important thing. Brother Chen. Seeing that Chen Kun and Zun Yuankai were going to join forces to take Long Jing, Xiaoru shouted at David worriedly. David was also frowning at this time. He couldn't watch Long Jing being taken away by others, but at this time, Chen Kun and Xian Yuankai were united. Next to him was Qin Shaoxian and a group of people staring at him. If they were injured in a conflict, the Qin family would take action without hesitation. Just when David was in a dilemma, Chen Kun and Xian Yuankai had already led people to attack the ice dragon. Stop! David jumped and stood in front of Chen Kun and Xian Yuankai. What do you want to do, boy? Chen Kun stared at David when he saw that David was actually blocking them. Can you give me Long Jing to pick it up? I can exchange it with you for other medicinal herbs. David knew that unless it was a last resort, he couldn't follow them into a conflict. Otherwise, he would lose both sides, and no one would be able to get Long Jing, and in the end he would have to take advantage of the Qin family. Go away, don't get in our way, you don't exchange anything for anything. Chen Kun's fiery temper slashed at David with a knife. David sideways dodged Chen Kun's attack, but Xiaoru on the side saw that Chen Kun was actually attacking David, and swung his sword straight up. Now Xiaoru doesn't care about her young age, but at the peak level of a great grandmaster, with the same realm as Xian Yuankai, this Chen Kun is not Xiaoru's opponent at all. Ding! With a crisp sound, Chen Kun only felt his arm go numb, and his body could not help but take a few steps back, while Xiaoru glared at Chen Kun and stood beside David. Gu Linger and Sonia also ran over to see it. Roar, Shualang also ran over and grinned at Chen Kun and Xian Yuankai. Paralyzed, surround them with me. Chen Kun scolded, and soon the people from Perak Gate surrounded David and the others. Seeing this, Xian Yuankai also let his subordinates look at David eagerly. Brother Kun, Brother Kai, don't be angry, don't be angry. Seeing this, Zhao Chuang hurried over to try to persuade him to fight. Zhao Chuang, get out of the way for me, whoever stops us today will die. Chen Kun said fiercely. Today, apart from Brother Chen, this Long Jing must not be taken away by anyone else. Xiaoru's face was firm. Chapter 843. In order to let David take Long Jing, the old Irvin has paid too much, even his own life. How can others be the first to take Long Jing away? Brother Kun, Zhao Chuang wanted to say something, but Chen Kun didn't listen at all. Zhao Chuang, I told you to get out, did you hear? Chen Kun glared at Zhao Chuang. Zhao Chuang looked at Xiao Ru, who had a firm face, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Brother Kun, Brother Kai, don't blame brothers for not being loyal, none of you can touch Xiao Ru, otherwise, step on me, Zhao Chuang. After Zhao Chuang finished speaking, his subordinates came over to protect Zhao Chuang. This time, Chen Kun and Zun Yuankai led people to confront David and Zhao Chuang. Qin Shaoxian, who was not far away, saw this scene, and was so happy that he almost didn't laugh out loud. He hoped that the two sides would fight soon, and it would be better if they both lost, and they would be able to reap the benefits of the fisherman. His strength may not be able to get Long Jing, but David will definitely not be able to escape. David and Sonia glanced at Zhao Chuang gratefully, but they didn't expect this condescending son-in-law to be so devoted to Xiao Ru in the end. Xiao Ru was also moved, and looked at Zhao Chuang with tenderness in her eyes. Now that we are fighting, you may not have the possibility of winning. I still say that, give me Long Jing, and I can make up for your medicine pill. David took a look at the situation at the scene and knew that with Zhao Chuang and Xuelang on his side, Chen Kun and Zun Yuankai were not necessarily opponents, so he said. Stop talking SHT, Long Jing can't let. Chen Kun's anger did not give in at all, the scene was full of gunpowder, and he was about to fight together. The temptation of Long Jing is too great, so neither Chen Kun nor Shen Yuankai can easily give it to David. Being able to find the ice dragon is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could they let it go? David frowned and was in a dilemma, but just when David didn't know what to do, the ice dragon let out a roar, and then returned to the cave. At the dark entrance of the cave, after the ice dragon entered, the pool water poured down instantly. Seeing this, David plunged in without hesitation. Not long after David plunged into the hole, the dark hole was filled with water, and the entire pool returned to its original calm. This time, everyone was dumbfounded, and no one thought that David would dare to jump into the pool. David! Brother Chen! Sonia and the others shouted, but there was no movement in the pool. Sonia and the other girls cried because of their anxiety. But at this time, David, who was under the water, was also faced with a choice of life and death. With his current strength, it might not be easy to get Long Jing alone, but when he thinks of his suffering mother, David is also heartbroken. After David jumped into the hole, his body dropped rapidly, but the pool of water did not flow into the hole, but just sealed the hole, as if there was something in the dark hole that was blocking the flow of water. Soon, David's body fell on a soft mass, like an inflated balloon. David's body fell on it, and was bounced off a distance. David couldn't see anything in the dark cave, so he could only carefully probe the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but he didn't detect the existence of the ice dragon at all, which made David very puzzled. A flame rose up in David's palm, illuminating the cave a lot. Stepping on the soft thing under his feet, David walked forward for a distance and found that Long Jing was firmly placed on a stone. Chapter 844. Isn't this dragon crystal in the dragon head? David frowned, wondering why this dragon crystal appeared here. Around the stone of the dragon crystal, a clear and transparent spring water is flowing slowly, and it has been flowing around the dragon crystal. Looking around, he found that there was no ice dragon figure. Looking at the flowing water, David seemed to understand. The ice dragon's whole body is made of transparent ice blocks, and it is very likely that those ice blocks are the spring water in front of him. David did not dare to be careless. He took out the dragon-slaying sword, and took 2 steps forward gently, intending to use the dragon-slaying sword to pick up the dragon crystal. But when the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand just approached Long Jing, the spring water boiled instantly, and the spring water tightly wrapped the Long Jing, and then it began to freeze. When David saw this, he immediately understood that the ice dragon was about to show up. If the ice dragon appeared, it would be difficult for David to take Long Jing. Looking at the rapidly freezing spring water, David quickly shot out a few flames in his palm, but there was none at all. In the end, David's heart swayed, the whole person rushed up, and one hand quickly grabbed the dragon crystal. But at this time, the spring water also wrapped David, and then directly froze David in it. The ice dragon appeared, but David's figure was clearly visible in the body of the ice dragon at this time. David's hand was still holding Long Jing, but his body couldn't move. David only felt that he had fallen into an ice cave, and the icy and biting chill made David's consciousness blurred. He wanted to run the heart concentration art to refine the cold air that invaded the body, but it was of no use at all. With a dragon roar, the ice dragon rushed towards the hole again. Whoa, whoa! After a rush of water, the pool of water separated again, and the ice dragon's body rushed directly into the air. Sonia and the others, who were so anxious and crying constantly, hurriedly looked over when they saw the ice dragon coming out of the water again. When they saw that David's body was actually inside the ice dragon, they were all dumbfounded. Even Yu Qingkuan, Shen Yuankai, and even Qin Shaoxian looked at the scene in front of you in disbelief. Is this being swallowed by the ice dragon? Zhao Chuang looked at this strange scene and said stutteringly. David! Sonia shouted vigorously, and then charged directly towards the ice dragon. However, Gu Linger held her back. With such strength as Sonia, she was afraid that she would be slapped to death by Binglong if she couldn't reach her. Although David was confused at the moment, he struggled to keep himself from passing out. Seeing that Sonia wanted to rush up to save him, David was also anxious. After the ice dragon took David to roll in mid-air for a few laps, it landed directly on the edge of the water pool, and its thick tail swept across, causing the mountain to shake for a while. But soon, the ice dragon slowed down, and then lay still on the ground. Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai looked at each other, then charged towards the ice dragon with their weapons. The subordinates they brought followed closely, and a dozen people attacked the ice dragon for a while. You must know that these people have the lowest strength of the 5th-rank Grandmaster, but after a meal against the ice dragon, they found that they could not cause any damage to the ice dragon. There were only some shallow marks on the head of the ice dragon. It is almost impossible to get the dragon crystal inside. Until everyone was out of breath, they couldn't break the ice dragon's head to get the dragon crystal, but at this moment Sonia threw himself on the ice dragon. Through that transparent body, David could be clearly seen. Now David can't move or speak, but his eyes can still blink. Seeing David still blinking, Sonia is very excited. Linger, Xiaoru, hurry up and think of a way, David is still alive. Sonia hurriedly shouted to Gu Linger and Xiaoru. Chapter 845. Gu Linger smashed the ice dragon hard, but it was useless. Sister Sonia, Sister Linger, I have a way. Xiaoru said slowly after looking at David who was frozen in the ice dragon's body. Xiaoru, you have a way, hurry up and do it. Sonia said anxiously to Xiaoru. Xiaoru nodded, then looked back at Zhao Chuang, and then walked in front of Binglong with a dignified face. Seeing Xiaoru's expression, Sonyadinli thought of something, rushed over and grabbed Xiaoru. Xiaoru, you. Sonia looked at Xiaoru with unbearable eyes, but she didn't know what to say. Sister Sonia, my life was given by Brother Chen. I would do anything for him. Master also explained to me like this. Xiaoru smiled slightly at Sonia. Sonia looked at Xiaoru and slowly let go of her hand. Maybe soon, she would also embark on Xiaoru's path. Xiaoru looked back at Zhao Chuang again, maybe in Xiaoru's heart, Zhao Chuang was already a playboy. Zhao Chuang didn't know why, and when he saw Xiaoru looking at him, he was still grinning. Xiaoru slowly put her hands on the ice dragon's body, and an extremely cold air was directly sucked into Xiaoru's body. Xiaoru is a body of ice crystals, and the extreme cold energy will quickly penetrate into Xiaoru's body after encountering Xiaoru. Soon, a lot of cold air entered Xiaoru's body, and at this moment Xiaoru's hair and body began to have frost. As a lot of cold air was sucked away by Xiaoru, the ice dragon started to melt slowly. At this moment, David watched Xiaoru's body slowly freezing, as if he understood something, and roared desperately, but couldn't make a sound. Xiaoru? Zhao Chuang also seemed to realize that something was wrong and ran over to pull Xiaoru away. But the moment Zhao Chuang touched Xiaoru, his arm also began to freeze quickly. Fortunately, the subordinates he brought were quick-witted and hurriedly pulled Zhao Chuang back. Sonia looked at Xiaoru, who was covered in frost, and cried bitterly while leaning on Gu Linger's shoulder. 10 minutes later, the ice dragon turned into a puddle of water again, and David slowly stood up holding the dragon crystal. Looking at Xiaoru, who had already become an ice sculpture, David felt a little stupid. "Silly girl, what are you doing? What are you doing?" A raging flame rose from David's palm, and he kept roasting beside Xiaoru, trying to make Xiaoru recover, but it was useless at all. "What?" David roared angrily. His life was exchanged for Xiaoru's life, which made him suffer incessantly. "David, calm down, this is all voluntary by Xiaoru, we have other things to do next, you can't let Xiaoru sacrifice for you in vain." Gu Linger yelled at David, who was almost crazy. David calmed down slowly, looking at Gu Linger and Sonia with his eyes. The words that old Irvin said the night before flashed in his mind. "You knew before you came here that there would be such a result, right? Before you came, you knew that you would use your own life to help me get the dragon crystal, right?" David questioned Sonia and Gu Linger loudly. Neither Sonia nor Gu Linger spoke, but even if they didn't speak, David understood it instantly. Xiaoru is an ice crystal, melted the ice dragon, and helped herself get the dragon crystal. Sonia is a fire spirit body, then to take the flame dragon crystal, wouldn't it cost Sonia? David's mind was sluggish, he didn't need any Longjing, and he would never sacrifice the people around him. "Irvin, why is this?" David yelled. He wanted to hate the Irvin, but he couldn't hate it at all. Chapter 846. Also like David, Zhao Chuang was the one who was going crazy. Looking at Xiaoru, who was frozen into an ice sculpture with a smile on his face and motionless, Zhao Chuang ran over and hugged Xiaoru tightly. He wanted to use his body to melt the frost on Xiaoru's body. It can be seen that this guy has real feelings for Xiaoru. "Quick, I order you, hurry up and make a fire, hurry up and make a fire for me," Zhao Chuang ordered loudly to the men he brought. "But in this cold and freezing place, what do you use to make a fire? Can't I command you to hear? Can't you hear?" Zhao Chuang punched and kicked his subordinates, but even if he killed those subordinates, there was no way to start a fire in such a place. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian, who had been holding his arm, looked at the Long family in David's hands. His eyes were green, and after seeing David's absent-minded appearance at this time, he finally gave Qin Shaoang a wink, and his feet suddenly kicked. The whole person went towards David. But at this time, David didn't move, as if he hadn't noticed Qin Shaoxian's sneak attack at all. David didn't move, but Zun Yuankai couldn't sit back and let that Qin Shaoxian take Longjing away. "Do it." Zun Yuankai gave an order, and the people he brought also moved towards David, and one of the Wuzongs greeted Qin Shaoxian and did not let him get close to David. "I rely on." Seeing this, Chen Kun uttered a foul language and yelled at his subordinates, "What the H3LL are you looking at? Don't hurry up, Longjing will become someone else's in a while." Chen Kun also rushed towards David. This time, the three parties were caught in a melee. They all wanted to get close to David and capture Longjing in David's hands, but the other two parties would block it. For a time, more than a dozen people scuffled around David, but no one wanted to approach David easily. At this moment, David, holding Longjing in his hand, muttered to himself, why is it like this?" Sonia and Gu Linger closely guarded David. Their faces were very ugly, because they knew that with their two strengths, they could not protect David at all. "David, cheer up, this is fate, we have no regrets for what we do for you, you ate the dragon crystal, let's get out of here now, go to Yanlong, take Yanlong's dragon crystal, otherwise it's too late." Sonia yelled at David. "No, I will never take any more dragon crystals, I will not use your life for any dragon crystals, no." David looked at Sonia and suddenly hugged Sonia into his arms. Sonia felt the temperature on David's body, and tears could not help flowing out. Although she and David have been with David for so long, it is almost impossible for them to hug each other so intimately. "David, do you know? When I first met you, I thought that by virtue of my identity as the eldest lady of the Su family, I could protect you and support you for a lifetime, but slowly I discovered that the person who was protected was me, but I can't help you at all. I once blamed myself and felt inferior. As the enemies or friends around you become stronger and stronger, I feel that I am getting smaller and smaller, and I am not worthy of you. It wasn't until Grandpa Long told me about you, your identity, and the need for me to help you on the island that I realized that I was useful to you and that I could do something for you. this is what I am willing to do, now we will go to Yanlong, don't waste time. Sonia whispered in David's arms. No, I won't sacrifice any of you for myself, never. David let go of Sonia and said firmly with his eyes. Chapter 847. You kid, bring Long Jing. At this time, Chen Kun broke through the block and came towards David with a knife, his eyes fixed on Long Jing in David's hand. Seeing Chen Kun rushing over with a knife, Sonia's face changed instantly. David frowned, and then slapped it out with a palm. With a bang, a sound like a steel crash sounded. David's palm actually slapped off Chen Kun's knife, and Chen Kun's body flew out. Chen Kun is only the strength of the great master, not David's opponent at all. David's body has eaten the body-quenching pill and is as hard as iron. With the strength of his great master, David cannot be hurt. Chen Kun fell to the ground, only feeling that his entire arm seemed to be shattered. He looked at David in horror. How could the power of David's palm just now be possessed by a great master? Is this guy hiding his strength? Chen Kun looked at David in front of him. Although he coveted Long Jing in David's hands, he didn't dare to blindly grab it. Linger, you look after Sonia. David handed Sonia over to Gu Linger to take care of her. After all, Gu Linger's strength is much stronger than Sonia's. Although Sonia also has some strength, it's okay to deal with some local gangsters. In front of these great masters, this strength is not worth mentioning. Gu Linger nodded and stood in front of Sonia. David took Long Jing and swallowed it without hesitation. Long Jing entered David's body, and the aura that shattered the sky and covered the earth instantly filled David's body. David has never felt such a strong spiritual energy. With this dragon crystal, David can absorb the spiritual energy all the time. This is of great help to David's cultivation. It is no wonder that the Irvin sacrificed his life. Find a way to get David to fetch Long Jing. The aura that suddenly erupted from David's body stopped everyone who had been fighting around. I saw that David's eyes were a little hot, and his temperament had become a little fresh and refined, as if a fairy had descended to earth. David's muscles exuded a fresh air. The hundreds of meters of snow around him began to melt, and there were green grasses on the exposed ground. Immediately after the snow melted, the area became larger and larger, and finally the melted snow water converged into a river and flowed to the sea, and the snow melted, and the exposed ground became full of life. In the future, half of the icy cold of Solong Island will no longer exist. Grass, this guy ate Long Jing. Seeing that David actually swallowed Long Jing, Chen Kun roared anxiously. David, this dragon crystal is a priceless treasure. It is not an exaggeration to exchange dragon crystal for a city, but you actually ate it. Qin Shaoxian roared angrily when he saw that David had eaten Long Jing. While Long Jing has not been digested, open his stomach and take out Long Jing. Zun Yuankai's eyes were fierce, and the sword in his hand was about to stab at David. But Zun Yuankai hadn't moved yet, but Qin Shaoxian slapped David with his palm. If he could get Long Jing and return to the Qin family land, he would definitely be reused, and maybe he could even enter the family land cabinet. Seeing Qin Shaoxian attacking him, David was not careless, but was shocked, and the terrifying breath shook. At this time, David was full of spiritual energy, and he had inexhaustible power all over his body. Blood hand. Qin Shaoxian let out a loud roar, his hands instantly turned palms into claws, and there was even more energy on his hands, which was so powerful that even steel could be torn apart in an instant. This is to use his hands to directly tear David's body into two pieces, and take out the Long Jing swallowed by David. Chapter 848. Do it. Seeing this, Zun Yuankai immediately ordered his subordinate Wuzong to take action, otherwise they would be passive when Qin Shaoxian got Long Jing. Do it. Chen Kun also gave an order, ordering his subordinate Wuzong to attack. Seeing that Qin Shaoxian was about to reach David, the terrifying energy was about to tear David to shreds, but soon, two equally domineering energy attacked and slammed together with Qin Shaoxian. Qin Shaoxian's body flew out, his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His current strength is not enough to follow the masters of the two martial arts realms. After the Shenyuan family and the two Wuzongs of the Perak Gate, after repelling Qin Shaoxian, they immediately shot at David, but before they could catch David, the two started fighting. Now that David has become a Xiang Momo, everyone wants to catch David, and they all do their best. It's just that whether it is Qin Shaoxian or the two martial sects of Xuanyuan's family and Perak Gate, their strengths are evenly matched, so it is difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. Young Master Cheng, young Master Xianyuan, you want to get Long Jing, and I want to kill David's life. Why don't the three of us cooperate, and after killing David, I will never take that Long Jing with the two of you. Qin Shaoxian understands that if this fight goes on, only David will be proud in the end. Chen Kun and Xianyuan Kai waved their hands to withdraw all their subordinates when they heard it. They were thinking about Qin Shaoxian's proposal. Chen Kun, I don't think it's a bad idea. If we fight like this, in the end, I'm afraid that no one will be able to get Long Jing. Why not work together? Even if the kid absorbs Long Jing, we can directly split him in half of our family, sucking his blood and eating his flesh may also help us in our cultivation. Xianyuan Kai said to Chen Kun. Chen Kun thought for a while, then nodded, okay, just do as you say. This time, the three alliances all stared at David. Facing the greedy and vicious eyes of the three families, David's back was covered in cold sweat. If there is only one fourth-rank Wuzong, David is not afraid at all, but now the three Wuzongs are eyeing. Even if David swallows the dragon crystal and has the dragon-slaying sword in hand, it is impossible to deal with the three Wuzongs at the same time. David, you are obediently committing suicide now, and you will be able to suffer less from flesh and blood for a while. If you kill my elder brother, today is the day I will avenge my elder brother. Qin Shaoxian looked at David coldly and said, as Wuzong, it's too shameless for you to come to deal with me together. I really don't know how you cultivated in the realm of Wuzong. David sneered. He wants to use aggressive tactics. It is best to let these guys deal with him one by one. Even if it is a will battle, he is not afraid. With Long Jing around, David can be replenished continuously. Are you provoking me? It's a pity it's useless to me. If you can kill you, you can use any method. Qin Shaoxian didn't care. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing this, David's face slowly turned cold, and he said softly to Gu Linger, Linger, take Sonia to find a chance to leave, don't shut me down. David knew that this time he was more fortunate than fortune, and he couldn't let Gu Linger and Sonia follow him. This Sun Yuankai and Chen Kun are not good things either. If he really encounters an accident, David can't imagine what happens to Sonia and Gu Linger in the hands of these two people. No, I'm not leaving, I want to stay with you, you die, I die with you. Sonia shook her head vigorously, then looked at Gu Linger and said, Linger, run away by yourself, I want to die with David. Chapter 849. Gu Linger bit her lip, and looked at David with tears in her eyes, and finally turned her heart, I won't leave, David is dead, and I won't live, now I can't live without him. At this last moment, Gu Linger expressed her inner thoughts. In fact, in her heart, David has long occupied an important position, but because of Sonia, Gu Linger never dared to follow David to reveal her heart. Gu Linger blushed because she had said what was in her heart. David was a little surprised, but Sonia seemed very calm, smiled at Gu Linger, took her hand and said, Linger, in fact, I have long seen your thoughts on David, we are good sisters, I happen to accompany him to Huangquan together, and I also have a companion on the way. Yeah. Gu Linger nodded, but there was no trace of panic and fear. Death, for the two of them at this moment, there is no fear at all, as long as they can die with David. David looked at Gu Linger and Sonia, he knew that no matter what he said, neither of them would escape by themselves. I will do my best to keep us all alive. David's eyes began to fill with fighting spirit. He can't watch Sonia and Gu Linger die with him, and he will never give up until the last moment. David, give it a shot. If you are really killed, Linger and I will commit suicide too, and we will never let them insult. Sonia knew what David was worried about, so she said. David nodded heavily, and when he stretched out his hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared, taking the first step forward, and the terrifying aura oscillated toward the surroundings. I didn't expect you to have a lot of love affairs, and there are two beauties willing to die for you. Since this is the case, then I will fulfill you. Qin Shaoxian was shocked, his body exuded aura, but at the same time, there was blood dripping from the corner of Qin Shaoxian's mouth. Qin Shaoxian frowned slightly. He had just been injured by the Shenyuan family and the two martial sects of Parrot Gate. Now, with luck, Qin Shaoxian's internal organs are still rolling. Qin Shaoxian glanced at Chen Kun and Shen Yuankai, and he wanted them to follow him to attack David. Come with him. Chen Kun ordered to his subordinates without hesitation. Shen Yuankai also nodded at the Wuzong powerhouse he brought with him and winked. Qin Shaoxian didn't have any concerns when he saw that the two families agreed to shoot together, and saw Qin Shaoxian punch David away. On Qin Shaoxian's fist, a layer of visible air waves was like a ripple. This punch almost condensed all of Qin Shaoxian's energy. He didn't want to delay it any longer. Now that he was injured, it would be better to get David out early, so as not to have too many dreams at night. When David saw Qin Shaoxian's punch, he suddenly burst into a golden aura, like a piece of armor on David's body. What's this? Qin Shaoxian frowned slightly, but the speed in his hand was still undiminished, and he slammed into David's body. Boom! With a punch, Qin Shaoxian slammed into David fiercely. David, who should have been flung away by a punch, was standing intact at the moment, but Qin Shaoxian felt a huge anti-shock force, and his body suddenly froze. Taking a few steps back, my arm was numb from the shock. David did not attack Qin Shaoxian, but held the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at the attacking Pillamen Wuzong strongmen. The terrifying sword Qi instantly soared several feet, and he slashed across the sky, as if he would split the entire sky. Generally, after such a sword Qi, the face of the strong Wuzong of Thunder Gate changed, his body quickly retreated, and he retreated without fighting with David at all. Qin Shaoxian's punch just now did not cause any damage to David, which made the strongmen of the Parrot Gate Wuzong a little uncertain about David's strength, so in the face of David's terrifying sword, he immediately retreated. Chapter 850. Just as David was forcing Qin Shaoxian and the strongmen from the martial sect of the Parrot Gate to retreat, he was always on guard against the strong man from the Shenyuan family to prevent a sneak attack from behind. However, David swept his eyes and didn't find the Shenyuan family's strong man, but at that time he clearly saw that the three of them were attacking him together. Where did you go? David cheered up, not daring to be careless. What? Suddenly, not far behind David, Sonia's exclamation shocked David's heart. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, David turned his head suddenly and slashed out with one sword. But it was too late. I saw that the Shenyuan family's Wuzong strongman, carrying Sonia in one hand and Gulinger in the other, jumped up to Zunyuankai's side like he was carrying a chicken. Sonia and Gulinger were caught and struggled desperately, but facing the strong Wuzong, the two of them didn't even have a chance to commit suicide, let alone escape. Let go of the two of them. David glared at Shen Yuankai, his murderous aura instantly enveloped everyone in the Shenyuan family. He didn't expect this Shen Yuankai to be so despicable. On the surface, he sent someone to attack him, but behind his back he captured Sonia and Gulinger. Let go of the two of them, you can just hold your hands, I guarantee the safety of the two of them. Shen Yuankai raised the corner of his mouth and said very proudly. And the Shenyuan family's Wuzong powerhouse controls Sonia and Gulinger. Now as long as he exerts a little force, both Gulinger and Sonia will go to see Lord Yan. Zunyuankai, what do you mean? Are you fucking trying to swallow it all? Chen Kun saw that Zunyuankai had captured Sonia and the others to blackmail David, and immediately said with a displeased expression. It was agreed that the three families would go together, but this Zunyuankai actually sent his own people to sneak around and arrested Sonia and the others. It was not obvious that they were playing tricks on them. Qin Shaoxian looked at Zunyuankai with a dignified expression at this moment. He had lived for most of his life. At this time, he could guess what Zunyuankai was thinking, but he didn't expect that he would be played by a little boy. But now that he is injured, the Qin family has no advantage in terms of numbers or strength, so he didn't dare to say anything when he knew he was tricked by Zunyuankai. Chen Kun, I can get the dragon crystal by myself, so why should I part with you? Shen Yuankai had a successful expression on his face. Shen Yuankai, you are paralyzed, I will kill you. Chen Kuan's fiery temper, the two originally did not meet each other's eyes, but for the sake of Long Jing's temporary alliance, and now he has been tricked by Zun Yuankai, how can Chen Kuan not get angry? If he is not angry, he is not worthy of it. He has the name of Chen Kuan from the torch. Chen Kuan took the people from Thunder Gate and walked towards Zun Yuankai. Zun Yuankai was not in a hurry and said to his subordinate, "Give these two women to me, you stop them." The Wuzong strongman nodded, and handed Sonia and Gu Linger to Shen Yuankai, and he took the Shen Yuan family and rushed to Chen Kuan, and soon the two were fighting together. Qin Shaoxian led someone to stand aside with an ugly face. At this moment, he felt that their Qin family was not even air in the eyes of these people. "Second brother, what should we do?" Qin Shaotian asked Qin Shaoxian at a loss. Originally he counted on Qin Shaoxian, but now Qin Shaoxian is injured, Qin Shaotian is a little overwhelmed. "Wait, I won't speak, and no one is allowed to act rashly." Qin Shaoxian could only wait and watch the change at the moment. At this moment, Zun Yuankai was looking at David with a victorious attitude. No matter how angry David was, the corner of Zun Yuankai's mouth still rose. "David, obediently throw away the weapon and capture it without your hands, or else your two little girlfriends will die," Shen Yuankai said proudly.